Good morning, everybody. Can I please ask you to take your seats? We're about to begin. Welcome to day 2 of Africa Games Week. I hope you all had a great day yesterday. As you will see, it's a little bit more... Oh, there we go. I need to speak into the mic. Fancy that. It's a little bit more sunny today, so we will make sure that the aircon is pumping to cool things down. But it might get hot here, so please remain hydrated. We've got another great day of talks, panels, and workshops. Just some housekeeping. The Spielfabrik workshop will be beginning at 11 if you've signed up for that, and that will be happening in workshop A, which is over there. Go downstairs up to where the Xbox party was last night, but not that room, on the other side. Okay. Then Unity will be doing a workshop from 2, where the Xbox party was last night. So you just go to that room, into room B. And then this afternoon we also have we've got the Warren Spector talk coming up, so I hope I'll see you all there, along with a number of other kind of more intimate small workshops that you should all be aware of and have signed up and gone to them accordingly. Our program today, again, we've got a couple of panels and workshops. There will be a slight change to the program in that we're probably going to build in a comfort break, which we didn't do yesterday. But when you take that comfort break, please come back. Our speakers have flown far, and it would be nice to have a big audience for them to listen to what they have to say. With that, we're going to start off with Hind. She's going to give us a story. Story time with Hind. And then we'll move on to our program. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, finally I get to tell you some bits and pieces about my story. The story usually takes 40 minutes and an hour, but I have 15 minutes to do this, so I'm going to be very, very fast. Let's see, do you see the slide? Yes. So I'm here to tell you an inspirational story from North Africa. And the takeaway from the story is actually the impact of game industry in changing the world culture. When I introduce myself now in the West where I live, people know me as a Dashi Studios business developer. They know me as a representative, a jury, a mentor. I'm getting into the investment side. I was as a community manager, a lot of stuff. Women in Games ambassador, speaker. I have my own company on the side. And people, when I say I'm from Morocco, grew up in Libya, they'd be like, what? How? You have to tell, we have to understand how this has come up. So there's always a long story to tell this. That's why I'm telling that I have to be brief. So if I want to really tell the story and how it started, I have to go back to this little girl and to the 90s. And I don't know how many people noticed those names that I have there in the list. How many people played those games? Whoa, we have some millenniums in here. We're still surviving. So yeah, so in the 90s, growing up in Libya, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with how the culture in the 90s was. Growing up as a female, very, very traditional culture, very, very limited. You don't expect to be different or study another path or do anything different than what's expected from you, and especially that I was actually Moroccan. So we had a little bit of racism between Morocco and Libya in terms of culture, and I have to put that out. So growing up as an immigrant, Moroccan immigrant in Libya was very, very difficult. So enough about the drama. So we go back to this little superhero. She was playing all those superhero games and feeling so good having that portal to the world while she was limited in her sofa, whatever, that little old 90s TV, you know. So the games gave me that portal where I had my freedom. I could play all the things that I could never dream of playing in Libya, like Billiardo, Street Fighter, Lara Croft, Supersonic. So it was just like, I cannot even explain. I can get goosebumps all over the place when I remember those days. So through games, although the education system in Libya was quite poor when it turns to, English and stuff like that, there is a lot of stuff that is good. It's not that everything is bad, of course, but just they didn't want us to be open to the world, and that's because of the dictatorship and a lot of political things. So through gaming, I learned to be, like, it opened my mind that, oh my God, we have a lot of like problems with gender equality, justice, and I was like, why the guys get to go out and play football and do whatever you want, and I have to learn cooking and cleaning and just be prepared for be domestic household person. I could not have any like wide dreams or big dreams. So through the games, I was like, no, I could do better. So I learned more English language and geography and culture from games. I learned how to think strategic, solve problems, take risks, and dream big. And then, of course, the challenges that I mentioned by being in, the bullying and stuff like that in school. I had a little bit challenging family situation. So when I played games, they gave me that confident boost. They were like, outside they were like, you're bad, you can't, you suck at this, you're different, you're boyish. I was a little bit boyish in how I grew up. And it was very challenging. So the games always told me, you win, you're good, you're great. So I felt like at least someone is saying that I'm good at something. So, so to me, it was like, I don't know, it's so emotional. For games is something that has helped me with mental health, helped me with a lot of stuff that I cannot even put in words right now when I go back to those days. So I was one of the first females who went to the tech world when the first computer science institute opened in Tripoli. I was one female, and I moved from medical to tech, and my dad almost had a heart attack when I told him. He was like, what is this? What is this? What are you going to be? And there was only guys in there. So it was, imagine all those cultural stuff that I mentioned. So I was like, no, I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to pay for the school, I'm going to work all the kind of other side jobs, and I'm going to pay for my school. Just let me do it. And then I did it. But sadly, I've never worked with games. So, in Libya, there was no games or tech, or you were not looked at seriously in a man-dominated world. And then comes the story where I had to be the character. I had to be the main character when the war came. So imagine growing up in that closed culture. You're not supposed to be good at things. You're not supposed to be a risk taker. You have to be a certain person for that culture to fit in. And all of a sudden, you're kicked out from that culture because of the war. And now, go out and figure it out. And I had to embody Lara Croft for real to survive mentally, because everything I was taught was different from the world that I was kicked out to. And I was like, there's no way I can mentally survive this. I'm glad I wasn't a suicidal or anyone that had any of those thoughts that I would. It's easy to get there when you're having everything against you, the trauma, and then being kicked out, and you have to survive. So thanks to gaming, my English made me survive. Because I could speak Arabic and English, I could do all the jobs that required out there, those easy jobs that you get. So I lived in, let me remember, that picture is in Ivory Coast. Elfenbensosten is Swedish, they say. What's the name in English? Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, yes. That was in Ivory Coast, and that was in Brazil. So I lived in Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Brazil. I lived in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and other places, and I lived in Bali and Jakarta and Tunis and what more? Turkey. So I did the country job hopping between, because as we go back to the visas, Moroccan passport allows you to go to certain places for 90 days or 1 year. And I had to be very strategic about, okay, I have those days and I have to plan my next and I save the money for the flight. And imagine if I didn't have the game strategic things and all those stuff that I mentioned, I wouldn't have survived it. And especially the language aspect, because English is still very, very poor language in schools. So, yeah. So, so I survived on jobs, a lot of jobs, tourist jobs. I did translation. I did a lot of sales representative for Dubai and Arab countries, because they also needed. There was some stuff that you could do online, which was great because the internet also helps. And I started my first job in gaming in Turkey. I got this phone call from a random person. We heard about this girl, that gamer from the 90s, and she speaks Arabic and English. And we need that, because that was before the mobile smartphone. It was Facebook games, if you remember, the farms and Happy Farms and the restaurants and all that. And Sims, by the way, taught me a lot, Sims games. The sim game, it was a school, like a life school. Yeah. So anyway, So then when they called me, they were like, we give you whatever salary you want. Come here, you will be the product manager. Product manager of the Arabic games. And Fauzi, who you heard yesterday, he knows people who was with me at the same team in Peak Games, it's called, which was bought by Zynga. So this is the background. I started with Visual Basic Microsoft, never worked with that in Libya. Then in Turkey, 2012, I took this job as a localizer, and then from there I became a quality assurance, because you're the only one who sees the errors in the language, and so it translates from localization to that. And then in Sweden, I moved in 2013, and that's where all the first list that I said in the beginning with the business developer and all that, it started from there. Like Per said yesterday, become a Swede, so this is literally, kind of like backs up the story. So in 2013, I took advantage of schools in Sweden, because Sweden allows you to study. And I was like, I need to have more, because the Libyan education never been taken seriously. I mean, even when I said Microsoft, whatever you applied, they were like, okay, we take you because of the language skills. So it was not because of the education. And I was like, okay, I need to work on that. So I took whatever courses I could do. So I took art school, graphic design, user experience. I wanted to stay in the games, because I knew that not everybody will need a localizer in Arabic. So in order to stay in this field, I really have to roll with the punches and find what's needed. So I took every trick in the box, like they say. And then I think someone here in the room knows Stefan Lampingen. He met me in an event, and he told me, your strength is people. You're very good at people, and that's what you should work on. So he told me, forget about UI and all that. You should be a business developer. You should be a marketer. You should be, and that also backs up on your presentation when you mentioned that this is what needed with the knitting. I don't know how many people heard the knitting. So he said, this, you have an audience, you have a story, and you're so easy to get into people and use this talent. So I took another education in Oslo, university in Oslo, and that was marketing strategies and business developer for a year. And I just graduated last June from this university thing. He was like, give me more education. I take that, just throw it on me. So that was it. That's how I reached out. So now I try to inspire. I try to bring the story to make others see that there are no boundaries. The boundaries are here. So I say that I'm a rebel with a cause still, although I was kicked out from the war. So I'm try to help with the Women in Games initiatives, Women in Tech. I'm part of these initiatives, by the way. Safe in Our World, creating more safe spaces that I did with Nordic Game last year, and I still help with some conferences have this problem. They have issues with safety in places where you have multiple people at the same place, that you have to make sure everyone is not hurting anyone. So that's also something we have to also consider. And then the esports situation, I helped a group of people who tackle the problems with game addiction in esports. So I'm part of that as well. And then out making games for the LGBT community. So all these things, I try my best. Of course, I cannot be active 100% with all of them, but when they reach out to me, I always say yes, because I believe in this industry. I want to make it the best, and I don't want people to give us the stigma, oh, what do you do? Can't you get a real job? Can't you work with this and that and that? Till this day, people still criticize what I do, and they don't take it seriously until I tell them, this is why I take this seriously. Because if you go back to my life, the 7-year-old years old girl that I showed, she wouldn't have been here if the game industry or the games didn't enter to my life. So I need to bring that message out. And these are other things that I usually bring to schools that are like how, sorry, the slide was a little bit bad, how games was used actually to educate people in war. So this is some games that are done for goodwill. This one is like when the patients are being burn meditation patients, burn patients, you can read that. The Swedish comes in my head, I don't know why, because I usually tell the story in Swedish. So they put the VR on the patient and they see themselves in the ice cold environment, and that makes them feel less pain. And when they did the studies on this, there's a QR code if you want to see the story. It helped more than the medicine, because they actually could see themselves, and the brain gets you can fool the brain, you know. So that's what they did, and that's what I did as well. Like, I survived it by playing the games, and it was like kind of a numb thing that takes you away from your tragic reality. So it was kind of a healthy way of going away from what, you know, the challenges we have. And this one was more teaching kids who couldn't go to school in war zone. It's even Ukraine had it, other Arabic countries had it, and other things for sustainability. This game is about teaching kids to privacy on the internet, which is from Netherlands. So I take these examples. Sorry, I take these examples and I bring them out. So I speak in schools, I speak in initiatives. That's why I know Per, who spoke yesterday, well, because we collaborate. And every time they say, we need you to do your story, because that's how we get people to notice that this is actually serious. You see this person, it affected her life. Probably there's many like me out there who don't have the mic or the stage to say this. And that's how I want to spread the word to everybody and talk about my story and how important the game industry is. And I hope that my daughters, I have 2 daughters, I hope that they take the same path. So I'm trying to feed them all the, brainwash them to come to the game industry, continue this legacy. So all of you here, I have one last message. I see that I'm on time, which is wow. Thank you so much for being here. You who came from all over the world, you who came from other parts of the continent. I want you all to make sure that this game will never be over. Thank you. Because we have, sorry, got carry on with my story. So we have a rich program today. And I'm glad that I'm part of this, that I get to present this after this emotional story, so I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I went back to time, so. So our next program, we have a panel, an exciting panel, that will tell us about the state of the game industry. Because right now we heard an inspiring story, and now we go to the real, how the industry is doing. And we have with us, luckily, 3 of the amazing people from the game industry that are going to tell us in details. I would like to welcome a panel of Astrid, Limpho, and Rhys, and the panel will be moderated by Yves. So please welcome our great panelists. Thank you.
This thing work? Yes. Hello everyone. Maybe we can do a quick round of intro first and then dive into the question, state of the industry. Are we all going to die? Yes. That's it. Thank you. So I'll briefly start. So I'm Yves from Focus Entertainment. I'm Chief Content Officer since 4 years. Before that, I used to be at Ubisoft HQ in Paris in strategic topic, publishing live, game as a service, etc. And before that, 15 years working on MMORPG games, and before that, Matthes, multi-user dungeons in the 90s, as you can see with the white beard. Before starting in games, I was tall, I was blonde hair, very... no. So that's me. What about you, Rhys?
Me, all right. So I'm Rhys Dekle. I've been in games about 20 years. Before I was ever in the game industry, I did a whole bunch of other things. I was in a startup that was not a gaming startup. I lived in Japan for 7 years. I worked at an investment bank, and I worked in management consulting. But I always kind of knew I would probably end up in the entertainment industry specifically. I wanted to get into games. My wife always told me it was a fantasy. And I started in the retail end of video games. Where I ran a major P&L for one of the large retailers in the United States. And my team were all buyers, and we bought games from Activision, Ubisoft, EA. It's the only time, since they were all my vendors at that time, it's the only time publishers have been really nice to me in the industry. And then after that, I left. I joined Xbox, and I was on Xbox BizDev and ran large sections of BizDev for Microsoft Studios for 11 years. And did a number of things, and then I left and started Strategic Alternatives, which is the consulting firm and M&A advisory that I operate now with my business partner Bob Wallace, and I've been doing that successfully for 9 years. So happy to join you guys.
How about you, Astrid?
We should clap.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll clap for myself.
Yeah, my name is Astrid. I use she, her pronouns. And today I work with Wings, which is supporting women and gender marginalized developers to do self-publishing. And maybe I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. Let's see how it pans out. Before that, I ran my own studio for 7 years until I got very, very sick. And if I'm short-breathed, it's because I still have a huge scar here from a surgery 5 weeks ago. Wow. I ran the studio, and I funded that just after education, which I would not advise you to do, but people keep doing it, I see in the industry. But that was a lot of fun. I also served the board of Global Game Jam, did a lot of local game jams in Denmark as well. So that's my back. Before games industry, I did lingerie design. So we all come from like very different areas. And then I have Bobby with me. He's right there on his iPad with some Duplo games. Maybe he's going to join me up here. Let's see how it goes.
Hello, Bobby.
Good to meet you.
And so we'll let Limpho isn't here, unfortunately, but she might join, hopefully, soon. Yep. So state of the industry, maybe we can start with what happened last year and the last years. So we all know about COVID situation, explosion, video game is the future. We're going to all get rich, and then things happened.
Right.
Who wants to do a quick recap? Inflation, political uncertainty.
Yeah, I think a lot of things happened at the same time. Like we saw COVID happened, we saw a big race in industry. Even before COVID, that was basically when I started joining the industry, there was a very positive vibe, and people were very risk-willing in their investment. So people would sign games and invest in studios that you maybe would not see today. So money was like flooding into the industry. And of course, at some point, I believe that reaches a peak. And then all of these investors who were founded and invested a lot of money into the industry start to be like looking at their portfolio and figure out, okay, where do we actually then make the money? Because of all of this is happening very much at the same time, that adjustment to the market is also happening very much, I think, at the same time. And then on top of that, we have the inflation. And in general, I think we also need to see games in the context of like all popular media, like film and movies. We had the strikes in US, like all of these things is also infiltrated with the games industry economy as well.
Yep.
And maybe you could add some more.
I'd say on top of that's already been mentioned. Like we had quite a buildup of venture capital interest in the years before COVID. I remember a time when there were only maybe 2 or 3 specialized game-focused funds, and then at some point we got to 40 or 50 that I can easily count, all investing in video games, all generally early stage, a few later stage, but mostly early stage. So you can imagine there's this sudden flood of investment capital going into studios. Simultaneous with that, and probably what fed that, is that there's a number of companies going public for the first time in the gaming space, both distribution and content companies. I still maintain the most valuable by market cap are distribution-related public companies, but as Per said yesterday, there are a number of content companies that went public on the smaller side in different exchanges. And they started having the capital for the first time to really start an acquisition binge. And so we started to see the Embracers of the world like gobbling up AAA studios and smaller publishers, and we saw this movement. If you imagine the game industry as a lake, right, and it's never been fished before, that was the condition of the game industry in, say, circa 2013, 2014. And then we had a period of 5 or 6, 7 years there where everything was suddenly being snapped up, and you could see the valuations going up, the multiples by which you bought companies and appraised company value, like those started moving up, right? And then pretty soon we got to like COVID era, and even though everyone was afraid, like what will happen to the economy, our economy was booming because everyone was at home and they were just bored and playing games. And so we saw a surge, but this didn't go equally. If you were launching a new game, I don't think you had the same opportunity as games that had already been launched with a fan base, because it was kind of those comfort games that people already knew that really where the money was going. So there were good times during COVID for us because of that sudden growth, and the truth is we probably got a little bit ahead of ourselves as a result. Unavoidable, really, but that is what happened. And then afterwards, when COVID ended, more or less, and people started going back to the office or back to work full time, they had less time. And so obviously our revenues got hit. And I think that is a very natural thing, but it has consequences down the line for studios' revenue, publishers' revenue. And so we started to see, and then there were other things, supply chain issues, the labor strikes that happened after. And so all of that rationalization, we started to see a lot of layoffs appear in the industry. And simultaneous to this, completely different vector, there's a we were talking about this last night a bit, there's a rationalization going on where middle management across all industries is starting to disappear. They're getting made redundant. Senior management is in place. Lower junior executive or junior employees are in place to do the line work, but the middle managers that traditionally would manage those people in every industry, it doesn't matter, pharma, aerospace, finance, everywhere, and gaming, we see that middle management is being made redundant, and those jobs may or may not come back as fully as they once were. So we've got all of this hitting us at the same time. And I think where we are right now is, if you are a venture capital investee, if you're a startup that got venture capital money at seed, you expected that you would then have 12 months to a year, and then you would be raising a Series A. The Series A graduation rate, that is the number of startups that got seed and then later got to get an A round successfully, was like 1 in 4, right? In some places, like 1 in 2. So you were always getting your A series. We're in an era now where it's more normalized, and it's lucky if 1 in 10 companies that got a seed investment actually gets an A investment. Right? Just speaking generally. Like in many places, even worse than that, so it could be like 1 in 20. So if you think about that, what does that mean? That means there's a bunch of new companies out there that have product because they've had money, they have prototypes, but they cannot get venture funding to complete them. So then they go to the publishers. And VCs are okay with this now because they want these investments to pay off. They just don't want to invest more. So they're going to publishers. But what are publishers doing? Publishers, they realize that the money, the revenue opportunity is not there, and the market is punishing companies who spend their capital, right? So they've been tight on capital since post-COVID, and now the CFOs are like, well, we do need product, but we want to invest in safe product. So what are safe things? Safe things are sequels of things that they've already made. DLC, right, for games, supporting live service of games that are doing okay, and maybe investing in like sequels of owned IP or licenses. And that's kind of the state of the industry, where if you're trying to sell or pitch an original IP today, it's much, much harder because that is the riskiest of risky investments. I think that things will normalize it over time, but I think that's the state of the industry.
But isn't there like a discrepancy between, if we take 2024, big failures within AAA with existing licensed IPs I won't name them, but a lot of unsuccessful games, sorry. While among the biggest success of the year were what you would call very risky games, Balatro, Lorelei, even Helldivers, like a studio who'd never done like 3D, this kind of stuff. So all the successes praised by players were risky bets and incredible successes, while all what you described seems to have been less accepted by players.
Yeah, I think also adding to what you just say now, if you look at like publishing or like project financing as we do, either it's like very small money provided, where it's like, okay, we can afford to lose 50K if this doesn't go well, this is like an easy bet, whatever. Or it's, okay, we would rather invest in something that is more than $1 million, because then you're gonna make a bigger game, a more beautiful game, and we believe that will probably have a better chance to explode and generate a lot of revenue. So right now, I think when I see people pitching, there is a gap between there. And therefore, we're also seeing that these studios that, not those that got VC, but those that just 2, 3, 4, 5 friends started a studio, made a game, maybe out of education, just like me, they have a very, very hard time finding money. And of course, they don't employ 50, 100 people, but they're still a very important grassroots layer of the industry in educating people. And those studios, we see a lot of those closing, and some of them are like 25 people or 30 people that are still looking for this amount of money. And depending on which region we are in the world, like these studios are falling very, very quickly. And I think we're going to see some of that talent move elsewhere, some of that like good startup talent. I don't know if that really answered your question.
But I'll say to your point, to address it, so I recognize that that's true, and I think it's entirely consistent with like capitalism, right? Like, I mean, high risk, high reward. And these games have generated high reward, and if we look at those projects, they're, from an investment point of view, if someone had invested in it, other than the makers themselves, it would have been extremely risky investment. And I think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think, above the water, you have these success cases that, everyone points to aspirationally. Underneath that, you have all of the games made by smaller studios that with new IP that no one's ever heard of because they didn't perform. And so, I wouldn't be fooled by those successes. Meanwhile, you don't hear as much about the common stuff, but it's not like Call of Duty did worse, right? Age of Empires 2 is still on fire after its remaster. Like, there are a lot of games out there that are safe investments for the publishers, and they made their predicted capital. They were not risky, but they didn't return high rewards because it's not risky.
And yeah, thank you. And moving on, because again, there seems to be different gaps. So we talked about one. You mentioned another one that could be interesting as well is, so senior management, and we're seeing more and more people like CEOs, C-levels retiring from the game industry. But also it means that if there's less and less middle management, there will be a transmission problem, a welcoming problem to foster and welcome new generations. So how to address that?
Well, that's a very good question.
That's a good question, yeah.
First of all, I think it's quite normal for any industry to go through something like this. And for all of us, it's of course devastating because it's people's jobs and mortgages and all of these things. But at some point, it's going to stabilize. And then I think companies will have to address this. So they will need to figure out the corporate educational programs to make sure that people entering into the industry are kept in the industry and is being educated in the industry. And then I think we would also see that we have to headhunt from outside of the industry, which is expensive. So even though we always talk about, in the beginning of this, I think when people talked about all of the layoffs, it's like about 2 years ago, it's like, it's gonna take a year, then we're gonna get back up. And colleagues in the industry that was more experienced with me were like, we experienced that before, it's gonna take about a year or two. I think it's gonna take a little bit longer this time. So it's gonna be like a long uphill run. But the knowledge gap, I think, will of course like close itself. I also think that the people I see entering into the industry today, they are extremely dedicated and very, very smart. The people I see pitching us at Wings from all over the world, they do their due diligence to a completely different level than what we did 10 years ago when I started out in the industry. So I'm not too worried about the generation coming after me. Like I feel that they have a different kind of attitude towards creating games and creative products. And they are also looking more to the market than what I did on the indie scene. Yeah.
I think, as you said, that there will be a rate. At some point, the bleeding will stop, and they will realize senior management will realize they've cut too far. Because the middle management layer of any company, any industry, gaming notwithstanding. I mean, gaming is the same. They're kind of unsung heroes in a way. They do a lot, right? And I think frontline employees are getting to the point where if they don't have proper management and supervision, I think work starts to deteriorate, right? What are the things that middle management provides? They provide mentorship. They provide, a sense of experience. People work harder and they work longer and they panic less when people who are experienced are managing them. This has been recorded and shown to be true. So I think there's a need for middle management, and at some point it will bounce back a bit. But the truth is, if you look at the 90s where a similar thing happened, middle management started to disappear across corporations in America, those jobs generally did not come back. And so, we'll have a bit of a bounce back, but those jobs will not fully come back. That leaves the question, where do all of these competent, capable middle managers in the gaming space go from this point? Well, I think we've already started to see it. We see a lot of consultants, right? Yeah. I mean, consulting is something people do generally when they're thinking about their longer term job opportunity and they're looking for something to keep fresh in the meantime, or it's something that they decide they're going to do for the rest of their life, for their remaining working career. So I feel like we've got a bunch of middle management that is very experienced, very talented ultimately, and some of them will try to start studios. We've seen a lot of that. Some of them will go into consulting, and I think some of them will find their way into other kinds of entrepreneurship or into adjacent industries where I think they'll add a lot of value. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we see increased ideas around gamification in a lot of other industries.
And another gap or discrepancy about what you mentioned is so a lot of consulting, like middle management getting into consulting. We see a lot of biz dev, PR, marketing support, agencies, etc., set up also to foster a trend towards self-publishing, which is cool. Right. But first, isn't there too many consultancy agency? And then with less and less, especially early stage investment and more risk-averse publishers, it means that the funding risk needs to be taken early by the developers. So since there is less early stage money, etc., how will it work? And end of the line, how will the consulting agency work? Because they depend on the studio to thrive.
I think it's easier to be a consultant maybe in Europe, where there is quite a lot of public funding floating around. What I see here is when there is not that early stage risk filling capital for studios, and publishings are not signing the same kind of deals, and you have to do self-publishing and then work with one of these agencies that takes a small percentage. We will see a lot of regions where starting a studio, getting it off the ground will be very, very difficult, because now it's no longer enough to have a good prototype that you build in your spare time or next to your full-time job. Now you have to fund a full development with contractors and other things like that.
And marketing.
If you're not working with one of these agencies that take a percentage of your revenue. And so these consultancy, I think a lot of the people doing the consultancy is also making sure that if they are made redundant where they are right now, that they still have a source of income. But I think that's only some regions where we're going to see this happening, where there's like still some kind of base layer of funding floating, like Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and so on, where there is actual money. Brazil, where you can apply for public funding.
Yeah, no, I think it's an excellent. It's like the question, right? Of you need money to get to a certain point. Let's say half of development, and then hopefully a publisher will come in for the other half, or you have completion funding for the other half. But those types of fundings, like, we need it, but we don't have it yet. And the existing funding mechanism, publishers and VCs, are both receding on the front half of that risk. So where will this risk capital come from? I believe that we're talking about a $200 billion industry, $300 billion industry over the next 5 years. In that kind of landscape, it's too big of an opportunity that when the ecosystem is broken, nobody tries to address it. I think people will come in and try to figure out a rational way to deploy capital up front. And I think there'll be several different kinds of solutions that become more available. Sadly, they're generally not available today, but some of the things that I think about to bridge this gap specifically would be more, Hollywood movie-style financing systems and slate financing, attracting maybe less traditional angel investors to pool into that capital, and then trying to create a portfolio and spread the risk and upfront investments. I think product finance funds have not been very popular in our industry for a number of reasons, right? Generally VC funds promise higher returns, 10 to 30x returns, but their time frame is 5 to 7 years, sometimes 10 years. With a product finance fund, however, maybe you don't get 10x, maybe you get 3x, but maybe you get that in 3 or 4 years. And so the velocity of return becomes more interesting to some kinds of investors. And I see that we will see more product finance funds, I hope so, like Kowloon Knights, but there just are not that many, unfortunately, at this time. And then I think there are other ideas for financing. I know of a couple of startups that are working to try to set up right now the idea of specialized investment vehicles for individual titles that common investors can actually, it's like Kickstarter, but with a rev share component.
Similar to FIG, maybe.
Like FIG, but probably differently organized with a bigger front end for investors, which I think FIG lacked.
For the project financing, which I think is very interesting, we see there's like outer slot, and I think that's interesting to look at because it's indie developers that are then starting to add their successful money back into the industry, and maybe they will look at assessing games differently from what a traditional publisher, the same as we did in Kowloon Knights. I was there, I didn't mention that, but I was there as an advisor for 4 years. Most of the advisors there came from running their own studios. We look at games and we look at spotting good studios in a different way. Similar at Wings, all of the advisors there also run their own studios. Nocturne. Yep. Yeah. So there is these things. Yeah. People are trying to do this.
Yes.
And then we also see, so for example at Wings, we do have a couple of things in our portfolio where the other side of the money doesn't come from a publisher, but comes from equity from other indies as well. Yeah. So we see more and more of the indies going and fund other indies. The tricky thing about that is that if you don't pitch us a Wings or Kowloon or Outer Slot, which is fairly easy, there's a webpage, you go there. If you have to find money from another indie, then you need a good network and those introductions, and then you will need access to visa and travel and a lot of other things at the same time. But I do see that those things are happening. And then we see a lot of different kind of setups at the moment where people are experimenting a little bit with new models, and I think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
But yes, some of the project funding avenue right now, including Kowloon as well, it's maybe they were a bit early to the trend, and
Yeah.
they need to survive up till
Yeah.
being.
I can also add that in Wings, like in the beginning, we would invest mostly 50K. That doesn't work for self-publishing, basically. Or in some cases, there is this like brilliant indie developer that can make a game for 10K and be very successful. But in most cases, that doesn't work. So for a long time in Wings, we were not adding enough money, basically. And now we are looking to add more money so people can actually self-publish. It takes a bigger team to self-publish, even when they're doing the community and marketing on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of the big change we're seeing as well is part of the previous rise up, even before COVID, where investments from big big Asian companies, plus coupled with the growth of Game Pass funding, plus at the time Epic Game Stores, etc. A lot of these things are either shrinking down in terms of amounts, or non-existing, or backing down for some of the Asian partners. So what would replace? Because consulting agencies once, we see less early stages, and now it's moving more and more towards Series B, so more about growth and sustainability for existing ones, but how to welcome new studios and partners without these missing links from.
Yeah, like NetEase and Tencent had the minority investments, and they don't have that at the moment. That's on hold, and I think that helped kickstart a lot of studios, right? I do see some interesting tax programs emerging around the world, and I also see that more government are going in to do actually similar models as the Wings Outer Slot Counter Nights model, but like government funded. Hopefully that can keep some of the talent around and help startups.
Yeah, I just think that it's going to remain very challenging, I think, in the short term. It's very difficult. I also think there's another avenue that can't be overlooked, and it is another trend that especially will impact, I think, the African continent over time, for example, and Latin America and Southeast Asia, which is, if we think that codev is big now, I think that codev is going to grow even larger. And the reason why is, like, if you look at, I have clients that are in Europe, I have clients that are in Africa, I have clients that are in Southeast Asia, and I have clients in America. Of all of those, I'm most worried about the American developers because their cost structure is largely unsustainable. All right, if you're trying to start a startup and get a seed funding in Europe, you're probably asking for $1 million, €1.5 million. To start a comparable startup in the United States, you're asking for $3.5 million seed. The valuations aren't terribly different, but and that means that their VCs are gobbling up large shares relatively of these companies. I don't think that's sustainable. When you have a 60-person studio, they're all US based, the cost structure it's crazy, right? Once, I'll just say, like, I ran into Singularity 6, I think they made Palia, a really nice, like, great studio in terms of its talent, but it was like 200 people in Orange County, California. Do you know what the burn of that is? That's millions every month. And so I think you have to look at American studios and say they have to radically restructure the way that they think about and deliver games. And I think what that means is, instead of 60-person studios, you're going to be looking at 15, 20-person studios, largely experienced leads, and a few juniors, and then everything else is a coordination with trusted outsourcing co-dev partners in different parts of the world. And we've already proven through COVID that this can be done productively, and I think it represents an opportunity in places like Africa. South Africa, is, I think, very well positioned with its infrastructure and being in the Central European time zone, et cetera. Having a good educational system pumps out a lot of engineers. I think you guys are, in Africa in general, from a cost basis, are very well positioned to capture the opportunity as other experienced studios in the West, Europe included, look for co-dev partners. I think this opportunity isn't just a flow of capital to you, where you'll have margin and you can use the margin to create your own projects over time. Like that's the traditional way people come up in the industry before all this investment capital flooded us, kind of the hard way. But it also represents knowledge transfer. You learn a ton from that sort of cooperation, and I think over time that will raise the level of game development to parity over time.
And then you make your own IP, so you're not have to
forever co-dev,
yeah,
right?
co-dev or be waiting for someone in Europe to take a decision on your behalf.
That's one of the opportunities, especially for South African dev and African dev. We're seeing more and more North American studios that were or humanoid origins or similar shutting down because the cost is there is no funding for this kind of cuts anymore. But they're going to keep like core IP creators, like smaller teams, etc., and then having the actual dev work being done in Africa, in Southeast Asia, etc., in different parts of the country, in the world. And you already have that knowledge and experience here with Yellow Lab, with 24 Bits, with Sea Monsters, etc. So that's one of the strong opportunity, but coming from the risks that have been shared in Europe, and the studio that went into the full work for hire roads, it's very hard afterwards to get back to creating original IP. Because you end up thinking, oh, will I take the risk? No. And then you end up losing the ability, the opportunity, the network to do original IP. So that's also one thing to consider. There needs to be both feet to be stable on the ground. Maybe we have a bit of time for a few questions. There were a few topics I wanted to talk about, but that might be a bit long, like unionization, especially since you started mentioning capitalism at this first. Unionization is part of what's happening, what's probably protecting as well. And in North America, we're starting seeing more and more strikes in Europe, but that's a bigger topic. Any questions, maybe, for the remaining times?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all,
who are you?
My name is Zaid Montala. I'm from the Jobs Fund. So I loved this panel. I think it was very, very insightful, and it actually gets the dials turning upstairs, and especially the last part of the discussion. So with our project with the Jobs Fund, the theory of change that we have is that, okay, listen, if we are able to create almost like a local empowering or enabling ecosystem locally, you'll find many people here actually will be able to tap in to all of the magic that's happening globally. And there was this little flutter inside, when you guys spoke about, because oh, thank God, okay, it's it's proof of concept. So, with that being said, what would you say are the major risks to that? So, in a space like South Africa, where we are trying to create awareness to empower local developers or everyone in the value chain there, what are some of the things that we should worry about, maybe in the mid to long term, such that we don't trip ourselves up at the finish line as we're getting off the starting block now? Thank you.
Maybe a quick thing. First thing, talk and network and have events like Africa Games Week, because that's where you will learn preventing the issues we did in Europe, in North America, etc. So ensure that Africa Games Week will be there the next years and similar events. And second, one common thing we haven't touched yet, but all the growing countries like Vietnam, Brazil, new countries with new IPs, etc., they have one common thing: government support. Maybe that's one thing to foster and to work here, because so far we haven't seen emerging video games economy somewhere without that.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I have to agree. I think there's government support, but there can be government support that works and government support that doesn't work. I think Christian's going to talk about that, but and is an expert in such matters. But I think it has to be the right program for the country, right, and for the region, to create the kind of labor pool that you need and the talent pool that you need to seize that kind of opportunity. And the thing is, you know, you can create incentives that bring in the wrong kind of investment, that are short-term, that don't persist, that don't really leave a lasting impact positively on a region, or you can do it in a structured in a right way that actually does build a base for the country and the region. And so I think that's really, really important. The other thing is just general education. I mean, just the health of your general educational system matters. STEM, but not just STEM. Because this is still an artistic endeavor, and we need musicians, and we still need people that have art skills, and like, you know, these things are not always thought about in traditional education. We have such a concentration of STEM. What else? I think I think knowledge transfer myself. There are areas that I think could advance faster if somehow we could get experienced people into situations, and we could do transfer, like for example, knowledge transfer by sending more junior people to Western studios for a while, right, on some sort of exchange or borrowing system. And I think promoting travel to conferences is a very important thing, because you start to create this web of networks among people, and it's impossible to, I think, just model out how positive that impact is, but I know that it is very important for everybody, because everybody's got a story about that, right?
Can I add something quickly? When I get pitches from these regions we are talking about, including from here, I think there's often a mismatch with the business model to what is actually easy to do as a startup. And maybe it's how local incubators are run. I don't have enough knowledge there at the moment, but I see a lot of startups from all of Africa pitching mobile games. And maybe that's because that's the platform you prefer to use, which is great. The tricky thing is just like a startup in mobile games. There's big money there, but doing a startup there, you need a lot of funding. So I see actually some very interesting mobile games from time to time pitched to me. I cannot fund it. In Wings we fund premium PC console games, but also as a startup, sometimes a really good PC game is an easier pitch if you want to pitch a publisher in Sweden or US or Germany. And that is like, if any of you out there is like, I want to start my own studio, then maybe you normally play on a mobile because that's what you have access to. But maybe try to think about that. And it's not only Africa. I've seen in Brazil as well, Vietnam and Thailand. There is a lot of talent, very, very creative. People are very good at animation, programming, and so on. But the basic business model is just not as easy. Mm-hmm. That's not said it cannot be done. We always see people doing the impossible in the industry, but it's something to think about, at least, to answer your question.
And also from what we said, basically, early stage is the missing part right now, early stage investment. So that might be also a lead towards government, whatever form of support to build up here. Plus one mindset, accepting failure. It's really part of...
That's excellent. The ease with which you can start companies, the lack of stigma and credit risk to you if you fail or go bankrupt, these are very important things to company formation.
Keep in mind that bankruptcy is very different from country to country, so accepting failure and bankruptcy without knowing the legal impact, which is maybe an easy say.
Or improving the legal impact to encourage company formation is also important.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We were a little bit late when we started the program. We would love to take more questions, but our panelists are still here. So after the break, we will have a break after the next presentation. You can always talk to them. They're here. If you have any more questions, just reach out. It's just that we want to be on time with the rest of the program. So thank you so much for your valuable insights. Give it up to the amazing people in here. So, we will be moving, yes, from the state of the industry to our main core of this conference, which is leadership. So now we will have the coming presentation. Don't leave, stay with us. The common presentation would be about mastering creative leadership. Here we have James and Ben from Cooker Studios. Give it up to them. Thank you for being here.
Oh. Do we need a clicker? Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, so thank you so much for having us. There we go, that's amazing. Cool. If you could just play the video, please. Cool, thank you. So as we said, we're here to talk about mastering creative leadership, about behind the success of Manalords. Very quickly, who are we? I'm James Matthes. I'm the Creative Executive Officer at Pressure Cooker Studios.
And I am Ben. I am a senior composer at Pressure Cooker Studios and the lead composer on Manalords.
Yeah, and we're the studio behind Manalords. Just a little bit about who we are. We're a music and audio studio based here in Cape Town. We've been in the industry for 14 years. We cut our teeth in the film and media industry for our sins. And but we basically got a passion for cinematic storytelling, and we really want to bring that to the gaming industry. Some of the clients that we've worked with in the past, both local and international. We've had the pleasure of working with the guys at Nyamakop on Semblance, and a bunch of studios both here in South Africa and in the US and Europe. And why gaming? We got into the mobile gaming industry, for better or worse, and we were doing quite a bit of that, and then we got the chance to work with the guys over at Nyamakop on their first game, Semblance, and we really, really enjoyed getting stuck in there and flexing our storytelling abilities in the gaming model. We are a studio full of gamers, so we're really, really, really passionate about gaming and about storytelling and about elevating those stories through our craft. And so we wanted to bring this passion through to the industry. And in 2020, a few of you will remember a thing called COVID hit. And it was an interesting time for us. It was the first time I actually realized that I had to be a leader in my business, because we had, I think it was 11 of us at the time. There's 21 of us now. And we had to come up with a plan of how are we going to get through COVID together. And so we realized we had a whole bunch of time on our hands, and we were all stuck at home. And we went, well, what do we really want to do? And we were still doing mobile games, because games were still going. And so we thought we would take the leap and invest a whole bunch of time into the gaming industry and put that effort into what we really wanted to do. And so we went hunting on every possible medium across the internet, Reddits and Discords and everything like that. And we managed to find 4 games in that time. 3 of them became a reality and actually got released. One of them was a really great, successful dungeon crawler VR game, and the other one was Manlords, which was supposed to release in 2020, but that never happened. But basically, we wanted to find a game that was going to propel us into the global gaming industry, because we wanted to show the world that we could be pioneers out of Africa and bring the world's best games to our continent. Yeah, we took that leap, and we got Manlords, which we found on a subreddit, and yeah, we started harassing the dev, and yeah, we eventually got him to agree to work with us. But
yes.
What is Manlords?
Yes. So what is Manlords? It's a breathtakingly beautiful medieval city builder and conquest game created by Slavic Magic, and as Jamie mentioned, we hunted him on a gaming subreddit and sent him a lot of late-night love letters telling him that we really want to be a part of this project, and he was just creating this absolutely beautiful, like, these crazy visuals all on his own, and he seemed super passionate about this kind of the authenticity behind this, and we really resonated with that, and we just really wanted to be involved. So eventually he did agree to send us a brief, and it said this: I'm really looking for something fresh and organic for the soundtrack, with real instrument players, not just sampling. The textures of the soundtrack need to be unique, something that hasn't been done to death. I also want jam sessions and improvisational elements to the tracks that authentically captured the folk traditions of the period. And I have no budget.
So
yeah.
we got excited by this. It was a challenge that he wasn't able to solve in Europe. And we were really passionate about it, and we believe in respectful collaborations. We want to work with people that respect our craft, and we want to work with games that we respect their games, because it's our baby and their baby, and so we could see that. We saw a very passionate game maker, and we saw something that we saw a lot of potential in, and we were like, this is going to be our spear into the international market, and we're going to take a big risk on this, and we're going to invest in this game because we believe in it, and we're going to invest our time, our money, our resources, use our downtime, use every resource that we have available to us, and take this game to the next level. And so how we did that was, first part was putting the right team together, and we have a saying at the studio about pairing the right talent with the right project, and it's like like a fundamental thing that our studio is based on. When we started, it was just 2 of us, and together we were stronger together rather than alone. We'd hit roadblocks by ourselves, and so, as Ben said, he's the lead composer on the project, and this was right up Ben's alley. Well, we thought at the time. He learned and grew a lot over the project. Yeah, a lot to learn, but it wasn't just an internal team that we needed to put together. We also needed to take a lot of our collaborators that we had been working with over the last 10 years in the film industry and pair that talent with this project. So it was really great to be able to bring that skill set to the gaming industry. So we brought in collaborators like our score mixer Fuzzy, who plays about 10 different wind instruments and various other medieval instruments, and is an incredible score mixer. James Harvey, who plays 30 instruments.
Yeah, 22 instruments or something.
And found a whole bunch of these collaborators locally that would collaborate with us, and that we could record in our studios and bring this game soundtrack to life in the best way that we thought we knew how. So that brings us to...
Yeah, so one of our longtime collaborators is a guy called Vicente Espy. He's a very talented violin player, and he actually has this old sort of, they call it a Baroque violin, and its strings are made of sheep guts. And So it is an authentic instrument from
Not
days of
medieval.
old. Not medieval though, from specifically from the Baroque era. And we really wanted to experiment with this thing and record a bunch of things and see what we could do. It was around at this time that I would also spend a lot of time in my studio writing cinematic music, because for me, Manor Lords wasn't just this medieval game, but it was also this beautiful game. And just the film composer in me just wanted to tell that story cinematically. And this was also something that really resonated with Greg. So we kind of developed our core vision for the score, which was this cinematic experience that is firmly rooted in the authenticity of medieval times.
Can we just play this example quickly?
Yeah. So this was one of the very first successful experiments for us that we did, and this was done with Vince on his ancient violin, and we got super excited about this. We called it the Manor Lord's Call because it kind of felt like a sort of a call to action in a sort of a hopeful sense. It gave us that feeling of, when you, as a gamer, sitting down with your city builder. I love city builders, by the way. I'm like a huge city builder fanboy, and like whenever I sit down, with an empty map and I'm planning out my city for the first time, like that feeling of, new kind of adventure ahead, new planning ahead in this new world. That's what I got from this sound, and we were super excited. We wrapped this up, and we sent it off to Greg, and we also wrote a whole bunch of other things, but this was the first thing that we were confident to share with him, be like, hey, we've got something here. Let's build on this.
What was exciting about it, though, was this track developed as the first thing that got put out to the fan base.
Yes, that's
in
true.
the game. And so Greg had a really great community being built, and he wanted to get people excited not only about the visuals of this world, but also about the music of this world, because music can tell a deeper story and immerse you in the game even further. And so this was one of the first pieces that got put out to the world. Got a lot of...
well, we used this theme, and we built out a full sort of an 8 or 10 minute track called The Peasants, that we, for the sole purpose of actually uploading to YouTube and to socials, to get people excited about the sound. It wasn't necessarily a track made for the game, but it was a track made for the fans, potentially, to get people involved and the community involved. This is a beautiful game coming out, but also there's this epic soundtrack on its way, and to get people excited about that as well.
And this is how that collaboration built momentum for the game and got everybody excited, and it got Greg excited, and allowed us to start flexing and start making the music for this game. And then we got some really great feedback from Greg. Love it, sounds amazing, fits the gameplay perfectly, beautiful. Yeah, just a lot of positive praise. And so we finished the soundtrack, and we thought, well, job well done. He's going to go into dev mode, and he's going to sit there hacking away at the game until he's ready to release it. And we sat back feeling relaxed and happy, and then...
then 6 months kind of later, Greg went into his dev cave mode, and he was developing, and he sat with for a long time, for that period of time with the game, it being implemented, the music and so forth, and he kind of came back with some feedback. He's like, hey guys, there's a few issues here. So let's talk about some of these creative challenges that he raised. Our main takeaways were a lot of the music was sounding too modern, a lot of the music was sounding too sweet, a lot of the music was sounding too fantasy-like. So let's dig into these a little bit. In order to understand our first big challenge, the music is too modern, we kind of have to break down the fundamental differences between modern composers and medieval composers. And we had to become medieval composers in order to write truly authentic medieval music. And the very first thing that comes to mind are these rigid grids. Modern music definitely is structured differently. there are these hard rules, there are these fixed tempos, there are these kind of bar lines and these hard structures. As you can see on the left-hand side, that is a medieval score. It's just like a bleh, notes, and all of our software that we work on these days, it's all built around these bars and these structures, and so it was so difficult for us to break that structure, as a mindset. The second big difference between modern and medieval is the monophonic and the polyphonic music. I think there's a couple of muses, and might not know what that means. But basically, polyphonic music is sort of a little bit more of an advanced harmonic structure that we as modern composers use. They're called chords. If you were to pick up a guitar, you play C, A, G, A minor, and you kind of repeat these block chords, and you kind of write a melody on top of it. That's known as polyphonic music. Medieval music didn't work that way. It was monophonic. It had a single drone tone that ran right through, that established the key of the music, and there was just this bleh, melody, thought, musical thought kind of running on top of it, and that's how they wrote music. So, our second big challenge, the music is too sweet, and I had to do a lot of soul searching about this one. And we realized, whenever we listen to, sorry guys, is it falling off? Can you hear me? Hello? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Whenever we listen to medieval music through popular culture, through films, through video games, they kind of, it's generally very sweet sounding or very jovial sounding. It's like court music, or it's happy flutes, and there's anything really hectic or dark about it necessarily. But Manalords was not telling a happy story necessarily. It was telling a story of hard times. And you can, and the game is designed for your peasants to die, if you don't know what you're doing. That's, So we needed to tell the story, and we needed to figure out ways to record things in a more harsh, authentic kind of a way. In order
I'm just going to keep touching you the whole time.
That's okay. That's basically one of the things that we had to do.
There we go.
So the third big challenge was the music to fantasy-like, and in order to kind of dig into this one a little bit more, we have to go back to our core vision of the score, which was we wanted to write a cinematic score that is firmly rooted in the authenticity of medieval times. Now, many fantasy scores have the same description, film and video games. They all have this beautiful cinematic stuff that has these influences of medieval elements. So what is the difference? We weren't creating a fantasy experience. We were creating an authentic, a historical authentic experience. And how are we going to differentiate? So this piece is an example of something that I wrote super early on in the process.
Before the feedback.
Before the feedback, that kind of has this fantasy kind of space about it. Let's have a listen to it quickly and see. Okay, so I mean, it's okay. It's lovely. It sounds like like something for an elven town. It sounds like something modern that is inspired by an older time. It doesn't sound like an older time. what is it about this that kind of gives us that elven or fairy forest kind of feeling? And it's sort of, we realized, firstly, you can hear the grid, the rigid grid kind of predictable structure there, which is that modern approach, which is sort of, the departure point for any modern composer. That's in there. But also, whenever we presented music with string orchestra and medieval instruments together, it would take our dev out of his world and it would put him in this fantasy place. And it actually makes sense because there were no string orchestras in those days. So it kind of breaks authenticity when you do that. So we needed to devise a system. We needed to devise this two-lane kind of system where the two couldn't really coexist. We wanted to give a cinematic experience, but we wanted to give an authentic experience. How do we do this in the same piece? So we decided we're going to write some cinematic music. It's going to live on its own. We're going to give this to some of our collaborators and let them experiment with being inspired by some of the melody elements or themes of this cinematic music, but more importantly, express the same feeling and emotion that it gives on their instruments in an authentic way. Medieval instruments are a lot more limited than a string orchestra is, so they cannot do the same thing. So how do we connect these two emotionally? Let's have a listen to a piece where you can hear the grids have been broken. You can hear the instrument, the medieval instrument, it's called a medieval viol. It's a truly authentic medieval instrument played in a very harsh, rough kind of a way that also incorporates this two-lane system of ours where we had cinematic score and medieval music kind of telling the same story.
And I think also just to touch on to that, from this feedback, we also had to bring in new collaborators,
Yes.
So we had to manage new talent, we had to find new players that could bring this new sound to the world that we needed to create, that raw, darker sound.
Yes,
and,
this particular guy's name is Enrique Pastor Morales. He's from Spain, and he is just a master medieval instrumentalist. Yeah.
Cool, can we play the... Cool, I'm going to cut it there because we're running out of time. But yeah. Yeah, but it was really cool. We got to solve these problems. We got to collaborate with the game dev who actually knew more about medieval music than us. And we had to park our egos. We had to figure out these problems, and we had to solve them together as a team at the studio and like find new collaborators and manage that. What got really, really exciting was very late in the process, we got some money. Woo!
Yes.
Greg managed to unlock a epic mega grant, and so he came to us and said, where do you guys want to record? And there was only one place that we wanted to record, which was Air Studios in London. We've been fans. Every major film that we've ever loved has been recorded there. And we also had collaborators in London.
And it's an old cathedral.
And it's an old cathedral. In Peter Davison, who we've worked with in the past, and his wife, and they managed to hook up some of the best musicians that were going to deliver on the score. Our orchestrator here in South Africa worked with him, who's also an orchestrator, to make sure that we got the most out of, I think it was one day in air, and how were we going to maximize that by being the most prepared that we could be for that recording. And
it's
so
expensive.
It is, yeah, it's expensive, but it made all the difference. You heard those strings, one take, and it was beautiful. So what this led to was a lot of global recognition. Not only for us, but for the game. I mean, I'm sure most people know here it's the most wishlisted game on Steam ever, which, like, for us feels like, wow, job achieved, 2020. Like, that's what we set out to achieve as a team, and I feel like we succeeded in that. But finishing a game and take it to the next level are two different things. We could have just gone, okay, we're done with the music, moving on, but we wanted to take the soundtrack further, and we wanted to put in the effort of how we're going to take it further. So we started reaching out to local collaborators here, and I think Dom at Free Lives was really kind, and she introduced us to the lovely people at Laced Records in London, and we had a chat with them about releasing the soundtrack and how we're going to make the most impact with the soundtrack, because the game's going to make an impact, but how do we make an impact as a studio on the tip of Africa and show the world that what we can do from Africa. And so they were really, really blown away by the soundtrack. If people don't know Lace, they've released a few small soundtracks like Doom, a small game called Halo, Gears of War, those sorts of things. Oh, and Manlords. Yeah, it was really, really exciting that they were excited to get behind us, and we actually have a pre-release of a vinyl coming out for the soundtrack soon. So watch this space.
And it's looking beautiful.
We wish we could share pictures.
So beautiful.
But then we also wanted to share our journey with the world, like we want to make a noise out of Africa. We want to be pioneers out of Africa, and so we have to go out to the world. And so we worked with Audra from Plan of Attack, who's a PR agency, and she helped us get our talk into DevCom, which we went to this year, and Ben sweated bullets on stage there in front of everybody. Is Nico in this crowd here? He was here. No, he's not here. He's smoking outside probably. But yeah, we managed to get into DevCom, which was really, really cool, and really made a really big impact for us.
Totally, yeah. I mean, that was really such a big moment for us as pioneers out of Africa. In our space, in our creative space, in audio, in music and sound.
Need a shave, bro.
No, I don't. Yeah, I just wanted to take that on. I think it really was such an incredible moment for us to be accepted to something like that, and it also showed us we can do it. And hopefully it also shows a lot of other people from our continent that we can.
Yeah. And so I guess just reflecting back on where we were in 2020 versus where we are now in 2024, I feel as creatives we've grown a lot, as leaders we've grown a lot, but what's most important is we set our minds to a task in one of the darkest times I think that most of us living here today remember, and we turned a Black Swan event into gold for us, and so we're really, really proud of what we've achieved, and we really hope that it can inspire more people to go out and manifest a future that they want to create, because I think Africa's got talent. We're probably the largest untapped pool of potential in the world, and we're really trying to help lead the way in helping the African gaming industry grow. And so, yeah, we just really wanted to say thank you so much for having us here today, and I hope you enjoyed our story.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think we've got 6 minutes and 37 seconds left for questions.
We try to speed through so that we can get like a couple, if anybody's got any questions. Yes.
So I think the background music when you play Gwent in The Witcher is really iconic, and it's actually perfect because it's something that is not intrusive, but still takes focus or takes you into that world. And even though there's only a few tracks I've noticed, I never get tired of the music, even if I play Gwent for hours. So how do we do that? How do we make music that players can listen to for hours and not get tired of that?
Yeah, so it's actually a great question because it was a big challenge for us, especially coming from the film industry. I would say the major difference as a composer between film and video games is exactly that, is immersion, where video games, you need to be able to immerse somebody for X amount of time, which you don't really know.
And not piss them off.
And not piss them off, right? And with film, it's a little bit different, because in film, you've kind of got your fixed timeline, you know when things are going to happen. So you kind of know where to maximize your dynamics in your music, whereas with video games, you can't. And we wrote so much music that we cut for Manlords, because the dev the whole time would point out, I'm feeling something here, what's happening? Your music is saying something is happening, and it's not. And that is so difficult, because as a composer, you want to stretch your dynamic, your music dynamically, and have kind of write interesting stuff, right? So a lot of discipline, a lot of cutting, and a lot of over and over and over listening to the stuff and working with the stuff and listening to in-game and seeing, okay, am I being pulled out or am I being pulled in?
And parking your musical ego, yeah.
100%
what is going to serve the story the best, and like being as minimal as possible. Like
I mean, there was a track that we wrote for Winter called A Gentle Cold, and I'll quickly just where we recorded this in London, you know, with the best string players in the world, and there was kind of from minute, I don't know, was it like from 7 to 8 or something in the track, that the strings kind of eventually peaked and kind of did this sweeping, beautiful kind of gesture, and at the end, Greg was like, guess what, we're cutting. I'm like, no, we can't cut. So we actually had to edit that track down for gameplay. Luckily, we've kept the full version for the soundtrack, but for gameplay, that was just, we even cut after our recordings. So yeah, parking ego. Yeah.
Answer the question. Yeah.
So you've done a lot of this now, and it's great. You've learned so much is cutting room floor stuff as well. So what would you like to do next? Because so much there's inspiration that comes from game dev that says, hey, we built this game, but maybe from your perspective, is there anything that you've come up with that was like, oh, it'd be great if there was a game that was like this? Now that you've learned so much. What would you like to do next is the question.
Sure. We can speak as a composer, we can speak as like a studio. I'll answer as a studio, you know, like I think locally, like we really want to take the knowledge and experience that we've gained from this experience and like invest it in the local industry, speaking to African game makers across the whole continent, like what are they making and how can we help elevate those games, because we've got great games, we just need to push them to the highest level, and Sound and Music can do that. It can do a lot of the heavy lifting, because, you know, it's like how we being clever about how we spending our money, you know, like what you don't see, you know, you can tell with sound, you know, and that's something we really want to make an impact here from a style of game. I guess every composer at the studio has a different passion. I think overarching for us is story, you know, like we really love storytelling. You know, as Ben said, strategy games.
Yeah, you know, and authenticity. Like I think there's an appeal for us about taking something from a certain region and digging into what really makes it authentic and converting that into a cinematic storytelling experience, you know, and that for me is what, you know, we learned a lot about through doing Manor Lords. It'll be great to do, I don't know, something new like a sci-fi, or perhaps, you know, and see how we could implement the same learnings but into a different style and kind of broaden our horizons a little bit. But I'm also very, very happy to do fantasy. I mean, I, you know, play fantasy and strategy games like literally all the time. So yeah, I'm completely at home there. Yeah.
Hey guys, thank you so much for the talk. I have a little bit of a more technical question for you guys. So I'm an advocate for the music of the game should really support the gameplay, right? And in a game like Manor, of course, you want when a emotive moment or a mechanical moment happens, like let's say you were on a really high peak of you know, farming stuff, and then something really tragic happens and all your players die. You want to reflect that in real time.
Sure.
But modern music is more modular, you know, you have MIDI files and everything, but you guys are saying that you had to go back to a like more bleh type of musical structure. So how are you dynamically transitioning between those moments and like on the fly just going from one type of gameplay to a different emotive experience with the musical structure?
Want to talk a little bit about the mechanics of some?
Yeah, for sure. Look, I don't think there's really a difference between the implementation of assets. You still have to work with assets, and so it is still modular in that way. I think it's just what is your asset doing, you know, and like we had, for instance, summer and winter, which was an interesting example where winter does in the game feel very desolate. Your crops aren't growing. It's a big mechanic in the game versus summertime where things can grow again. So it was a little bit tricky because we didn't want to just cut off music when the winter starts and the summer ends. So we would kind of allow the music to play out and would kind of gradually. What's nice about Manor Lords is when the winter starts, snowfall starts gently, and it's also a gradual. So it kind of worked out quite nicely to just allow a transition for that. Yeah, but our time is up.
Cool.
Unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very
so much.
Cool.
I'm actually very happy that I got to see your work because we talked about it, but now I saw and I heard the music. So thank you so much. Are we taking a photo or yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
So I have an announcement to make. You guys can take a break, and then we will be back with the program at 11:10. So those who are going to the workshop, the Spelfabriket workshop, it will be at room A. And after that, at the same time, 11:10, we will continue here with the Unity Muse for those who are interested at that session. So in 10 minutes break, and then we go back. We come back here. So thank you. The session is about AI, just to spike the interest. Yes.
Right, the next session is in session. So thank you so much for everyone for coming back. I know it's a quick turnaround between the sessions, but we are so fortunate to have Unity in the house. We'll be presenting improving your in-editor workflows with Unity Muse, and I'm going to hand over to Manuel. Manuel, thank you so much. Big hand for him.
Thank you. So thank you everybody for being here today. So we have some technical issues which always happen when you do live demo. I'm trying to launch my editor and it's not working. So in the meantime, I'm going to present to you from more slides that we have for this project. And so this is improving your in-editor workflows with Unity Muse. From a quick hands raising, who knows Unity Muse? That's exactly what I thought. So it's very recent. It's still a baby, as we call it in the terms. It's a product, or a suite of tools that Unity launched quietly last year in closed beta. And so artificial intelligence in video games, as you know, it's something very recent. But at the same time, the world of machine learning and AI is quite old. It's been since the 1950, actually, from the Dartmouth Conference in 1956. And so a lot of the tools and the features that you find in game engines actually work and are powered by machine learning and by AI. But there's a difference with what we call nowadays generative AI, right? And generative AI is also something quite controversial in the world of gaming, because gaming is mostly creators, artists. I'm a designer myself, so my name is Manuel Sainsily. Worked at Unity and started and joined a company 4 years ago as a designer on the XR team, digital twins, augmented reality, virtual reality. And about a year and a half ago, I joined the advocate team. And the advocacy team, which used to be called evangelism, is a team that travels the world, like in location like here. We meet with developers, we do user groups, sessions, and demonstrations of our latest tools. And the goal is to basically educate people, but also inspire them to continue to use the editor with the latest updates to serve them and help make the world better with more creators in it. So one thing that's interesting to know about Muse is that when the company started thinking about entering this world of generative AI, we were really careful about how we wanted to do that, because we wanted to make sure that that was not something that would just create noise for no reason or just add another player in the game. We wanted to do something very thoughtful, very, I would say, important for the gamers, and we wanted to also respect artists. So my background is in ethical AI, what we call responsible AI in the field. And what does that mean? It means that we're trying to keep companies accountable, that they're using models that are safe, that have been trained not on the artist content, but on actually our content. And Unity actually published an article on the subject last year and another updated recently this year, which actually explain exactly how our models are trained, what is actually happening in the background, how our data is being used to really serve you. And to get refreshed of your memory, I'm going to show you quickly a little demo, quick video about 45 seconds that will kind of go through all of the different tools that exist in the suite called Muse. So this was announced again earlier this year. Also generate PDR. And it has understanding of context, which means that you're able to actually select game objects and understand better your scene. We can generate sprites for your games, and not generally just for 2D games. You can use them in many different ways. We can define characters and generate animations as well, and also behaviors. So the behavior tree, for example, which is one of the tools that is in Unity already, has been improved using Unity Muse. And you're looking right now at someone doing literally just text to animation by just typing a few text prompts. So hopefully that gets to work later and I can show you in real time, but at the end of the day, the goal is really just to introduce you to the tool. So again, the goal is really to put AI right in the editor. Initially, Muse chat was actually outside of the editor as a floating window on the web. And who's in the room has used or is currently using ChatGPT? That's everybody. But you don't know Muse. So at the beginning, people were like, why would I need another LLM, right? Large language model. Because you're already probably familiar with the tools that you're using. You use it probably in very different ways. Some people probably don't even write emails anymore. They just summarize them or they generate new text. And probably no one is actually writing emails or sending emails or just talking to each other's AI. But when it comes to gaming, what's the value of a large language model? And that's where Muse Chat comes into play. So the goal for today is going to be to explore those different aspects of generative AI, which can be used for making games. And again, I want to make very clear about this. The goal here is not to give you a tool that's going to replace people in your team or that's going to replace an entire workflow from A to Z. We actually focus on the inner first part of a workflow, which is the prototyping part, the ideation part, where it's really quick iteration, allowing you to get the ball rolling, and so at the end, you still work with artists and professionals to finalize your games. So for example, Muse Chat at the top left here can solve problems, and even understand console errors, so you can select errors and basically understanding how to fix them. You can generate code, but as opposed to ChatGPT, which might not be very well versed in every single complexities that Unity can come with, this particular tool has been trained with the editor's content. So it knows your project settings. It knows which versions you're using. It knows which rendering pipeline you have. And like I said, you can select objects like game objects, assets, console errors, and give him context. And that's really powerful because then when you generate codes, Unity guarantees with Muse that the code is compilable. It will make sure that you have a script that you can attach directly into your game. Behavior is more for people that are let's say, fluent with actual code, and writers are more interesting with visual coding, so being able to play with nodes and create complex scenarios just with nodes that you can move around. Sprite, which can be used to generate assets for a game, so think about making a 2D side-scroller and you're not really a great artist and you want some trees in the background or maybe some clouds in the sky, or even your character assets and having a sprite sheet for your character so you can do a walk cycle. You can generate a lot of that using Muse Sprite. We also have 2D enhancers, which finds itself right into the user's tools called the sprite editor. And right now, what you can do with it is now you can upscale some of the image that you have up to 4K, which is pretty useful when you have low resolution sprites. You can recolor them using a drag and drop palette that is generated from an image. You can pixelate your images. And finally, Muse textures for PBR rendered materials. The last one is animate. With text to video, and I'll have a surprise at the end with something that just came out. It's a new feature we introduced at Unite this year. And if you follow what I'm saying, I'll have one question at the end, and the winner will get a very cool prize that I have in my bag right now. So follow it on. It's not a real exam, but you get something cool at the end.
We should have said that in the beginning.
No, because I want people to really want it. Okay. So Muse Chat actually breaks itself into 3 different portions. There is the first one, which is just chatting with it, and that's very similar to what you're used to with all the LLMs that you already know and love. So it's in the editor. That's the difference from a year ago. Instead of being on the web browser, it's directly a package that you install in Unity. It's in the editor with you. You can dock it, and you can play with it. The concept of attachment is really, I think, the powerful thing here. Because you also can do multiple attachments. There's a difference between an object that you're clicking in the scene, that's on your hierarchy, and an asset that's in your folders. And those 2 different elements can even be attached together to generate a very particular question. You could ask something like, duplicate these different objects in the scene for me. And that's the run command. That's different from chat, because the chat is just a conversational interface. Run allows you to do actions in the editor. And if you start thinking about what that means that you can now have basically shortcuts or macros allowing you to accelerate some part of your prototype. So let's see if Unity is actually working in the background. Yes, it does. Amazing. So let me just close that one, and I'm going to open the other one. So the fact that it's working is actually great, because I hate doing presentation with slides and then people get to fall asleep. We actually spend more of our time inside the editor, and that's what I love doing. So this is the URP sample scene. Who has tried the sample scene before? A couple people. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm going to show you quickly. When you open the Unity Hub and you start a new project, on the section on the left here, you have the sample list of scenes, and the universal 3D sample scene is the one that you want to play with. When you create a new project with it, it comes with 3 scenes. The Oasis is the one that we are currently on, with beautiful water. I actually love that scene because the water is really beautiful. Also looks like my home, so I'm from the Caribbean in Guadeloupe. Looks a little bit like Cape Town, but not really, because that's not desertic. But what's cool with that scene? It looks like we're actually close to Morocco here, I guess. Are you from Morocco, Tunisia, or Algeria? And Libya as well, okay. Awesome. But we're lying, because the way that those scenes are built is very simple. But that's the beauty of the URP sample scene. It means that it's designed for smaller devices, like iPhone 8 and above. It's also great for lower-end devices, but also for PC high resolution. So the sample comes with so many different scenes. There's even a scene that is optimized for VR. That's an entire Cinemachine cinematic experience. So let's say that we're going to play a game where together an entire studio, so we all work together now. No more competition. And our goal is to please a stakeholder that's telling us, okay, you got this game going, but we need a DLC with a little bit more assets because this desert feels really empty right now. And one thing that we would like to understand is the complexity in this scene. So once you install Muse as a package, you get this new window at the top, allowing you to open Muse chat. And that becomes this floating window over there. So I'm going to dock it on the side. And one thing that we can easily do with the first tab is ask stuff like, what is the Unity version in this project? And again, this is conversational AI. You don't need to be typing perfectly. It's okay if you make typos. It's okay if you even forget a word. It will understand what you mean. And when you do that, it answers the Unity version in this project is 6, which is a Unity 6 preview, the newest Unity release. There's a bunch more stuff we can do. So in that interface, we have the history at the top left. And if I click on it, you can see that I've been talking to AI a lot. And it goes back, way back to even back into January. But these little stars on the side for each of those threads, it's a little bit like ChatGPT, allow you to save them and bookmark them, which allow me to have a favorite list. So I prepared for this demo, and I have this project summary conversation that I had the other day. And look at the question that I'm asking here. I say, give me a summary of my project. And not only it tells me that it's a high-performance rendering pipeline on standalone Windows 64-bit, it knows the .NET API that I have, but it also knows the scene overview. It knows that I have Atom, which is a complex hierarchy including meshes for different body parts and related objects. Who knows Atom from 2019? That's an old Unity character. I'm going to show it to you. You know it, okay. So Atom is over there. I'm going to activate it and go straight to it. And that's what Atom looks like. Pretty cool diode. And it's indeed a very complex prefab, because if I expand it, I have a bunch of different stuff in it. And you know, if I wanted to actually expand all of those different prefabs one by one and click on every one of those triangles, that will take ages. So what I asked later is, how many game objects are in the hierarchy? And it's a conversation, so if it's not giving me exactly what I want, I can continue to add more questions. So initially he told me, well, you have about 9 different categories. You have an aquarium, you have cameras, you have patrol points, terrain, vegetation. I said, okay, but how much in total? 51. And now I'm pretty sure there's more than 51 game objects here, so are you sure? Can you take into account children? And it says, oh yes, including all children, your scene has 646 game objects. That would have taken ages to count that. But thanks to this AI, I have a clear answer. And I can dig into my project and answer questions, which can be super useful if you're doing optimization, for example. But that's simple. That's just conversational AI. Let's see what I meant earlier, which is the action section. So another conversation that I had with it was to create what I called a macro action. And this one is a very complex prompt. I'm going to try to read it out loud very fast, and you'll see how crazy that is. Duplicate any selected object 10 times at random XYZ position 10 units above the original object, then scatter the object on the ground with a radius of 5 units using raycast if multiple objects are set. That's a lot of things. And the reason why it's such a long sentence is because initially I wanted to create a way for me to have this tree and to be able to just look somewhere and just click and have the tree populate around. But if I did that, because the terrain it's not flat, right? It's like has bumps and different topology. Well, sometimes some trees will be floating, some will be on the ground, and you know this. So I wanted to understand how I could make iteration with this prompt until it's perfect and does exactly what I want. And when I did this iteration and I had a very long thread, then I took the entire thread and I said, now I'm going to try a new thread with you, and I want you to summarize all of the things that we created together into one prompt so that next time that I ask you, it's a one-click button. And that's what it gave me. But this is natural language. I'm asking stuff like, add gravity to an object. That means nothing in Unity language. Gravity means putting collision and having a mesh and a collider and different things that maybe doesn't mean gravity for Unity. But because this is natural language and it's trained on Unity content, so it's trained on for documentation, it's trained on the learning materials, not on your project code, not on YouTube video tutorials. All of that is unethical. But it's trained on Unity-owned content, so it knows the editor. And at the end, it breaks down my command and says, what you really want to do is duplicate this tree for about 20 objects so we don't get too crazy, and then scatter them on the ground following the terrain. And you want the y-axis to be different rotation so that the tree don't look like a duplication of the same tree. And at the end, it gave me this pink button. So let's try it out. And what's crazy is that it's going to work with whatever I'm currently selecting. So that's the attachment portion. So if I click on this tree over there, and then I click on this rock over there, and I move the camera on the side, and let's increase it so you can see it, and let's say I'm aiming here, Boom. And so what's interesting here is that it understands what I wanted. And if I clicked on a different element, like this vegetation here and this rock, and I look at somewhere else, I can click again, and boom. So now you can see that, obviously, if I had to place manually all of these elements, it will take ages. This is the power of Muse chat in the editor. We're going to go a little bit further. Over there, I had the water. And I felt like Adam was a little bit alone, and he was looking very sad. And I was like, what about making this water feel more alive? For the DLC, it would be cool to have animals running in this scene. So I went on the asset store, and I downloaded an asset from one of our developers, which made a beluga fish, animated. And I said to Muse chat, wouldn't it be cool if we could have this fish in the water? But I didn't want it to put the fish floating in the air or having a lot of issues. So what I did is I created a cube, which is called just aquarium, but it's really just a cube that I stretch around. And I placed it exactly what I wanted. And then I hide the mesh renderer, and I included it in my prompt. So if I go into history and I show you this aquarium scatter function, what it does is that it expects me to select a beluga item, which I will attach now. So you can see the attachment. I can select what is currently selected, so the aquarium. And I can also select the beluga and attach it. And that's a different icon because that's a prefab right now. Now those two items are contextual to my prompt. So what it does is that it's going to scatter this prefab 5 times at random positions within the volume of the aquarium. And that's what I asked. And boom. So now in a quick second, I can now populate my scene with elements from my assets, but with the context of the hierarchy. Cool, no? So again, really nice, but those fish are pretty dead right now. So I'm going to show you a new feature of Muse chat, and the last one. So at the bottom, when you create a new conversation, every time you have the choice between the chat or the run command, and the third one is called code. Because everything that's happening right now is actually just a script in the background it's generating for itself based on what I'm asking. And if you want to look into it, you can actually always expand and see more of that. You can update it, you can copy paste it, you could create your own script, but right now it doesn't really allow you to just drag and drop it. So if you actually go into the run command, that's what you could do. So a little bit later, I created a patrol script. What I did was to put a bunch of patrolling points, which is literally just a list of empty game objects, okay? I put them around in the water. And I said, I would like for you to look at all of these fish and all of these patrol points and create and generate a script that I can attach to those game objects. So that when I press play, the fish will start their animation and navigate randomly between the points, which usually is not that easy because you could make a script to do that, but they might just circle around and then follow each other, and that would be very weird. So what it did was generate the script, and you can see the difference with the run command is that instead of having a pink button to just do it, it's giving me a choice to copy paste this entire script or to save it as a .cs file directly into my assets, which I did. So if we go here, you can see that I have the script. It's exactly the same code. You can verify on the left. Not only generates the code, but it comments the code. It makes it readable, and it even tells you what is the content of the code. So this was created with assistance from Muse, a Unity artificial intelligence product. The different functions are commented, so I know that this part is the calculate direction to the target, this one is the move towards the target, and so on. So what we're going to do now is select all of the different fish we just populated with the previous action, which are normally at the end of my hierarchy. There we go. A bunch of beluga clones. And I'm going to drag and drop the script that we just generated with Muse chat. And I see that it's working. It has 2 variables that it has for us, the speed, so let's keep it at 1, or maybe 3. Let's see what happens with 3. And we're going to press play and see what happens. So we need at least 2 patrol points. So what's missing is that in that list here, it's expecting me to tell them which patrol point we want. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the top left. Where are my patrol points? There we go. I'm going to lock the inspector. I'm going to select the patrol objects, and I'm going to put them in the list. And now, normally if we press play, They go way too fast, so let's go back and change that to 1 and do it again. And there we go. Just like that, we have a functioning system that created fish in the pond. Thank you. The other thing you might have noticed is that Atom is also moving. So if you download Atom from the Unity Asset Store, it's a free asset you can use in your own game. It's actually just a T-pose Atom or a pose Atom. I wanted Atom to feel like he's looking at the fish and moving. So I use Muse Animate to do that. So I'm going to show it to you right now. If you go into Muse, they are blown away. You go into Muse and you click on New Animate Generator. We get this floating window. Give it a couple seconds. There we go. And you can see that I've played around and tried a bunch of funny stuff, including trying to do like jumping jack and stuff like that. So we're going to have fun. Let's say that I want to do looking around, which is pretty much the action that I want. I can choose how many generations that I want and the durations of those animations. So 3 to 5 seconds, that's kind of the limit that we have so that it doesn't go too crazy. Let's say that I want to generate 4, and then I click generate. And at the top left, exactly when you use Midjourney or other tools, it's going to start generating animations based on that. But it's not going to take minutes, it's going to take seconds. And we already have a result here. And then once you find one that you like, you can just double click on it, and it opens this kind of other scene view that is just the animation that you have. And it's streaming it to Unity Cloud, by the way. So this is working on the cloud, is connected to your Muse account. And if you like that, you can sample it. Takes a few seconds, and it's going to try to identify the different positioning steps that happen in this animation. So it understands also, like literally semantically, what's going on. It samples it, then it sends it back to you in different steps. So we have the moment it's standing, the moment it's looking around, the moment it's rotating, and then back to the first pose. And if that sounds like it's not too far from the truth, you can convert this into frames, which I'm doing right now, and then look at this. I can move into this room, and I can also select those different orange points, which we call effectors, which means that if you are now a professional animator, instead of being scared of AI replacing you, what you should be seeing here is the excitement of being able to use your experience as a professional to fine-tune the result. Because if you're just a game developer that has never had an animator in your team, because you don't have the budget, you don't have the time, or you don't have the resources to learn, this can help you prototype really quickly a fun game prototype. But this is not good enough to ship your game. So like I'm saying, this is for prototyping, for quick iteration. Of course you could make a game with that and just ship it, but probably your user won't be feeling good about it, and they'll be like, that's kind of lazy, or that's AI generated and we don't agree with it. But now if you just think about it as a way to have a conversation with your stakeholders, with your team, maybe inspire someone or showcase a little trailer to get VC funding for your game, well, that's good enough. And then again, you work now with an animator that you're going to pay and actually hire to finalize and fine-tune the thing. So if you want the hand to be a little bit on the left, you can modify every one of those points. And when it's done, you see this little loading bar at the top right? It's going to resample it and make sure that the transitions are smooth. And by the end of this, you are able to export it directly as a .anim file directly into your game. So once I'm ready, I can go here and do export, and I have the file here. So I already pre-saved it. Let's look at it. And it's over there. And what you do is that when you select Atom, for example, let me unlock the inspector from earlier. I have a character controller. And in the animator, I have the looking around animation that we put. And that's why Atom is now looking around. So that's Muse Animate. Let me show you Muse sprites right now. So you could ask yourself, why would you need sprites in a 3D world? So there's a bunch of things that you can do with it. This URP sample scene actually has a lot of details to keep it simple. And those are sometimes just 2D textures added on top of 3D objects. For example, if I activate the gizmo here, you can see those kind of stamp icons. And those are decals. And the decals are a little bit like when you have a stamp and you around. And so a lot of those decals are actually adding textures on the rock. Look at this. And those textures are literally just an image, usually a black and white image or a colored image that's just adding more details to your scene. So you don't need to go and create all these cracks and complexities, because you want your rock to have a minimal amount of polygons, especially if you're playing with augmented reality, there's a limited amount that you can go on mobile with. So this is one thing you could generate with Muse Sprite, and I'm going to show you another thing that we could do with Muse Sprite. So here, from the beginning, there was a cloud in the sky. I don't know if you noticed, but this cloud is not 3D. It's a 2D image. And we're going to create it together. So I click on Muse, and I click on New Sprites Partner Generator. Here's the thing. Unity is trying to focus on making games, not on making AI models. So we quickly realized in the first year of trying to make our own models that the results were not that great. And instead of trying to continue to force it and put resources into something that would be competitive on the market, and to use our resources more on making better games, we actually partnered with third-party AI generators. But we said one thing. To be able to work with us, you have to also be ethical and make sure your models are not trained on artists. So we actually right now only have 2. That's how much ethical AI models are actually in the market. There's not a lot that are ethical. So we have layers and scenario. They are actually trained specifically for game assets. So they have different models. They have models that can do 8-bit pixel style, models that can do icons, characters, portrait. If you're doing an RPG and you need a little face for your dialogue and your UI, you can do that. Some even create style sheet, full design sheet. But the one that I like is the generic style because it can do anything. Again, you can put a prompt like cloud, which won't be great. Or you can get a bit more precise with the prompt and you can say a white, fluffy cloud on an empty sky. And every time that I click enter, it tries to generate 2 more images of that. But this is just text to image. We also have more ways to input those contents. You have image prompt, you have style reference, compositions with a line art black and white, pose reference, depth reference, line art, and feature. This is Hugo, PM at Unity, and we worked on the UI. And so once you get a result and you like it, in this case what I did was to use actually the line art, sorry, not the feature, where is it? The style reference, I believe, image prompt. And then what I did was to use my iPad and sketch a little black and white cloud. And I added that as the input image. Make sure it's a 512 by 512 pixel reference image. And this will actually, based on the strength that you input, try to force the shape of your object. If you use other type of reference, you can do it with like the pose of a character to make sure that you have exactly the pose that follows the type of pose that you want. So this becomes really handy. Once I did that, so I'm going to do it again, it generated me this image. But the problem with this image is that it has a background. It's nice looking. It's a very beautiful cloud, but it's not what I can put in my scene right now, because if I did that, first of all, it's blue. It's not really matching the sky. And this cloud is not looking like it belongs to the scene. So here's what we did. When you click on an item and you go into Windows 2D Sprite Editor, now you have Muse in the Sprite Editor. And remember what I said earlier? We have a couple different things we could do. So we have recolor, we have pixelate, and we have remove background. So the first thing was to do a recolor. So I took a screenshot of the sky, literally just like that, and then I made it an image, put it into my assets, drag and dropped it, and at the second that you drag and drop it, it composed a palette based on the color of that image. And thanks to that palette, I can click on the recolor button, and what it will do is take the original image and try to adapt the colors to it so that we have an image that follows a little bit more of the style of the game. Which means that if you have an artist in your team or yourself that is working on a bunch of assets, you don't have to go and start from scratch every time. You can also continue to kind of generate new ideas based on what you already have. So now it's much more looking like what we want. And at the end, I can remove the background. Let's see how good that can look. Takes a couple seconds. And again, you can also upscale, you can pixelate. So if you're making a pixel art game, instead of doing the pixel from scratch, you could do it this way. And finally, you have your image. Once you're ready, you can apply, save it. I'm not going to apply because I actually did it on the side here. And finally, I have my cloud. And then I'm just going to move the cloud where I want. And that's exactly what we did to put this cloud over there. So that was Muse Sprite. Thank you. So quickly back to Adam. I like his mask here. It's actually pretty cool looking. And it reminds me actually of some Caribbean masks that we have in our ancestors very tribal style looking. So what I wanted to do is to do something that feels a little bit less cyberpunk and more like earthy to fit with the desert scene. So I selected that mask, that specific game object, which we're not going to do that because it looks crazy. And I duplicated it and put it in the back. Over there, let me deactivate the gizmos, and I'll show you that in my hierarchy, all the way to the bottom, the mask is just hidden. And this is the same mask, but look, it has some gold portions, some rocks, and everything. And that is, again, generated by AI. And I see other people blown away over there. So let's do it together. So we click on New Texture Generator, New Windows Floating. You know the drill now. And you just do stuff like gold. And you wait, and you have a couple of images, flat 2D square, that's going to be generated. And then the next step is to double-click on the one you like. And you can, from this, continue to iterate and do more stuff. So for example, you have a brush and a radius that you can play with. And you could be saying, okay, I don't really like this shiny part over there, or this one at the bottom, or even all of the shiny part. And then you say, regenerate based on this kind of mask that I created. And you can even see the mask on the side. And what it does is that it tries to use the same prompt to kind of smooth out some elements, so you can see the difference between this result and this result from original part. And let's say I like this one, I can right-click, and view as PBR material. And that's where the magic happens. Because to generate PBR material from an image, pretty hard, or it takes a lot of time. And I'm an artist, I used to do that a lot. It's really time consuming. Sometimes you just want a quick texture just to do a quick element. So once you do that, you have access to different scene type of volumes that you can look this surface on, this texture on, sorry. So let's keep the sphere. And then you can play with the height of the volume, because it generates the normal map. It generates the ambient occlusion, generates the height, and the smoothness and metallic and all that. So when you're ready to do exactly what you want, and you drag and drop it into your assets, the next step is that you can actually take this result and just put it on an object. And now I have this kind of shimmering gold portion of the mask, right? So if I go into my texture folder, I have done a bunch of that. And this is how I did the black rock texture. So I could say, oh, those stairs, I want them gold. Or I can say, I want them as black rocks. And you can always click on your object and go into the actual material and continue to modify the value. For example, I can change the tiling if I want. And I'm going to show you something pretty cool. In this tent over there, all of these objects inside have been made by artists. But can you tell which object in the room has been generated by Muse texture? No one has an idea? Not everything. But that's a good guess. Most of people would have thought that. No, actually, it's this golden plate over there. And also the pillow outside. So to make this pillow, what we did was to generate, again, a texture. We called it carpet, and then I stretched it. I changed the offset, and I got this nice Persian rug that I can now just drag and drop on different elements. So you can always generate some aspect of your scene. I'm not saying use Muse texture for everything, but sometimes you're adding a new object and you don't have the time. It's not perfect, don't ship your game with it. Still work with artists to fine-tune that texture, make it better. But for prototyping, this is pretty nice. So that's Muse texture. And finally, thank you. And finally, we have Muse behavior. And I'm gonna end with that so we have enough time for question. What's cool with Muse behavior is that, for example, when you open the sample scene, you have, like I said, the Oasis scene, the garden scene, the VR scene, and they come with a main scene, which is kind of an airport, and you can navigate through teleporters between the different scenes, because this is a walkable demo. So if I move around, I have this FPS camera, and I can move around, and that's pretty cool. But when you actually do it, and you open the scene directly, you don't have the teleporter. This teleporter is actually gone. So what I wanted to do was to generate or to create my own teleportation script. But again, I don't know how to code. I'm not a developer, and I might not have time to do it, but I do want to show my team the idea, and maybe we'll do a better teleportation system in the future, but at least I want to show them the idea and not just write it on a paper and have problem of communication and back and forth with my stakeholders, and you lose so much time with that. But with your AI, you have this assistant that can help you. So Muse is the suite of generative AI tool, but behavior is a tool that's already in Unity. So you simply go right-click, create, behavior, and you have a behavior graph here. and it will create a new behavior graph on the side, and when you double click on it, it will open this type of window where you have access to those node system. I want to show you quickly what you can do with that. You can right click anywhere and click add, and you have a list of different nodes that you can create that are based on nodes made by the Unity team. So it's stuff like actions, like for example animation, conditions, delay. There are flows, there are events. So I'm going to show you one of the behavior that I've done for the teleportation. It looks like this. It could get scary if you've never played with a visual scripting system before, but it's actually very simple. So I'm going to explain to you very quickly. Starts with a starting node, which is on start. And I want this node to repeat because I want this action to be something that's always going on in the background. And then you see this purple node. That's the moment we break into two. What that means is that it's going to run those two parts of the branch at the same time. And we go from top to the bottom. So what's happening on the left is that I'm making this mask called teleporter. And I want it to look cool, so I want it to hover like this while it's waiting. So what I'm just doing is creating a node called set position, and I'm making it at 3.8 y axis. And then I'm doing another one, and I say set position to 4.8, which is just a 1 unit difference. And it's going to hover between the two and repeat. Repeat until something happens. And that's a conditional loop. That's why we have these orange nodes on the right side. And my condition is that I want a distance check. If the distance between self, which is me as a user, and the target, which is the teleporter, the mask, is lower than 7, then you continue the tree. Until it's not lower than 7, continue to hover. So we'll basically have this animation that's going to go infinitely until the player gets close. And when the player gets close, we get to the final part, which is basically just a wait node. So literally spacebar, wait, and I would have this node that I can add anywhere. And what it does is just wait for a few seconds. So I say wait for 2 seconds. Why 2? It's because I do want an animation for my teleportation as well, and I want that animation to last 2 seconds before we do the load scene node. And that's a new node that we introduced that allows you to load another scene, which if you think about it, is a teleportation because I'm just going to teleport the user to another scene. And what is the animation? Well, I want to scale to 0 and a rotation on the 180 axis. So a rotate node and a scale node. Now, sometimes you do something like that and it's quite simple because we're doing literally just 2 actions, but it could go way more complex. You can have behavior trees on behavior trees and nested behavior trees, and that can get complex. So to be able to debug that like when you debug your code, you basically click on your item, click on debug, and when you attach the behavior agent component to your mask, in that case the teleporter, you are able to see in real time what's happening in the node system. So if I press play and we look over there, look at the mask. It's hovering up and down. So it's doing exactly what we want. And you can see in the nodes that we have this check mark going up and down at the bottom. So it's going to continue to do that repeatedly because we have checked repeat at the beginning. But you see those ... here? That means that it's waiting on something to happen. And that condition right now has a red cross, which means it's not true because we're not below the 7 distance limit that we put. The second that I'm going to go close, a few things will happen. First of all, this will get an instant check green mark. And then the rest of those nodes will also go through the 2 seconds wait and the animation. So let's do it. I'm going to get close. And to do that, I'm going to reduce this so that you can see both. So I'm approaching, and there we go. Animation, boom, scale down, rotation, and teleportation. And now I'm teleported into the garden scene, which is another beautiful scene that I highly recommend you play with. If you actually watched our demo from GDC, this is exactly where we played with Muse initially. And just like that, we just together built a teleportation system.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry we're a little bit
Thank you.
behind on time, so I need to, if we're taking questions, we can have one fast question, and then you guys can talk later. He's
Perfect.
still here, so.
And that's the end of the demo, so that's a perfect timing. If you have any question on Muse, please let me know. I'm going to put on the screen while we ask question just the slide where you can actually download Muse and try it, because we have a free trial for 30 days working today. And if you already tried it in the past, it's extended and reset today. So you can use that QR code and try Muse yourself. And again, this comes with all of the different suite of tools that you've seen today. And we also have an experimental link that you can join and subscribe to, which will give you access to any new features that are coming in the future so that you can help us make it better. I want to hear ideas that you have, how do you want to make it better, and send that to the team. And this is the second link, create.unity.com/AI-signup.
Do we have any questions?
Any question? Yes? Does it have what, sorry? Credit system. Yes, indeed. I don't have all of the details for that, but if you go on those different links, you'll be able to learn more about it. Photorealistic, yes. We have different models, so you see we use the one that was generic. You choose the model that is the most useful for you, and you generate the images that you want. Thank you. Any other question?
Well,
awesome.
Thank you so much for amusing us. So. And now we are welcoming our next guest, who is going to talk to us about how an unconventional perspective changed how games are made nowadays. And we have here the great Kate Edward. I prepared an intro for her, but we are running out of time. But if anyone wants to talk culture and culturalization, it's Kate Edward. So give it up to her.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That was super cool, by the way. All right, so here we go. This is, as they say in Monty Python, and now for something completely different. So if you like visuals, you will have a lot of visuals on the screens here. So just so you know, I have a lot of examples and things I'm going to show. But basically what I'm talking about is I am a geographer, and I've been working in the game industry for over 30 years. And I was asked to speak about how the hell did that happen? Because it's a very different kind of job that you don't usually find in game schools and in game companies. So I've done a lot of things over the years, but I'll get into that. But what I want to emphasize is the fact that every single game world that is ever made, it doesn't matter if it's a, quote, simple mobile game or a big RPG or whatever it might be, you are representing culture. You are putting artifacts, you have costumes, you have symbols, you've got all kinds of things, and it might be not even on the characters or in the environment, it could even be in your UI, like using gestures as a form of an icon, for example. So there's all kinds of things we have to think about in terms of what is culture, what does it represent? A lot of times what we represent in our games is us. We're representing who we are as individual creators or as a team or as a country or whoever it might be. It doesn't matter if it's science fiction like the Halo games I worked on years ago. It doesn't matter if it's this game Black Wukong, which is obviously based on Chinese culture and the fantasy of the Journey West, which is one of their most famous legends. And of course, local games that make fun of my country, which I love. And all kinds of games. I mean, so it doesn't matter what kind of game it is. The fact is that every game world that gets created ultimately is a representation of culture of some kind, and you can think of that either the in-game culture that's being represented, and it doesn't mean it's a real-world culture necessarily. It might be like this character from Horizon Zero Dawn, which got a lot of backlash for her indigenous clothing, especially when she's Caucasian. But anyway, so I'm actually finishing my 31st year in games, and I basically have spent the entire time exploring this interaction between what is real, which is the amazing geography outside these walls, and is what is represented, so what do we actually put into our game worlds? But then the most important part to me is how is it perceived? How do our players, how does the public perceive the worlds and the intent of our world? And originally I'm from Southern California, which you see there, which of course that's not actually LA, that's Los Santos from Grand Theft Auto 5, which is close enough. So these are some of the titles I've worked on. I actually started my 289th game title this week with a call just a couple days ago. So yeah, it's constantly busy. At any time I'm working on 10 to 15 games. I obviously finished up work recently on Veilguard and on the Indiana Jones game, which comes out I think in 2 or 3 days. But But I often get asked on one level, like, why am I so interested, especially as a geographer, for working in games? Why even bother working in games? Well, I'll tell you how that happened in my Microsoft days, but at a fundamental level, one of the reasons I love working on games is because we are an economic force. And so, as we all know, as we should know, we make far more money than than film and music, and a lot of other form of media. And even if you add up all form of live sports in the world, FIFA and everything else, we still make more money than even live sports, which is to me pretty staggering. And a lot of people out there in the public have no idea. A lot of politicians have no idea, although they're starting to get a clue. But we are a massive economic force, and yet a lot of people, we've just kind of quietly become this over the last couple of decades. The other thing I love about games is the fact that we are one of the oldest forms of distraction in human history. Games stretch back all the way back to the very beginning of human civilization. In fact, there I was in the British Museum where they've collected all these artifacts. That is the very first game known to humankind. That is the very first structured game that was from Babylonia. I think it's amazing that it's actually intact. We actually know how to play it too. This is about 6,000 years old. And so I also love the fact that games are effectively, we are the current evolution of narrative. We are redefining how stories get told from one generation to another. And I find that incredibly exciting. I mean, there's all these other form of media that have come about in the last century or so, or even, let's talk millennia, visual arts and everything else. And all of these forms of media are still very valid, but I love the fact that we are actually redefining how does a story get told with an interactive component from one generation to another. And that's really what it's all about, especially now that we are in an era where we have people, the game industry's been been around long enough where we have generations. Like I get people coming to me saying, yeah, my parents showed me Halo. It's really cool. It's like, yeah, that makes me feel ancient. To give you a little bit of background on, before I talk about the actual career path, there are certain things that vastly shaped my interests throughout my entire life. One of them was because I'm so ancient, I was 4 years old when we landed on the moon in 1969, so you can do the math. This was not me, but this is exactly what I was doing at my grandmother's television watching the moon landing, and I was like blown away. So I was like, I love the space program. I think it's awesome. I actually wanted to be an astronaut for real. The other thing that was really inspiring to me a few years later was reading Lord of the Rings. And the thing that really kind of caught me was this map, which you may not tell what that is. That's actually Tolkien's original drawing of this, which I think a lot of us are more familiar with, which is the map of Middle-earth. This is the reason I became a cartographer, but I'll get to that. I also love video games. This was my first video game because I'm that old. So Pong showed up. It actually showed up in a department store near my house in Southern California. And for us, it was like if you've seen 2001, the movie, when the monolith appears and the apes evolve because of it, that's my generation. We didn't know how to interact with this thing. We were just like, oh my God, this is amazing. And ever since that time, I've been a huge gamer. And also this, I was 12 years old when the very first Star Wars film came out. And I know it's hard for people of a younger generation to understand the absolute mind-blowing, reality-changing thing that Star Wars was. It changed everything we knew about how creative, imagery and sci-fi and other worlds could be portrayed on a screen. And it changed so many of us in a very fundamental way. So I've been forever a Star Wars geek, but also other geek. But by now you're already thinking, wow, she really is a geek. I can even up that one more. Yes, this is me. So I'm a cosplayer. Now, one of the key reasons I cosplay is because that's my amazing daughter on the right, who's a costume designer. So I take advantage of my daughter's skills. So this was us at San Diego Comic-Con a few years ago when Black Flag came out. And one of the other things I'm very much a geek about is I visit filming locations around the world, like northern part of this continent, visiting the original Star Wars sets. I'm so much of a geek about it that during COVID, because I wasn't traveling, I actually co-founded a company called Set Jetters, which is a company that we have an app that helps you find filming locations around the world. So anyway, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. So this is my career path. Now astronaut and conceptual artist on Star Wars are gray because I did not not do those things, but I wanted to do those things. I actually academically pursued them. I did aerospace engineering for a year. I did industrial design, because a lot of the conceptual artists back in the day, that was their background, industrial design. But everything else on here is something that I did. Geographer, cartographer, I did VR research, geopolitical strategist at Microsoft, etc. But I'm going to go into more detail about how all this happened. So, geography. So after I got over my interest in being an astronaut, even though I'd go into space in a heartbeat, and I said I'm not going to pursue being a conceptual artist at Lucasfilm anymore. I said I'm going to take my skills and be a geographer, because I love the idea of taking this and turning it into this. And plus I had artistic skills, so I could use those skills in cartography. And there I am again with the borrowed, whatever it is, that is the oldest map in the world. That is also from Babylonia, and that is the oldest example of humans making a map. And what I love about this particular sample is that even this version is not factually, it's not on the ground factually accurate. It actually includes supernatural realms and other things. So in a way, this is almost like a game map where it kind of integrates imagination and belief also with physical reality. So I finished my bachelor's degree in geography. I worked for a year at this company where we made atlases back in the day. When I learned cartography, it was using India ink on mylar panels, and then they would photo-reduce those panels down to print an atlas. And that was right around the time where they were making the digital transition to geographic information systems. But then I said, you know what? I don't want to be just a production cartographer all my life, so I went to grad school. Said I want to expand my mind and do something else. So I actually wrote my master's thesis in geography about using VR for cartography in 1991, when VR hardly even worked. It was basically like Doc Brown with wires hanging out of your head and everything. But there was a new VR lab that had been set up on the University of Washington campus in Seattle, where I'm based. And so I met them just by complete chance, and I said, I think this is amazing. I want to write about this. So these are images from my master's thesis that I did on my old Mac back in the day. I talked about what I called the virtually integrated geographic information system, with you wear headgear and you can virtually overlay augmented reality. I was showing examples of how this could work at a time when none of this could work. I even talked about using VR for teaching AI about how we perceive the world as human beings. So yeah, that was a very long time ago. So I started pursuing my doctorate to expand on these ideas when Microsoft calls our geography department and says, hey, we need a cartographer to work on a project for us. And I'm like, okay, sure. I'd just gotten married. I was a starving grad student. I had no money. And so Microsoft comes around and say, hey, we're going to hire you as a cartographer on a contract and pay you some good money to make some maps for us. I'm like, I'm in, totally. So I worked on these products back in the day. This is 1991, 92 when I started at Microsoft. So Microsoft was very much invested in home products. So I worked, my original project at Microsoft is I made all the maps for Encarta Encyclopedia. Encarta is an encyclopedia that Microsoft used to make. They sold it on a CD-ROM. It usually came with every version of Windows. So there's a whole generation of people, especially in the US and Europe, who grew up with Encarta, because it's like if they had a Windows PC, they used Encarta. So those were my maps. That's why I was there. I also was part of the team that pitched Encarta World Atlas to Bill Gates and got it approved, which was essentially Google Maps, it was Google Earth before Google Earth and Keyhole ever existed. But then Microsoft didn't know what to do with it, so it didn't get as popular. But this is example. This is one of my maps. It was a bitmap. We didn't even do vector maps back then. We actually hand drew bitmaps like this. This is Encarta. But we started encountering problems. And so this map of Turkey, very innocent map of Turkey with the old spelling of the country. This got the general manager of Microsoft Turkey thrown in jail because Kurdistan was shown on the map. And this is back in the day when the PKK terrorist group in Turkey was very active, and they wanted their Kurdish independence, and the Turkish government would not tolerate the term Kurdistan. So we had to take this off the map in order to get our general manager out of jail. So this was like the very beginning of me starting to like flex my geographer muscles and my geopolitical background at the company, even though I had already been there for a couple of years at this point, and I'd already worked on my first game at this point. My first game in 1993 was Flight Sim 5.0, when the Flight Sim team came to me for some cartographic advice, and I helped them out. So we had these geopolitical issues that were starting to affect Microsoft, like the Kurdistan issue. We also, when we released Windows 95 the next year in India, it was banned by the Indian government. Why? Because back in Windows 95, if you selected your time zone, it would highlight the outline of the time zone on the map. But India is a half-hour time zone. They're a half-hour off from all the other time zones. So you see the actual political boundary of India, and the government banned it because what they perceived as their claim on Kashmir in the northern part of India was not completely filled in. So those red pixels were missing that you see right there. Because the red pixels were missing, not showing the Indian claim on Kashmir, they banned Windows 95, which told us, well, we're just going to turn off the ability to highlight your time zone, and you've never been able to do that in Windows ever since because of this. So by this point, I had been working as a contractor, and then finally they said, you know what? We really need your help. We need you. We need somebody, because Microsoft was getting more into mapping, not just with issues like this, but they were building all these different mapping products at the time. So we need somebody to help us navigate these complicated issues. How do we show Taiwan? How do we show all these other areas? And I'm like, I could do that. So they said, hey, write your job description and we'll hire you into the job. That doesn't happen anymore. So I called myself a geopolitical strategist. I was the first geopolitical strategist at Microsoft, wrote my job description, got hired in 95, and then I was working mainly in what was called the geography business unit, which was making all the mapping products. And so I was dealing with all these kinds of issues that I think many of us are familiar with, you know, where even in Argentina, they still call the Falkland Islands Islas Malvinas because they don't believe they lost the war 42 years ago to the UK. You know, Cyprus has its issues. Morocco, you could show it 4 different ways. The government prefers the one on the far right, you know, and I could go on and on, because there are so many examples of this around the world. And this is what I deal with every day. Every disputed island, every disputed boundary segment, you know, when you're thinking about China, Arunachal Pradesh, Aksai Chin, Taiwan, South China Sea, on the list goes just for China alone. So we had a big issue, though, that happened in 1997 at Microsoft. So we had in Carter World Atlas, and I'm not going to go into all the details for the sake of time, but we messed up. The map on the left shows boundary data that we got from the US government for free because it's public domain. So we put it in our atlas, but it shows that little lake called Cheonji, which is sacred to Korean people. And not only the lake is sacred, but Bokdusan, which is that peak that you can see highlighted there, or it's the old romanization there, Pakdusan, but it's Bokdusan with a B now. That is a sacred peak. That all Korean people, it's part of their mythology. And so the map you see on the right is actually correct. Bokdusan is on the North Korean side, not on the Chinese side. But you can see on the data that we had from the US government, the lake was shown entirely within China, and the peak was in the wrong position. And this was front page news in Seoul, in South Korea. It said, Microsoft makes huge map error with our sacred peak. So we're like, crap. So we had to, we fixed it. I had to find out with the right boundary. But the government went through all of Microsoft products looking for errors, problems that they saw. They picked out a lot of stuff, historical, factual, whatever. We fixed some of them, not all of them, because some of them, well, actually a lot of them were just their particular political viewpoint. It's not what we would consider the truth as seen by outside of South Korea. But we fixed a lot of stuff. They were happy. It calmed down. Everything's fine. Well, 3 months later, this game comes out. The very first Age of Empires was released. And it had this scenario that occurred in South Korea during the Middle Ages. And we basically, what happened is that this game repeated some of the mistakes that we actually fixed in because of the other incident. So when the South Korean government saw this, they lost their stuff. We're just like, We just told you 3 months ago that, and you said you were going to fix it. Well, what they don't understand is that Age of Empires was made by Ensemble Studios in Dallas, Texas. Incarna's made up in Seattle area in Redmond at Microsoft headquarters. Those teams had no reason to talk to each other, let alone even know they exist, because you're at a massive company with all kinds of products going on. This particular scenario here, what happened is that what history tells us is that the Japanese in blue, they invaded the Korean peninsula, the Chosun Empire in red, and effectively almost took it over. And so the game developers said, that's a great scenario. You're going to be playing as the Chosun trying to stop a giant Japanese invasion. So it's going to be a challenging scenario. Well, when the game was released, the government said that this never happened. Meaning in their history books, Japan never did a massive invasion like this. The Chosun Empire never was almost taken over. And so in order to release this game in South Korea, Microsoft had to make a business decision, which I was a part of, where effectively we changed history only for Korean players. So now Korea is invading Japan. So now, I'm sure you've heard of examples of this, like games that are released in China where you have to make certain concessions to the Chinese government. Even a few years earlier in Incarna Encyclopedia, the mountain Mont Blanc on the French-Italian border, we had different heights for the mountain because France and Italy at the time had different heights, official heights, by a few centimeters. But because an encyclopedia is an educational resource, you have to follow the educational standard of each country. So we had different heights for a mountain. So how could that be different? But it was. So this is an example of that, and this, of course, set off a huge debate on the team about the nature of ethics about this. We're serving government propaganda in our product, but that's the right conversation to have, and that's exactly the kind of thing we talked about. But ultimately, we said, for a business perspective, we have to release this in Korea because it's a massive gaming market, and this game was very popular there because real-time strategy games like Age of Empires, like StarCraft, they're extremely popular. So this gave me an idea. I wrote a proposal right after this happened because I said this kind of risk can't happen again at Microsoft. We cannot have a government almost shutting down Windows and Office and everything else, because that's when Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, who were back at the company in the day, that's when they take notice of it. And that's what almost happened in Korea because of those two incidences with Age of Empires and Carter World Atlas. So I wrote a proposal for a team that I called Geopolitical Strategy. And then over the next 7 months, I pitched this idea to different VPs at Microsoft. I went to my own VP first and got rejected, went to another one, and another one, and another one, kept getting rejected and rejected and rejected. But I had a cloud of people around me who said, don't stop, we need this, don't stop trying, we know it's discouraging. I had a lot of people who were just kind of pushing me on, cheering me on, saying, please make sure this happens. Finally, I was on the verge of giving up. I had one more chance where somebody told me, hey, go talk to Paul. Paul's amazing. I think he'll listen to you. So I went and talked to Paul Moritz, who was a former VP at Microsoft. He approved it in 5 minutes. And guess where he was from? South Africa. So, yes. Because he was the only VP I talked to who was not from the US, and of course he instantly understood what I was trying to do. So he approved it right away, and he basically just said, what do you need from me? What do you want? How many people do you need? And all of that. So April 7th, 1998 was the meeting I had with Paul early in the morning. The team was created. This was my mission of my team. I created that logo. That is the Microsoft Windows, the former Microsoft Windows colors on the compass, and that is UN blue in the background for the globe. So that was our little logo to look sort of like federal and official. We actually had it on patches and had it on jackets. Yeah. So, but to give you some context, why was this is important during this time in the late 90s. Microsoft was under a tremendous amount of scrutiny by a lot of governments around the world. They were getting a lot of criticism, and this is actually around the time when the US government, the Department of Justice, launched their anti-monopoly case against Microsoft. So it was a very sensitive time for the company. So to make these kinds of geopolitical and cultural mistakes were even worse, especially for different parts around the world. So we had to be very, very careful about how we were positioning the company, which made the creation of this team, I felt, even more important. I love this particular one. This is great. But anyway, so it was the time context for the creation of the team is also really important. So what I was doing to just simply show you what I'm doing, I mentioned game worlds. It could also be product worlds, any kind of content we're putting out to our users or players. Basically, what culturalization involves is looking at the game worlds that are being created and comparing the content and everything in there to the local worldviews and trying to make sure that the content's going to be compatible. And that's so I work in this zone where I'm looking at content assets, which is basically everything in the game, to see if it's going to be compatible or incompatible with either the local laws, the local expectations, or whatever it might be. And that's effectively, at a very simple way to put it, that's what I do for a living, is to do this kind of comparison. But for any decision that we make, there's a lot of things we have to think about, like the high-level company values and goals, like what do we stand for? And that's true of any creator in this room. Also, the context in which content is generated is very important, which is basically an admission that we're all biased because we all come from a specific geography, culture, language, etc. But that's also why we spend so much time in school, because we're trying to overcome our bias and to have like an expanded viewpoint. The business strategy for the vertical, because of course companies like Microsoft, Sony, and others, they make a lot more than games. So they have to think about, will this decision affect other businesses, our hardware businesses, and other software? Also the strategy for the locale, because selling a game in China, for example, is very different from Brazil or Germany or other parts of the world. A specific game type, like World of Warcraft, is very different from selling like a first-person shooter, because different countries, different cultures play different kinds of games. And of course, the changing geopolitical, cultural, social, and legal factors, because the world is constantly changing. I mean, 2 years ago, when this invasion happened of Ukraine, I spent an entire month, that was pretty much all I did with my clients, is helping them navigate how are they going to handle Russian and Ukrainian content in their games? Because none of them had a plan for this. Nobody saw this coming, and yet we have, within the game industry, we have so many outsourcing companies that were in Ukraine. We have a lot of Russian-based developers and servers. We have content itself that has those themes in it. So we had to do a lot of careful consideration. So like a lot of companies were like within a few days developing, well, here's our policy for how to handle geopolitical events. And even over the last year, what's happening in Israel and Gaza, where a lot of companies are struggling with that as well. That's another huge geopolitical issue that companies they're not sure how to handle this. And that one is even more polarizing than the one with Russia and Ukraine. But let me tell you, how this whole strategy, when I created the team, it was not easy to get teams to listen to me. So I had to go around the world, visiting subsidiaries, visiting product teams while I was at Microsoft, trying to convince them that, hey, you got to do this. It's really important. Well, this is the reason why it became official policy in the games division, because originally they were sort of resistant. Because no, games are edgy and cool. It's okay if we make people upset, even though, yeah, I'm the one who had to go explain to Bill Gates why the games are getting banned. You don't have to go see them face to face. So, and that's a little intimidating. So this game, though, is the reason why it changed, because what happened here is they included an audio file in this game that had chanting from the Quran. It was very inappropriate for the context of this game. I told them right away, don't do it. And they said, well, we already have 75,000 units that are packaged. So we'll fix it for the units that are not created yet, but the 75,000, we'll just release those in the US. And I'm like, what? I'm like, you realize at the time there's like 10 million Muslims living in the US. Did you realize that Detroit is 50% Muslim? They're like, don't worry about it. 3 months later, we get the equivalent of a cease and desist letter from the Saudi government, not just the Saudi government, but the religious council of the Saudi government that used to exist. They don't have that anymore. So we were basically being called out, but Bill Gates by name, because they always called out Bill Gates, dear Mr. Gates. Basically, they were telling us how much they offended the Muslim faith. And so, of course, we had to do something about this. So I was imploring them, says, we have to apologize for this. And they're like, well, we don't really apologize because that has legal ramifications. So don't say apology. But anyway, it exploded within the Middle East. We had front page news in Dubai, Cairo, Riyadh. We were getting all this attention, which was very unwanted for this particular issue. So, and yeah, these are just examples of some of the gameplay, which really doesn't matter here because that's not the point. We had this newspaper, Al Riyadh News. They made this statement about Microsoft's approach to making games. It remains unacceptable. It's like, I was like, yeah, I agree with you, man. It's just like, I'm trying to change it. So what happened is that I had to leave Seattle. I went to Copenhagen, and I had to meet with our EMEA operations center because I wanted to understand how the distribution was happening, because the game was not supposed to even be released in Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't. But of course, you know, it just takes somebody in the U.S. who saw the game to say, you know, they call up their folks in Riyadh or elsewhere and say, hey, you should do something about this. Then I went on to Riyadh, where basically I had to sit in a room on the second day after the second Gulf War started, and I met with representatives of the religious council, met with people from the newspaper, and basically they confronted me about this issue. And this, I could tell this was the first time they had a chance to talk to somebody from Microsoft headquarters, because they grilled me. Like, first question was, why did Microsoft open its first Middle Eastern office in Israel and not an Arab country? Second question, why did Microsoft Outlook implement the Judaic calendar before the Islamic calendar? You know, on and on. Why did Office 97 release in Hebrew before Arabic? Question after question after question. And of course, I had the Microsoft people with me. They're like, don't answer that. You're only here to talk about the game. So eventually, I only talked about the game, and I was told by PR at headquarters, hey, don't say apology, don't say apology. But when you're sitting in a room in Riyadh, in a closed room with guards at the door, no windows, sitting across here, and you know, and as I told them back at headquarters, you just offended one of the major faces of this planet. How could you not apologize? But when you're in that context, sitting in that room, you apologize, and that's exactly what I did. Because honestly, when they were voicing their concerns across the table to me, I wanted to go sit on their side and say, yeah, I told you so. But I couldn't do that because I'm representing the Microsoft side. So anyway, the apology was made. They had an argument in Arabic for about 10 minutes after I kind of made my statement, and then they just said thank you and got up out of the room and left. And I asked my colleagues, what just happened here? And they said basically they were debating if your answer was sufficient. I'm like, well, what if it wasn't? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, when does my flight leave? But so, yeah. So then I had to go to Dubai and do a little dog and pony show with the press and talk about it. Went to Cairo as well. Finally went back to Seattle. So I'd been asking the games division, Robbie Bach, who was the VP at the time, great guy, Shane Kim as well. I loved working with these guys, but they were just resistant. And so 2 weeks after I got home back in Seattle, I get a call from Robbie. And he says, hey, you know that stuff you've been telling us to do for a while? I think we should do that for all our games. I'm like, that's why you're a VP. You're brilliant. So that's when we implemented what I called the geopolitical quality review process, which internally a lot of people, even to this day, many, many years later, they still call it GOPS. The reason they call it GOPS work is because I created an internal alias at Microsoft, GEOPS@Microsoft.com. That's how you emailed my team. And so because I worked so closely with BioWare back in the day, and I still have ever since, a lot of people at BioWare call it GOPS work. Because Bungie was part of Microsoft and I worked on the Halo games, Bungie calls it GOPS work. I just think it's funny because all it is was a name of an email. But anyway, my whole mission here was about maximizing our cultural respect. Basically, respect the player, respect the user. Where are they from? Who are they? What's their culture? What's their geography? We want to know who they are and deliver content that makes them happy and gives them a positive experience. That argument fell completely flat back in the day. It's like, whatever, yeah, give us a better argument. So of course, I had to make the money argument. So how did I do that? I basically came up with this phrase where I say, I maximize our global reach. And they're like, that sounds like more revenue to me. I'm like, it is. If the content is culturally respectful, if it's compliant, if it's meeting local expectations, then the reach gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You can go to more and more countries if you do this work, if you culturalize the content. When I put it in that context, they're just like, okay, yeah, we'll do that. And so that's what they did. And so that's when, after that whole episode happened, I worked on everything. All the games at Microsoft. And then I left in 2005 because I felt my mission was done there, and I wanted to help the rest of the game industry and elsewhere. So I left the company, and these are just some examples of issues you have to deal with, like, using in Hitman 2, using the Golden Temple in Amritsar, India, which is the center of the Sikh faith, is a bad idea, especially when you have the main character killing Sikhs inside their most sacred site. You've got things like this MOBA where they took a whole bunch of pantheons of gods, like they took the Norse gods, the ancient Egyptian gods, and the Greek gods, and they put them together where they fight each other, which is kind of cool. And those three pantheons are not worshipped by very many people anymore, just a few. But then they decided, let's take the Hindu faith and put that in the game, which is worshipped by about 1.2 billion people. And so there was a lot of people from Hindu background who were very upset about this representation. It also led to a lot of jokes where people said, why don't you just get it over with and throw in Jesus, Muhammad, and Moses and make it a, which I'm glad they didn't. This game, Resident Evil 5, this was getting a massive amount of backlash, especially in the US, even before it came out, because of these visuals. Because you see this Caucasian male shooting African villagers, and so a lot of people were upset because, like, why? Why is? I mean, the power dynamic here and the imagery here is very problematic. But remember what I said about the context in which content is generated. This game was made in Japan, and Japan is 98% ethnic Japanese. So, is it your expectation that the usual Japanese developer who grew up in Japan would understand this racial dynamic? And the answer is probably not. That doesn't make an excuse, though. They should have done the research, which after they saw all the backlash, they actually made changes to the game before the game came out. But the fact is that they just didn't have the cultural experience to understand the sensitivity, and yet they still decided to show it. This game, Pocket God, the whole point of this game was basically torturing and killing these poor indigenous people. So, this game got a lot of backlash for a couple reasons. One is the depiction of the indigenous people. It's a very antiquated, outdated view, like a little sharp, pointy teeth. They're almost animal-like. But yeah, you can make the volcano explode. You can dangle them over the water, and sharks would eat them and all kinds of stuff. And so there was Polynesian groups, especially one particular group, who was very upset about this game, and you can probably guess why if you're looking at the island, because that island contained a cultural artifact that is unique to one place on Earth, Easter Island. So by using that cultural artifact, it instantly made this game about them. And so that's why in a later version of the game, they actually swapped it out for something more generic, but unfortunately they didn't address any of the indigenous representation. Doing games, like I've worked at a lot of dancing games where we're looking at gestures and body language. So like what he's doing there on the left, when you see it in motion, he's doing this, but when you see him kind of doing it, it almost looks like he's doing this. So, which you know what that is, and then what she's doing over there, that's rock on, right? Rock and roll, kiss, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you're from Texas, it probably means you're a supporter of the University of Texas because it's hook 'em horns. If you're from Italy, it's called the cornuta, which means you're a cuckold. So, or it could mean I'm sleeping with your wife. So, just like I gave a lecture at Facebook headquarters several years ago and made sure they understood that this is also, the middle finger in some countries, and on it goes, so there's a lot of examples of this. Even Indiana Jones, this game was so much fun to work on because I'm such an indie geek, but what was really fun about this is that I had archaeologists working with me for over 3 years to make sure everything in this game is completely authentic, because he's going to real places in Thailand, in Egypt, and elsewhere. So we had Egyptologists working with me, archaeologists from Thailand, geologists working with me, and everything in this game is so accurate. Even when in the narrative team said, well, we need Indiana Jones to find this piece of hieroglyph on the wall that says this, and so they would give me the English, send it over to the Egyptologist, get it translated accurately, then throw it up in the gaming environment, because players are going to freeze frame that, and they're going to try and find out what it really says, and it's going to say exactly what it's supposed to say, because we did a tremendous amount of work on the authenticity. Of course, geopolitical stuff always affects these things too. Like in this game, this was Ninja Gaiden I worked on, where that line country select is a very volatile political statement, because you're saying Republic of China, alternative name for Taiwan, is a country, and you're showing the Taiwan flag, which is also banned in China. So you walk closely around this issue by making changes, like you say country/region instead of just country. You take the flag out because it's redundant information, and then you say Taiwan because it's acceptable to both China and Taiwan. So that's one way to kind of quickly step around this. And then after I left Microsoft, actually my first big client was Google, because the head lawyer from Microsoft China, who was a very good friend of mine, met somebody from Google, and the Google guy was complaining that they were getting all this negative attention from governments about Google Maps and Google Earth. So it's all the same mapping stuff I dealt with years earlier at Microsoft. Now Google's feeling the heat because Google is now where everybody's going. They're going to Google Maps and Google Earth. So this is back in the day when this was taken inside the Mountain View office in California, where they used to have "Don't be evil" on the wall when you walk into the Google office. But I helped Google over 6 years when they were a client of mine perfect what we call domain tailoring, because basically we made sure, like this is the northern area of India, on the .com domain in most of the world, you see it as an actual disputed area because it is. But in India, it's required by law that you must show Kashmir as Indian territory. Even if you had, for example, a locator map in your game that shows up for like 5 seconds at the beginning of your game, like let's say it's a real world map, if it shows Kashmir incorrectly and you want to sell your game in India, they will ban it just because it shows up incorrectly for 5 seconds. That's how adamant they are. Just like China will do the same thing, other countries, like I gave the examples earlier, will do the same thing. So we have to remember that content carries culture. All content carries culture. It's your culture. It's you as an individual, your team, your company, your country, whatever you're from. That culture contains values. Values are baked into what culture is. You know, what we stand for, what we don't stand for. And values catalyze change. You know, and that's what drives us when we want to change things. Like I said, my value, what drove me at Microsoft was to change the culture of making sure we put the user first, the player first, and not just them first as a money object to extract money from. Put them first in terms of who they are as a human being and as an individual. That's why I feel very strongly like showing leadership. It's not about, and I'm sorry, now you're hearing old me who turned 60 in 2 months. This is the old me telling younger people, leadership is not about, I'm sorry, I grew up in an era without social media, no internet, no cell phones, no nothing. And I got to tell you, I see too many people, in my opinion, distracted by thinking that leadership means posting, leadership means followers, leadership means likes, it means all that. Let me just use my American French, bullshit. I'm sorry. It's not about that. It really isn't. That has nothing to do with being a leader. In fact, it's so funny because just a few weeks ago when we had the whole presidential election in the US, a lot of my friends who are on the Democratic side, I'm on neither side, I'm just a cynic, but a lot of them were like, but I posted so much and I retweeted Kamala Harris's posts all the time. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. Who are you going to convince online? I'm sorry. Leadership is about, let me just say this quote first. Comparison is the death of joy. I love this quote because to me, social media today is designed for comparison. It's designed to have you look at what everyone else is doing and then feel crap about yourself because, well, I'm not doing that. I'm not that productive. I'm not getting that done. And so, I mean, there are good uses of social media. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that cynical. But I'm just saying that I think that when you get into that comparison mode, which social media optimizes, it can be a very negative cycle. But leadership is really about service in action, finding out, whose problem can I solve today? That's all I did at Microsoft. I'm like, this is a problem. I have an idea for how to solve it. How can I elevate my team and make them shine? It's serving the team. Leadership is not about making yourself shine. What strengths can you bring to the solution? Do I see something that others are not seeing? Am I willing to go with my gut feeling and take a chance because I see a problem and I think it needs to be fixed? That's really what it's about. This phrase has driven me for many years now, that evil triumphs when good people do nothing. I believe very firmly in this. That is the whole reason why, despite having all this work in culturalization and everything I've been doing on the consulting side, I took over the IGDA, the International Game Developers Association, as well as the Global Game Jam, and ran those organizations for a combined 8 years. And I've been involved in a lot of other organizations like TakeThis.org that deals with mental health in the game industry, and also Safe in Our World, which is another mental health charity in the UK. And so I was being driven by the fact that I want the industry to be better. I want it to treat its people better. I want us to have a better image to the public. And I think that is improving. It's getting there, but it's been challenging. And I think we still need to keep pushing the boundary, keep pushing that fight to make sure that we are represented correctly in the eyes of the public and especially the eyes of government. So I would just say, one of the things I hear people say, and this is my last slide, is that I don't have time for this. I have my own problems. I totally understand that. We all do. We all have our own problems, but you have to find a way to push through that, because what I found in my own personal experience, pushing through that adversity is exactly what set me up to do all of these things. If I had not pushed through it and survived it, I would not be where I am. So I saw my adversity. That's a crucible. It's a forge. It is what Joseph Campbell, if you follow The Power of Myth in his writings, it's the supreme ordeal where a hero starts out as a normal, troubled person, like all of us. You go through your adversity and embrace it, and you come out the other side, a superhero. So I think, honestly, every single person in this room has superpowers. I just happened to tap into my geography one in the right place at the right time at Microsoft and was able to turn that into a career. But I think any one of us has that ability, whether it's locally, whether it's, countrywide, whatever it might be. You've defined what the scope is, but I think everyone has that power. But it's the hardest part is embracing that fact that, if you don't do it, who will? And that's really the choice you have to make. So I don't think we have time for questions, but that's my LinkedIn.
Exactly,
if you want to connect with me. So
yeah, unfortunately we don't have time. We had to squeeze in the lunch.
But thank you.
So thank you so much for your valuable insights. And we need to take a picture before you leave. Kate, wait, Kate. We need to take a photo before.
I forgot. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, are you mind blown with all the information you just heard? Yes. So we unfortunately had to squeeze in all the talks now because we cannot have the lunch break as we planned. So I will have to jump into the next topic, which is called "Are We Good Enough?" And this is going to be a panel. Please welcome Ben, Wabantu, Limpho, and James. This panel will be moderated by Nick Hall, so please welcome them to the stage. That's what happens when you guys don't show up.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Hello, everybody. We've come to my favorite time of the event, story time with Uncle Nick. So if this is your first time to Africa Games Week, because this is my event, and I'm in control of the program, I always give myself a slot to talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about. And this is the one time where I normally use it to pick up on a topic or an issue or an observation that I've had around the industry. And generally it's normally quite controversial, or it's not something I think that we're talking about enough. And so I often call it the spicy panel, and so the spice will flow. So previous iterations of this have included what even is an African game, that was last year, where we discussed what actually makes a game African. Does it have to be made in Africa to be African? Does it have to have Africans making it? Before that, we talked about why indie games are exclusionary. I got into a lot of trouble for that one. And I suspect I'm going to get into trouble for this one. But before we begin, I would just like you to introduce all my panelists. So Wabantu, can we start with you, since you're to my right? And then we will move along.
So do you say you're going to introduce me, or should I introduce
No,
myself?
you need to introduce yourself. I'm lazy.
Okay, no worries.
That wasn't entirely clear. Well, firstly, sorry that I couldn't be there in person. The US government decided that I needed to present myself for a visa application in Eswatini, so I joined you via Starlink from the mountains. Hopefully the power doesn't go out and you lose me, but hopefully it should all be fine. Thank you very much for having me nonetheless. My name is Wabantu, born and raised in the Kingdom of Eswatini. I now currently work at Electronic Arts in the corporate strategy team. I am a proud African. I would love to see more of Africa in every way, shape, and form on the global stage. And so I'm kind of excited for this conversation because I think we might have some intense arguments. I think having spoken already a little bit to Limpho and James, I think we may disagree on some fundamental points, but we'll see how this goes.
All right, James.
I'm James Matthes. I'm actually also born in Eswatini, believe it or not, but I have been raised in Cape Town.
Oh my God, you foreigners coming here
I
and taking
know.
our jobs. Jesus.
Proudly African, running a studio here called Pressure Cooker Studios that focuses on music and sound for the media industry. And we're trying to build a platform for talent to flourish on the African continent and bring the globe here and elevate gaming in the continent. Yeah.
Cool. Hi, I'm Dimple Moeti. I'm a business developer. I've worked with Nyamakop, Free Lives, lots of studios. I recently worked with Rocket Ride, helping game developers access funding to make games, whether it be prototype or production funding. At the moment, I'm a bit of a free agent, so it's lovely to meet you all. And I have a lot of strong feelings about the industry and where we are as a continent. I think it's going to be a fun panel.
And Ben.
Hello, I'm Ben. I was born in Australia.
I was born in Joburg.
What are you even doing here?
This is why I wasn't on the African Games panel last year.
Yes.
CEO and creative director of Nyamakop. We make original IP, creating incidentally African-inspired games for a global audience. There's like 30 of us now. That's way too many people. It's very tiring. Over to you, Nick.
Okay, cool. So we are going to swear. Well, at least I am going to swear. You guys are more than welcome to swear as well. So I'm just putting it out there. Like I said, this is the one panel where we can get away with a lot of shit, and I encourage you to do it. So we're going to start with story time with Uncle Nick because I myself have had a journey of a year. I recently changed studios. I moved to work for a global studio where I now head up their M&A. So for you who don't know what that TLA stands for, it means mergers and acquisitions. So I go around the globe buying indie studios. And for context, this has been, for me, it's been a bit of a revelation. It's been really interesting because it's exposed me like deep and integral knowledge around a whole bunch of businesses from across the globe. And it's kind of confirmed some things that I had suspected, which we'll kind of get into now. But also, we've obviously been running Africa Games Week for close on to 8 years now, and one of our primary things is that we bring investors and publishers to come and invest and kind of work with our African studios. And while they readily come and we show them a good time, and many of them come back, we do consistently get one piece of feedback from quite a lot of them. And again, being able now to see what other developers are doing and how they're doing things, it's kind of raised this issue that I think we need to talk about. So I will start off with a quote from one of the publishers who a few years ago kind of raised this with me. He's like, look, thanks for inviting me. It's been great. There's just something I don't understand. In South Africa, where you have such a strong animation industry and you've got such a strong visual effects industry, where you can make beautiful work, why do your games look so fucking ugly? And this ties into something, again, so that's kind of starting where we're going, because the other thing that we've seen is we've had numerous investment studios come and say, yeah, it was great, but there's nothing for us to invest in. And I think one of the real talks that we need to have, and we need to be open and honest about this, it's all well and good that we are looking for funding and that we're looking for international investment and we're wanting people to give us money to make games. But we have to remember that we are competing at an international level. Right? Nobody actually gives a fuck that we're in Africa. They don't care. I can tell you the biggest portion of my budget for this event is flying people here, because they would not come if I didn't, right? It does not make economic sense for them to come here, because the chances of them finding a commercial prospect is so low that the only way we can encourage them to come here is to de-risk that by funding their flights, okay? GDC doesn't have to pay people to go to there. Gamescom doesn't have to fly people to go there. We do. Right, so this is all kind of the context that I kind of want to lay down. So there's two things that I'm going to start opening up to the panel, because I think I always do a switch and bait. It's just how I roll. You know, the topic of the panel is, are we good enough? And I think, yes, in some circumstances, we clearly are, right? We've got very successful studios that have made a mark on the international stage. But they are the rarity, right? And so we need to start looking at where our gaps are. How do we get good enough? And I want to start with one point, because Ben, I think this is an issue that you've encountered. One of the things that I've noticed when I've been going around internationally and looking at these other studios is their output per person seems to be significantly higher. And what I mean by this is that if I go to Germany or if I go to France and I look at an indie game studio there, the quality of the product in terms of graphic fidelity, gameplay loop, just polish, seems to be so much higher than what we're able to produce with the same number of people, right, with less budget and in less time.
Yeah. It's,
I leaned go over to you, Ben. What do you say to that?
Maybe our games don't look good because we never have artists on panels, by the way, as well. Anyone an artist? No.
He's kind of an artist. I don't know.
Yeah, musician.
I mean, I know there's artists in the audience. I see them. They're there.
But they're not on stage.
But this is participation. You can interject any time.
Yeah, I think our team is like 30 people, and what we realized is we don't have a lot of generalists, and I think a lot of indie games companies around the world are so tiny because they have so many generalists. And you don't really, it's very difficult to find generalists. Like, you kind of have to make them or give them time to be there, but you need time to make generalists making games, right? Because if you're not careful, if you're making a 3D art game and you're making a character, you're gonna have one guy do the sculpt, one guy do the retopo, someone else do the texturing, someone else do the rigging. That's like 5-6 people to just do one character, but overseas, one person can do all of that. Mm. And the person animating is also the rigger, and also programming. So like, games become incredibly expensive to make here, even though it's really cheap to make games here, because of the number of people that you need to do the same task that one person overseas can do. So, you know, when I pitch to pitch decks, I'm always like, look how cheap it is here. It costs 40% of what it is in the West. But it's probably only like 80% because you need to hire 5 people to replace the skills of one. So I think you don't get hired as a generalist, as a job. You get hired as a specialist, and then you become a generalist. But I think one of the issues we have is we just don't have enough generalists. And I think Free Lives obviously, you know, does a good job at that. I think most of the time, the job title at Free Lives is game developer. That's just it. Mm. And you do all these different things. So I think it's a really big challenge for us in terms of making quality, because if you have a team of generalists, you can make more with way less money, as you were saying. So it's a big issue. And I've seen it trying to make this big-ass game that no one knows about.
Wabantu, I'm going to lean into you now. I mean, do you have any comments on the things that I've just said and what Ben has reflected from your experience now coming from a AAA company looking into Africa?
Well, whatever I say is not speaking for Electronic Arts. I have to make that clear. But it's certainly going to reflect my opinion.
This is you as an African. Yeah.
Yes, but this is very much going to be my opinion. I think maybe 2 immediate reactions. I think the first is by what we want to define as being good enough, like the quality bar. I think part of the conversation that you started to have now is more at the indie level. And of course, at the AAA level, it's a very different conversation, because I would argue that Africa is yet to have its AAA moment. And so this maybe leans into what is even an African game, and that's another conversation. But I think from my vantage point, what I fail to see is a game from the continent that does 2 things. One has a revenue to be able to compete with the world's biggest and best. So I'm thinking everything from like a Garena Free Fire on mobile, all the way to a Black Myth Wukong from China, all the way to Santa Monica Studios and so on and so forth. That's the first thing on the revenue side. And on the second side is this question of cultural impact. I'm yet to see an African game become a household name abroad. And I think that for me is a source of concern, because it means that even if we at an individual level are good enough, we have the talent, we have studios that are doing the best that they can given the resources that are available to them, somehow we are adding up to less than the sum of our parts. We are doing our best at an individual level, but we're struggling to break in and compete at the most elite levels of what it means to be game makers. And so to that extent, in my experiences, the AAA companies that I've interacted with and spoken to have zero interest in Africa, because they've yet to see anyone do what they would expect someone to be able to do, to be able to become of interest to them. I think for me as an African, that means two things. It means one, that when we interact and hear from panels like this, we are necessarily put into a small box where the conversation has to be about indie games. It can never be about AAA. And it's like we have like a glass ceiling that's been put above us, and that conversation is completely removed from the table. Now, of course, there's practical reasons why we're not in that conversation yet, but it frustrates me to no end that we're never going to be included in that conversation unless we begin to solve some of the foundational problems, whether it's the skill set of the people that we have, whether it's focusing on the right markets, whether it's building a game that actually looks right. If we don't solve these baseline problems, we're never going to be able to enter the conversation where we can be like one day a China that builds a Black Myth Wukong. So I think for me, that's the first problem. And then the second problem is just simply the thing that excites people, that made me, for example, from little old Swaziland, and potentially to some degree the same for James. The thing that inspired me to want to work in gaming was playing some of the world's biggest and best games. It's weird that I should know the lyrics to music by Tupac because I played GTA San Andreas when I was probably too young to be playing the game. It's weird that I know more about navigating my way through Los Angeles when I show up because it looks exactly like GTA 5. It's weird that I should know that, but I don't have the equivalent thing to introduce me to my own parts of the world. And I think for me, if we're going to have a conversation one day where these problems are solved, having a game that generates cultural resonance and impact to actually tell young people across the continent that, hey, this is a job worth doing. Yes, you can see yourself in this game. And yes, you can actually do this and turn it into a sustainable job and be spoken about around the world. Until we do those basic things, we're not going to be good enough. But I would like to believe that one day we will be.
Okay, damn, I want to just take all my points. It's fine.
Well said. I mean, Dimpo, you were kind of next to my list. You said you're kind of over your cynicism stage and into the positive optimism.
Yeah.
Thoughts, rebuttal.
I mean, what Wabantu said is pretty accurate. There are a lot of foundational issues that need to be resolved, and I think that it's a lot of the systemic issues are very difficult to resolve because it's not just developers, it's not just studios who need to come to the table in order to build the kind of foundation we'd need in order to have opportunities for juniors to get experience, to make games beyond jam games, which are incredible, or beyond indie games, and to be able to think further ahead in terms of where do we want to be as an industry in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, right? There's an element where there is some government support necessary, I think, for a lot of industries, both in terms of making it easier for experienced developers who potentially live overseas to come here, that make it easier or more, exciting for international investors to fund initiatives or games that are coming out from the industry here. And I think that there's also just a passion for the artistic side of games, which is fantastic, which leads to us having incredible developers. And it's something I feel like I've been saying for like every 5 years, but there isn't as much of that drive, I think, for the business side of things and really thinking of like, how do we structure the industry? The great thing is that there are a lot of BDs now who are doing exceptional work, but of the 4 or 5 in South Africa, like most of them work for, even me. Like at one point, 3 out of 4 worked for international companies and weren't working for local studios or able to invest that time and energy into this area, the space, because there isn't enough of an industry just yet to support that. There isn't enough opportunities for us to chase to support that, even if great games are being made, even if we have a lot of talent. So I think that like what really fails us is a degree where we can really take a step back and start thinking long term, not just what's good for my studio, how do I grow this game, how do I survive, but what's good for our industry? How do we ensure that we have enough variety within our industry? Yes, people should be making mobile games. Yes, we should have indie studios. We should be working towards a AA studio like Ben has a little bit gotten himself into, a little bit, and eventually having that goal of having a AAA studio. But we can't do that. We can't have that service with those kinds of supports if we're not actively working towards it as an industry beyond just skilling up our developers individually, right? Because ultimately people need places where they can work. People need places where they can improve, where they can grow, where they can gain valuable experience.
So, Ben, do you have, because I want to ask James something that's based on that, but do you have a comment or response to that before I go on? Because I don't want to derail the topic. You can wait. Okay, because I also think, Dimpho, I think you've hit on a very important point that I want to extend on. But James, I think what's interesting is you are kind of the exemplifier of, yes, clearly there is enough talent here. You are good enough. You are working on the international market. Could you paint that journey for us? How did that happen?
I don't know. Just hearing you talk, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to money. And that's just the elephant in the room. And I guess for me, I sold my soul to the devil.
It's fine, you didn't need it.
No, we made a conscious choice. Well, not a conscious choice, but I wanted to get into this industry. I wanted to do music, my passion, sound, my passion for a living, and I'd do anything to make it. And we wanted to build the best studio that we could on the continent so that we could service the film industry and the gaming industry at the highest level. And so I had to sell my soul to the commercial industry to make that happen, because the commercial industry pays a lot better and it's a really great training ground. And I love the commercial industry and it's taught us a lot, but it's allowed us to build like an incredible facility. It's allowed us to train talent that just wasn't there, because everybody goes, oh, why don't you hire these people? I'm like, they're not there. We have to grow them from the ground up. And I have a lot of issues with a lot of the private institutions here that train, I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but graduates come out into our industry. I'm not commenting on people that come out into gaming, from gaming places, but from sound and music, that just aren't prepared for the industry. And so we've had to grow talent from the ground up with our internship program to make them industry ready, to be able to come into this industry and to be able to punch at a level that is world class. And it's taken a lot of personal investment. We've got no government subsidies. We've got no government investment, nothing. We've had to just bootstrap everything ourselves and sell a little of my soul.
For sure. And so actually, thank you for the segue, because I think I want to park the government funding bit for it, because I don't think that's the actual issue. I think government is part of the solution, though. But I think the issue, and everyone's kind of touched on this, is when I go and look at these now foreign studios, right? And you go look at their teams, you go look at their experience, there's a very marked difference between the people that are founding, running, and being employed in these studios and what we see on the continent. And that difference is, you go look at their CVs. These are not people who have just come out of university or private education. They have worked 5 to 6 years at a AAA studio, or a AA studio, or a III studio, right? And so as an investor now, wearing my investor hat, I'm looking at okay, I've got this studio in Africa. They're young, they're hungry, they're great, but they have never released a title before. Or I've got these 4 guys in Germany who worked on Diablo 4, and they also worked at Riot, and they also worked at, and the list goes on. And you're just kind of well, where am I going to put my money, right? Who's going to guarantee the ROI that I'm looking for? And it's those guys, right? I think our biggest issue, and it's something that we've kind of harped on a lot, is that we just don't have enough studios creating enough jobs, right, to give people that soft landing, right, to kind of build into the industry, right? The only way really to get into the games industry here is to entrepreneur it, right? And so you've got young people who have no financial backing, no support, and we just say, okay, well, go make games, go make prototypes, guys.
make a
And-
fantastic game that will sell well, or rip, babe.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
pretty much how it is.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
no, am I wrong? And I say open up to the panelists, because that's my observation. That's where I think the deficit is.
like, sure, experience is a problem, right? But I think increasingly I worry that the African games industry and the South African games industry is too insular in terms of, like, we're celebrating ourselves and thinking that that means something. Like, no, I'm sorry. It's like, we have to be realistic. I think we need a reality
Yeah,
check.
no,
it's like
amazing. Love it.
If you exhibit your game at Joburg Games Fest or Playtopia or Africa Games Week, you're competing against South Africans and Africans. That's not happening on Steam. You're competing against every game ever made anywhere in the world. So it's great. It's an entry point. That's awesome. But please, we can't be naive about the fact that we're competing with the fucking world. So we need to be extremely careful about getting to this point where it's like these things that happen locally mean something to actually be commercially viable, commercially successful. Because we're not competing with each other. We're competing with the whole world.
Yeah.
And we need to have reality checks. It's like doing an SA Game Jam is great, winning an award there. But doing Ludum Dare, when you're competing with like professional game developers from around the world and getting the top 100, that means something.
Yeah.
That's a sign, right?
Yeah.
In a way that, you know, maybe getting into Playtopia isn't actually. You know, if you say your game got into Playtopia to Devolver, just because they sponsor it doesn't mean it'll mean anything to them.
Yeah.
And I think, last point.
Yeah, so.
And we can talk about solutions like government grants, all the problems and whatever, but the sentence always has to end to make better games. It can't be the point. We don't need government subsidies for the sake of government subsidies. We don't need all this stuff. It always has to end to make better games. Because the reality is we aren't making good enough games. We really aren't. And we're not competing. So the sentence always has to end with to make better games.
Yeah. So
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna.
add on to that quickly,
Danny, I'm
if I
actually gonna. So I just want to pick on Danny quickly, because Danny says something. He's been saying it for years. I don't know if people listen to him enough, but he always talks about. He gives the cautionary tale of false signals, right? And it's this whole idea about, oh, I think I'm onto something good because of, as you say. And I think part of that is education. So I kind of agree with you, Ben. Okay, responses. And Wabantu, you're just going to have to kind of like
Jump in.
Because we can't really see you, and you must just go.
Okay, so can I take this moment to jump in then?
What?
Sorry.
Yes, go. I'm
Bring it
giving
in.
you permission.
Hold on.
I'm giving you permission.
So I mean, just
go.
to add on to what Ben said, right, which was the stark reality. I think that it's very easy to eat around because you want to be optimistic and hopeful of the possibilities within the industry, but it is very difficult. And the reality is that the last 2 years have been exceptionally brutal for games. They're exceptionally brutal because the traditional areas where you get funding, namely publishers, are extremely risk averse to a degree that I would argue is detrimental in a lot of cases. But what that means is that as developers who aren't as well known on the global stage, who have a lot of potential or a great demo, it is going to be harder to get funding. The amount of funding isn't necessarily going to be enough to make the kind of game you need. And it really is a moment where we also have to look at how do we adapt to the market, right? There was definitely a point like 6-7 years ago where you could sneeze and someone would give you $1 million to make a game, and we don't live in that world anymore. And the blowback for that is that a lot of that potential that we have, where it could have been somewhat easier to break those barriers and gain funding, it's not the world we live in anymore. And so we also need to start having a serious look at how do we sustain our studios, how do we sustain the work that we're doing while working on the projects that we care about. And I think we're gonna have to start looking at alternative funding models. We're gonna have to start looking at like, what can I, like, with the amount of time that I have, what can I make? And really start looking at it not just as, how do I make the best game, but how do I make the best game with the time that I have and the funding that I have, so that we can continue and grow, so that we can get that first game out, even if it's with a small publisher, so you can say that I've released a game to market, so you can move forward within that industry, right? I think there's also a level of strategic thinking that is so vital and difficult to talk about because it feels as though you're like quote unquote selling out or whatever.
Yeah.
But like fuck that, let's have money. Like, let's have studios that last
Money
5, 6,
don't
10
stink.
years.
Wabantu,
Yeah.
I'm going to get opportunity
Thank
for you to contribute now. We are quite time sensitive, so please make it quick.
No worries. Just to go to
Dimpho took all the time.
Damn right.
To your original sort of starting point in the question, Nick, on talent. What I loved about the way you framed that is that you were meeting people who were clearly talented, had significant experience, had been at AAA studios, and had potentially moved back to their own country or to at least their own region and had made a choice to be there. The reasons why are myriad, but they fundamentally made a choice to go back because they could go back and they were welcomed back. For me, as somebody who lives abroad, the question that I have is, will Africans who have this talent go back to the continent and help catalyze this industry and be the battering ram? So when VCs show up and say, we don't see enough people who've got the right degrees, the right experience, you just put their CVs forward and say, well, that argument doesn't hold water anymore. And I think that's part of the sort of the problem that we're failing to address. I think more broadly, it is a series of personal choices, but if we're not encouraging people, for example, in the diaspora, and also to have a little bit of rage for government, if we're not making it easy for people, even if they don't have a South African passport, but they are African who want to come and contribute to the continent's development of the gaming system, the gaming ecosystem, if we don't make those choices, it's going to be very difficult to grow. Because I think our problem, part of it is just like, we're saying you have to be Nigerian for us to make this game in Nigeria. You have to be South African to do, that's unnecessary. People who work in Singapore are not necessarily Singaporean. They may be broadly from the region, but they want to see their region and their culture put on the world map. And so for me, part of this question is, where are the people who are willing to come back to make that impact that you were saying that we're all missing? Because if you're going to develop talent, you need that experience, and if you're going to solve the VC funding problem, it's going to be about who has the credentials necessary so that, Nick, you don't have that dilemma anymore. Because if you're going to make the choice now between someone in part of the world and here and there, and the CVs are the same, you're probably going to be more likely to go with the person who's home because you want to make a difference there too.
For sure.
Nick, can I ask a question quickly?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just that came up. It's like co-development, you know, like I don't know how much co-development is happening on the continent or in the country, and that's just but for me, like I went to XDS, which is an external development assignment, and you're talking about these credits like working on Diablo and working on these things. A lot of it is co-development.
Worked on Manalords. Worked on Manalords, the best-selling game.
But it like as a gaming studio, being co-developers on AAA projects puts you in a position that when you get in front of the next person that you want to go, hey, we want to make this thing. We worked on these things and the art for this or the integration for this or whatever it is, because like we're chatting to AAA people now. We're not going to get a AAA game straight away, but hey, we can create some assets for your audio team, or we could do some cinematics, music, or whatever. And that's
there's a question pops in my head. You said, how about the people who want to contribute back to Africa while they're living in other places? How open and willing are you to recruit or, let's say, collaborate with people remotely? Let's say we have those people and they want to work. Are you willing to hire them remotely?
So we're
for African salary, sure.
Yeah. Y'all moving too fast. Slow down. So I think can we kind of agree that yes, there is definitely a skill/quality deficit. I don't believe in just bitching though. So let's talk about solutions. Let's talk about where we see the gaps, kind of where we want to move it forward. There are people who have questions in the audience. Now is your opportunity to bitch, because we're moving on to solutions afterwards. So you have to frame your question as a bitch, not a solution. Okay, so Sugar, Bianca, Danny.
Right, so I hear a lot of talk about money and skill sets, but we never talk about time. Because I feel that in the past 10 years that I've been in the industry, we've significantly changed. While we're comparing ourselves to industries that have been there, the EA was founded in 1984. We were dealing with a lot of other shit at 1984, right? So
my birth.
So I think that for me, I would be interested in understanding, we are bitching about where we're at now, but we've made progress, and why are we not thinking about where we'll be in 20 years, and how do we get there?
Yeah, no, well, thank you, it's a good segue. I would point out though, so my concern is, I don't think we are making progress.
I would agree.
My concern is that if I look at think about when you graduated, right? Let's go back to the early 2010s, 2014s. There was far more dynamics happening in the industry. I can't speak for the rest of the continent, but the South African industry has certainly stagnated. And this is my big concern. Bianca. But also, we should be looking for that, and that's kind of where I want to
stand
go to.
up just so everyone can see me.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the talent and everything. We all know that we have talented people in South Africa and Africa in general. And to the point of the EA thing of like 1980 something, a very recent example of like a studio that really raised the tides of their local community is CD Projekt Red. Like they went and really grafted, and then if you read the history of Poland and CD Projekt Red and what they did to their community, the fact that they became so large, they funded and created this ecosystem within their own country that they are now hundreds of indie dev studios going on. And I agree with Ben, there's a bit of a circle jerk issue in South Africa. There has always been. I've been in this industry in some capacity since 2014, and there's always been also a stigma of, oh, it's South African and it has to be shit. Like it's always just like this view of, it's South African, can't be good. And I feel like we've gotten to a point where we're on the verge or have the potential to become a country like Poland, where we have a studio that like raises the tide. We just need someone to actually do it, and we are very close with places like Nyamakop or Free Lives. The issue with Free Lives, and no, this is not a personal thing, it's just something I've noticed. No one knows that they're South African. They don't broadcast it really. Like if you ask someone, it's like, did you know Terra Null was made by a South African developer? Everyone's like, no. It's made by Devolver. And I feel like there's that continued stigma of, oh, it's African, and therefore no one speaks about it, no one acknowledges that it's South African. So I'm just, how do we, if we wanted to have like a CD Projekt Red, how do we do that? Like, I know that we have to actually make games, but like there are people that are making games. Like, how do we get there?
So, good, so.
Where was the bitch?
No, well, it was there. So, the lovely people at Simologong paid me quite a lot of money to do research on this exact issue. And so what you call, the effect that you're talking about is called mushrooming, right? Is you have this one big studio that kind of acts as this conduit, and then people get fed up with the shit in that studio, and then they branch off and they do their own thing, and they've got their career. So yes, that is ultimately, that was the recommendation is, this is what we need to encourage, and there were a bunch of recommendations on how we do that. We'll get to that with the solutions. Danny.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree a little bit with some of the things, because I think that as developers, our general instinct is, okay, I'm just going to try and make better games. And I don't think that's useful, because it costs a lot of money, it costs a lot of time, and you don't make better games by just starting to make better games. That's really fucking hard to do. So when I talk to people who run studios overseas, when I see how studios have grown overseas, when I see how people have built things, they built their studios by making shittier games and that being okay. And generally this is a biz dev problem and not like a game design or game development problem. You need to build a pathway to the market where it is okay that your game is not amazing, is not the best, and that still produces income. And the way that happens overseas is by people having relationships with platforms. The first games that came out on Apple Arcade, not fucking amazing. Now you have to build an amazing game to even get Apple's attention to potentially be on Apple Arcade. So step one, get the relationships that we don't have because we're in the global south, in order to be able to produce games that are less good but still pay for everybody and do the thing where you're kind of selling your soul to an industry in order to be able to earn that income and grow your team and build things. And the only space in which I see South Africans doing that is bullshit gambling games. But there is no exit pathway. There's no exit pathway from that space into people working on other games where maybe they get more opportunity to build what they want to make or whatever. The problem is we have the issue of we have to try and make the best fucking game possible to compete with this massive thing when people grew their studios overseas not competing. So I don't think we should compete. I think we should like be unfair and find a way not to compete.
Can I just add to that?
Sure. And then Rhys, we see you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Danny. I think my point was, let's make sure we know they're shitty games.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
let's
like-
make sure we don't think they're good. Like, I agree with you. I think you're completely correct. I'm just like, let's make sure we know they're bad. Like, it's about making sure the standard is compared to the world.
I mean, because also, I think everyone who's been in this industry for any time knows, we've all seen the new guys on the block, like, I'm making a AAA quality game. You're like, no, son.
Building my
You
own
are
engine,
really
baby,
not.
and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
best of luck.
Rhys.
So, as an outsider looking in, and just having a bunch of conversations over the last couple of years with, a number of studios that I've met at Africa Games Week and beyond, like 2 observations, or an observation on 2 points. Like, if you want to create a great co-dev studio, the main function you need is world-class production. Like, you need producers that are experienced. And I haven't found that a lot here. Just talking to, what do you do? How's your founding team compare? I don't see a lot of people dedicated to the art of production and the discipline of production. So that's one, because you were talking about gaps, and that's my perception, is that there is a gap in the market there for co-dev specifically. And then for quote unquote creative studios, the chief function is game design. Because the gameplay mechanics are what really drive. The fun is in those mechanics. It's not whether it looks great or not. That can be stylized. It can scale up and down and still be successful. Look at some of the games that won this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but the design is solid, and I don't see a lot yet of the discipline of game design, the art of game design. Kind of rising to the top in founding teams, because I think that talent is slowly accreting. I will say the first studio I ever got a pitch from in the industry 20 years back was a little studio from Belgium called Larian. I passed. It was pretty generic dude running around in a fantasy RPG setting with no plot. And I'm like, yeah, pass. 20 years later on, they're Larian, right? Same game conference, I passed on a Polish studio, had a pretty generic fantasy RPG with a character. I was like, what is this? And it's like, it's fantasy RPG with person running around castle. And I was like, pass. That was CD Projekt Red. Right? And so every great studio has a beginning. And I've seen how they evolve. And so when I meet these studios here in Africa, I often think of that comparison of, oh, you guys are early. You're building, but you're early. And we used to joke about how the Chinese industry was only good for art because they had no game design.
Yeah.
Look at them now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I say we're rapidly running out of time, but depending on how things go,
Nick.
It's my conference. I can do what I want. Hugo.
Hey. So great conversation. I have a couple of things that I want to touch on. So the first one is around sort of like, what is the scorecard, right? What are we measuring ourselves against? Because if we're not clear about what the measure is, then how do we know if we're doing good or bad? The second thing, and this is kind of like tagging on to your transition, is what competitive advantages do we have? So we're not going to all of a sudden magically, find individuals who have 10 years experience working in AAA productions. I know a couple of VCs, when they put out the scorecard for the companies that they've invested in, they're founding team, cumulative revenue, $5 billion, right? We're never gonna get that. So, and to Ben's
but
point.
Not never.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Well, no, so because this.
What I mean by that is, you're looking for people on the only way it would happen is if they go on and work at studios who then end up with those successes. If they're joining those teams now, those projects are old projects, right? So where are they going to come from? We don't have the educational infrastructure. If we have people who live abroad who have the privilege of getting those jobs, right? But the way that sometimes diasporans see themselves is very different from the way Africans in Africa see themselves, right? So let's not go into that debate. But I think like the third point, I think is, how do we then engineer that? So if it's not going to magically happen, so we can't sit around and say like the strategy is when it happens, then we can, right? So how do we engineer that? And the way to engineer that is, like what Nyamakop is doing, building teams, building projects that potentially can become successful, and some of the individuals who are part of that product journey hopefully can then start their own project and say, hey, we worked on that successful project, and they become the next wave. It's really about mindset. So when you're talking about generalists and people being specialists, you're talking about it takes time to make that change. It's a mindset game. And if you work with young teams, you understand that 80% of your time is spent around changing the perception and the mindset of who they think they are, what they think they do or what they can do, right? And what they should do and where they need to get to. Because the aspiration for everybody is about being experienced and working on successful projects. It's not going to magically happen. It would only happen if people put in the effort. And that's the mindset bit, right? One last point.
Yeah.
Right?
Is Hugo on this panel?
No. I wasn't. One last point, and I think it's really about the scorecard. I think the scorecard is very simple, right? It's audience, right? Shitty game, great game, no one gives a shit, right? But if 1 billion people are playing it, I do not care what you think. We've seen games like that. Like, like we saw the presentation from the Swedish games industry, and there are game developers who don't think Candy Crush is a game, right? But no one gives a shit, right? It was sold for $6.9 billion, right? And audience equals to revenue. So that revenue is not going to materialize. If you have 100,000 players, you're not going to all of a sudden magically make $1 billion, right? So audience. And ultimately, and I think this is, if there's any lesson that we can learn from other creative spaces, right? If I ask anybody in this room to tell me one Nigerian song, right? Or one music from Nigeria, one Afrobeat tune that they like, one Amapiano song that they like, the chances are everybody has one, right? And that is really that audience appeal. When are we gonna make that game that people go like, oh shit, that game is from that region, right? And that is the maturity. That is our scorecard.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
Francois, is it a bitch or a solution? Because people, bitch. Okay, quick bitch. Go.
I think wisely you're not focusing a lot on government stuff, but bitching about that for a second, I think there's a lot of talk about what things are not doing, and I think those are important topics to discuss. But bitching a bit, what they actually do is often a net negative. We've seen that. Like we've spent weeks and weeks of time trying to capitulate to their endless whims, and it has honestly been a net negative for us. And I think we don't talk about that enough, like how...
Oh, wait until tomorrow.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think we can categorically say, in South African context, the South African government has done more damage to the games industry this year than they've ever done before.
Yeah.
By trying to get us to work.
Can quantify
absolutely,
it too.
absolutely. Yeah. But that's kind of a separate problem because it doesn't. The way that I kind of envisage things, and so I'm going to give up the problem thing because it leans into what Hugo says, it leans to what everyone else says, is one of the things that I think about, or I think one of the fundamental problems that we have is that I often talk about, and it's often talked about, you need to be making the right game, right? Just in general, it's like one of the first things if you go to any BD publishing course and everything else, say, oh, you have to make a game that is investable, you have to make a game that has an audience, you have to do all these things, right? A twist on that is we also have to be building the studio. You have to be building the right studio, and I think this is fundamentally true in South Africa. One of the reasons why we haven't had our CD Projekt Red, one of the reasons why we haven't had our Larian, is because it's not because of the opportunity.
It's
Right?
because
We've
not
had
in the
studios that
studios.
have reached that success, but the people behind it don't want that. And so the question that I ask, because also here's some other facts. Do you know what the largest work for hire group in game development is? It's a very famous worldwide group. It's called Keywords. Has anyone heard of Keywords?
Yep.
Massive fucking studio, global. Did you know that's run by a South African? Yep. Andrew Day. Not related to Danny Day.
Danny, what the hell?
I look like Danny.
And so here, and that, you know, we heard about in Kate's talk, there was this guy, this Microsoft guy, who was South African. And so there are a couple of things that I want to put out there. And Wabantu, I think you're actually in a really good position to speak to this. So I want to talk about my turtles. So these are the South Africans and Africans who have gone abroad to get that experience. Because you're right, Hugo, it's not going to magically appear, right? People have to go. How do we get them to come back? Because that's how you get the experience, right? Yes, the developers sitting here today, the guys there on the show floor, no, they're not going to magically be able to say, oh, I worked on Diablo 4 now, which is when they need it. But there are Africans out there who have that experience. Question one, why are they not doing it in Africa? Why are they not coming back? That's question one. Question two, look outside of games. Nigeria is a good example of this, Kenya is too, and South Africa. We have vibrant tech sectors that have hugely successful businesses. Why are their founders not making games? Why is their next project, these serial entrepreneurs saying, actually, I want to go and make a game studio, right? We're not attracting the right people, right? I think that's part of the problem. So how do we get that? You can speak soon, Danny. So yeah, how do we get our international talent back? And then to the point about code development, yes, code development is important, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for it. But Spielfabrik will talk about this issue, right? And this is where government forms part of the solution, by the way. They've had to cancel their co-production with Africa because the African studios cannot raise
the money
to do the code development, right? And then it just becomes another form of slavery where they're expected to do everything for free and the European studios get everything. And that's where one of the roles the government can play. So, Wabantu, I just want you to think about my turtle question, right? What,
do you want
from
me
your
to
perspective,
think about it or respond to it?
Well, I want you to respond to it. Like, well, and again,
Okay.
personal opinion, right? What would it take to bring you back?
Even just to be in person, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I worked really hard.
Look, in fairness, he is in Eswatini. He's just not here, and that's the US.
Was it at a house?
That's the US. That's the US fault. But I think several layers to this answer. But I'll try to be brief. The first is being found. I think to give the context to the room, I actually had emailed Nick and team and said I didn't know there was an Africa Games Week until I stumbled upon it on LinkedIn because Rhys, who spoke a few moments ago, posted it on his LinkedIn, and I've actually interacted with Rhys many years ago. He was one of the first people I asked about how do I get into gaming. And it's funny, I've also met Hugo at GDC, who I asked this exact same question, like how as an African do I get to come back to Africa and do anything? Because I'd really want to, but no one's explaining to me where the industry is. All your websites respectfully suck. You don't explain how to interact with you, like if I email an inbox, and I've done this with many different companies across the continent, you guys just don't respond. So when Africans who are abroad do actually want to reach out, no one's reaching back out to them and say, actually, we'd love to have you back. That's the first thing. So it's a mindset thing. The second part of it is that then the problem becomes, and this is partly related to government, but it's also partly related to mindset, is if I'm from the wrong country, then you don't want me to be there. And I think something that I've noticed in this conversation and in this room is this thing of saying South African market first and then everywhere else. The first thing you have to realize, and I'm hoping that you guys have realized given the last 10 years of South African GDP growth, you are African. You are very much like the rest of us. And so given that context, when you think about audiences, when you think about talent, your challenge strategy must not be South Africa first. It must be African first, because that's the only way you're going to build the games necessary to win over market share and interest across the continent, at least in my humble opinion. Now, and then the last bit of it is just, once you do give us the opportunity to come back, It's about roles. It's about saying, will you allow me to come back and feel empowered? Even though it may feel potentially dictatorial to some people, are you going to create the conditions for people who do want to come back to be able to do the kinds of jobs and the kinds of work that they're really passionate and interested about? And I say this because having spoken to some devs at EA and talked about their personal experiences who are African, often they feel like they're being offered the wrong kinds of roles. They feel like they're being under-leveled compared to their experience. And obviously part of that is related to money, but many of them are actually keenly aware that money is not going to be a thing they're going to be able to negotiate, because many of them are aware they can't get paid in dollars working on the continent. So I think those are the three layers that I would come at. Some of it is very much personal, as I'm sure you can hear, but that's the way I would think about it.
Cool.
I want to add one comment.
Yeah.
When you mentioned that Free Live Studio, that people don't know that it's from South Africa, it happened even in Sweden. A lot of people don't know about some Swedish studios. They had to get recognition from outside to be recognized in their country. I think Perry yesterday explained that it took them years to get to where they are right now. So it's very good to just remember how realistic one can be in terms of expectations.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I also just want to say it's very easy to compare ourselves to, you know, North American or European countries, looking at where their industries are versus where our industries are. And I think we're looking in the wrong places, because there are certain things that, you know, for various reasons outside of our control, colonialism, there's just a level of money and funding and support governmentally and infrastructure that we just don't have, right? And it's fucking sucks and it's bullshit, but it is what it is. I think what really interests me, and I think what can be very valuable for Africa, is to look at other countries that have been in similar positions as ours, that are new to being democratic states, that are new to being independent, that are creating industries with some degree of support from government or not, that are successful, that's generating revenue, that is creating stable work for a lot of people in those spaces. Looking at Colombia, looking at a lot of South American companies and a lot of South American countries and seeing how they grew their industries. Looking at places like Malaysia.
Poland, by the way. Poland is
Poland, yeah, looking in Poland, really, like, you know, a lot of countries where their circumstances are more closely aligned. And I think that there's more opportunity not just to grow, but to work together, because it's also people who understand and care deeply, because it's more closely related to that experience and less likely to have some of the barriers of, like, the funding, how do we treat people we work with, do we trust that you can make something good? Because, like, the answer is obviously fucking yeah.
I'm sorry, we can talk about this till tomorrow. This topic is huge and everybody could give their opinions. I wish we had a Discord channel where we can continue this conversation, but I will have to interrupt because we need to give people a break. And then we're coming back at 2 o'clock. We have one session here, Unity. At 2 o'clock you will have a session here, Unity demonstration. And then we have another speech which will be next to the workshop room A. You will have creating safe spaces topic. So we will have to split the audience later on. Thank you so much. Thank you for your opinions. So.
In a tour of the new URP sample scene, I have to put my old man glasses on. So hey, there we go. All right. So anyway, wow, so many people. All right, so anyway, we'll get through it. So I'm Mark from Los Angeles, and LA never looks like that. There's no, you don't ever see the mountains. It's a rare day when it looks like that. But anyway, so I'm here from LA, and we are going to talk about Fantasy Kingdom. Most of this demo is going to be in the editor. I've got a few slides just to kind of set it up. But basically, last year at Unite, Unity showed Fantasy Kingdom running in HDRP, which used assets from Cinti Studios, and we were really pushing, while Unity 6 was still in preview, some of the really cool new tools that Unity 6 could do. And then for the release of Unity 6, we wanted to see if we could achieve the same visual quality using URP with some of the amazing optimizations that we've developed over that past year. So anyway, I don't like to read my slides, but you can kind of see what's up there. If you want to check out the original HDRP version, just go on YouTube, type in Fantasy Kingdom Unity 6, and you can see the really high resolution HDRP version. but I want to show it to you using URP. So you can actually download everything that I'm going to show you today. You can download from the asset store. Just go to the Unity asset store, type in Fantasy Kingdom, and you will get the exact same thing I'm going to show you today. So from there, some of the really cool new stuff is, actually, if you don't know this, the universal render pipeline is going to become the de facto render pipeline in Unity. HDRP is going to be merged, and the built-in renderer is going away. So there's a lot of new stuff. The adaptive pro volumes are amazing. I'm going to show you those. The VFX graph has had a lot of new stuff added to it. The resident drawer, this is an amazing feature. I'm going to show it to you. It's like literally a click and a checkbox, and then I'm done showing the feature, and it's like, holy crap, that's amazing what it just did. Actually, I think I can say shit, because I heard shit earlier. So holy shit, it's amazing. And I'll show you that. Minimize draw calls. Basically, well, you'll just see it. And then the GPU occlusion culling, if you've got Vulkan running on a mobile, it's amazing what we can do now with occlusion culling to reduce the draw calls, increase your frame rate with basically just checking a checkbox. Spatial temporal post-processing makes me think of tempura every time I see the sushi place there, but it's not anything like that. It is basically a software scaler that'll basically give you the same visual fidelity, basically just by, again, just clicking a checkbox. But at least that I can show you some fun little tuning features of it. And then some great Vulkan updates. So I'll show you the automatic render graph pass merging. So basically all the new Vulkan stuff is supported in Unity 6, so just another great reason to switch. Of course, there's no runtime fee anymore, so that's another great reason you don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to talk about that at all. The render graph, this is super powerful. This allows you to see step-by-step how each one of your passes is being rendered and what resources are being rendered or being used to render it. And I'll show you how that can really optimize your scene here in just a second. And then this is a stupid slide. I'm not going to talk about it. So there we go. Let's talk about, let's actually do the demo. So cool. Let's get out of that. And excuse me, here we are inside of Fantasy Kingdom. So again, this is all available from the asset store. I can kind of cruise around here, and you can use these assets as much as you want for educational purposes, but if you do ship a game with it, you need to buy the asset pack from Cinti Studios, which is only like $300 bucks. But these are really nice assets, super high quality, and if I kind of zoom in here, you can see there's all kinds of wonderful stuff going on. We've got waterfalls and some little gardens going on and a windmill. Really just a great little playground to mess around with Unity. So just quickly, if I go into play mode, let me turn off my stats. Basically, this is designed for a tablet, so I can move. If I position my finger or my mouse in the corners, it'll move around like that, and I can orbit the camera. And I'll show this to you running on a tablet in just a second. Right now, we're in desktop quality mode because we're on a desktop, but I'll show it to you on a mobile here in just a second. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit stop. One of the first things I'll do is go into my project settings, and you can see I've got, let me move this over kind of here. I've got several different project settings, and as I switch between each one of them, you'll notice some subtle changes to the render quality. It may be hard to see sitting far back, but basically we've got a lot of changes that happen between each one of these quality settings. Now these quality settings can be anything from desktop high to desktop low, or Nintendo Switch, whatever, all different consoles, all different types of handhelds, and these can be automatically detected by whatever hardware you're on, or you could have like in a PC where you're able to tune your specific graphic settings. So again, you can have as many of these as you want, and they control a ton of different settings under the hood. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to double click on, I'm going to make sure I'm on desktop high, and then I'm going to use this render pipeline asset. So if I double click this, it's going to pop this little window up here. And notice as I switch between these different ones, you'll see some subtle changes here between the different between these different settings. So these are just a handful of the settings that you can change with the quality settings. I'm going to go back to desktop high, and if I close this up, watch this. So I'm going to go into my game mode, and I'm going to turn on my stats. And I know this is going to be really hard for you all to see, but if I go and make sure that this is off, and cool. All right, so right now I've got 1,639 batches, 3 million triangles, and 3.9 million vertices. So hopefully you all know what those mean. Basically, you want the lower number of batches you have, the better. And of course, the lower number of triangles you have, the better as well. But that's all depends on how your objects were modeled. So anyway, right now the camera's looking at that. With one little checkbox, I'm going to go to GPU resident drawer, and I'm going to expand that so you can see the word drawer, which is hard to say. And I'm going to change that to instance drawing. And watch what happens to these numbers right here. 3,000,000, 1,600, boop, 900, 3 million. So just one little checkbox, we've gone from 1,600 draw call or 1,600 batches to 900 just by checking checkbox, that's the word. The other thing is, watch this, 3 million triangles, 3.9 million vertices, check this, boop, 1.4 to 1.7, just by a checkbox. So you can imagine the performance gains you get on mobile when you can reduce the number of batches and polygons just that easily. So one of the neat things is you can actually visualize what the GPU culling is. So what that actually means is, if I go to my scene view, is whatever objects are back here, when the camera is like this, and you don't see that mountain back there, it's not going to draw those polygons. It's not going to consider them. It's just going to cull them out of the scene. And what's neat is if I go to my window analysis, and I go to my, what am I looking for here? My render debugger, and I like to plant this guy right in like this, and plop that in the interface so it's always there. If I go down here to my GPU resident drawer, and I click on occlusion test overlay, we get that, which is basically debug information that shows us where we're getting the majority of our culling from. So the darker the color, the more polygons are being chucked away behind those vertices. So, I mean, I just love debugging stuff. It's just cool to visualize this stuff. It's kind of useless. I mean, you can't really tune that at all, but it's pretty cool to see what's being culled and where the majority of your culling is happening from. And this is just my way of extending a single checkbox feature to more like a 5 minutes instead of a, well, okay, I'm done. So anyway, that's that. So I'm going to turn off that guy. I'll show you one more really nice enhancement here for with just another one of these checkbox ones. So under my upscaling filter, I'm going to change this from automatic to that, what I mentioned earlier, the spatial temporal post-processing. Turn that on. And, well, what just happened there? Well, it's kind of hard to see unless I go here to, if I go to frequently used map overlays, it was on none, and I set it to STP for spatial temporal post-processing. And if I go to my game view, turn off my stats, we now see this box here. So let me do that again. Here it is with it off, and then here it is with it on. So what we're seeing here is this black area is showing us what would be a 1080p screen. And what it's telling me is that I'm only rendering a quarter of it, but it's giving me a full screen image like that. So if I increase this, you can kind of see what it's doing. So right now, it's rendering 1:1. So there's no upscaling. But as I reduce this, right now I'm rendering only 25% of the pixels. All these pixels are gone. It's upscaling this image and still giving me this resolution. So if I keep going down with this, it's only when I get to like 0.1 that you really start to see noise and artifacting. I don't know if you can all see that. But if you're on a really low-end mobile device, you can set this to like 0.15 or 0.2 maybe, and people with a low-end device will still have a very nice experience because instead of rendering that entire 1080p frame, we're just rendering this little small piece of it like so. And then this little visualizer is just to show you exactly how much of that you're rendering. It's not actually going to render that black over top of it. For desktop high, I think we had it set to something like 0.6, which was basically pixel perfect. If you were to take two renderings of full 1:1 versus 0.6, you can't see any difference. I mean, zoom in on Photoshop, it's like, damn, that's pretty cool. So anyway, let's go ahead and turn off our little overview here, like so. And let me show you some other fun stuff in here. If we go to, let's go to this waterfall. There's been some enhancements with not only the particle system, but also the VFX graph. So if I select, let's see if I can grab. Actually, let's do it like this. Waterfall. Oops. Waterfall. And let's grab the third one. No, where's it at? There we go. All right, so let's frame that guy. Oh, it's all the way over here. All right, so this waterfall right here. So you can see we've got a little bit of a splash going on. There's some particle effects here. If I go click on Edit, this is going to bring up the particle system. And so what's new here is this little bug icon. So if I click on this, it's going to show me basically I have to be in play mode. Sorry, let's try that again. and go to my shader graph. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let me close that up, and let me grab the proper one I want. Waterfall number. Which one was it? There's one that shows this really well. All right, you know what? My phone, I had it on my phone, and my phone decided to lock up. It is Waterfall 2. All right, my bad. VFX. Gosh darn it. Every time I let go of my mouse, it slides down the VFX, water, cool. There it is, water wheel. Let's do this one. Frame up, there we go. That's the one I want. Cool. So there's our little particle effect. And if I click on edit again, this will bring me into the VFX graph. And if I zoom in on here, click my little bug icon, you can see that we are using almost no resources because it's such a tiny little minuscule effect. So let's do this. Let's go and press stop, and let's increase this to like 1 million. Let's see what that does. 1 million. Boop. Cool. Hit play again. And if we go back to our water, okay, that's a lot more. And if we go back to our water wheel, we can see that we are now rendering 990,000 particles, and it's still only taking 0.244 milliseconds of GPU time. So, I mean, that's still nothing. I remember when 1 million particles was like, good grief. But today's GPU, this is a 4090 in here, so pretty powerful. But the execution time is only 0.002 milliseconds on the GPU. So just really nice to be able to see when you have a much more complex particle system, just what the execution time is. And again, if I go back to my scene view, oh, not that one, wrong one. Let's go back to this guy. There are a ton of particles now doing their thing, and I'll just let it sit like that because it doesn't slow it down at all. Let's go and grab one other one here. I want to get the waterfall mesh. Show you something else. Waterfall mesh. And let's grab this one, frame up on that guy. And so here we have another cool little waterfall. And this one we're using the shader graph. And so if I open up the shader graph, actually I'm going to expand these parameters really quick. So these are the parameters for it. I can, of course, change the color of the waterfall if I want, make it, you know, red. I don't know why I'd want to do that. It's the blood. That's terrible. But anyway, all of the parameters that you see right here are created through the shader graph. So if I click on edit, this will bring up the shader graph, and we can see all of the nice nodes that is making that happen. So this was in Unity 2022. This is not a whole lot's changed here, but what has changed is this little guy right here under color mode. I click on this, click on heat map, and this now shows me with this color coding what the execution time is for each node. So the darker the red, the longer each node takes to execute. And if you look up on the manual, it'll show you what those execution times are. And it's been highly requested that we actually put the milliseconds in there as well. So that's coming. You can rechange the color coding if you want, but essentially that is a nice new little feature to show just how fast these things are being rendered. So that's cool. Let's see, what else can I show you in here? That is that. Let's go close this up. Close that guy up. Close this one up. And let me go into my build settings. And if you go down to your build settings, there is, under development build, if you click this checkbox, this is something not a lot of people know. If you take your tablet or your phone, once you do a build, so here's Fantasy Kingdom, move it all around, hooray. And here I can switch between low, medium, high, whatever. But if you take your 3 fingers and you whack at it, and my thumb is on, hang on, there we go. It pops up a whole bunch of statistics, a whole bunch of performance stuff. And you can actually swipe through it, change different rendering modes. There's a whole bunch of debug information that I don't think a lot of people know about just by clicking, oh, I don't know why we're looking at my news, just by clicking development build. So super valuable, super, you can also plug this in to the profiler and see a profile in real time as well. But everybody I show that to is like, I had no idea that existed. So if you're doing a mobile build, click on development build, and you'll get all of your nice statistics inside of there. So that's pretty slick. Let's do this. Let's go, and I think that was all I wanted to show you in Fantasy Kingdom. Let me double check. Yes, that is it. All right, so I'm going to close this guy up, and I want to show you another project. So that one was available through the asset store. The next thing I want to show you, Manu showed a little bit of it today, which is the new URP sample scene. And the way you get that, because that is also available for everybody, is you go to the Unity Hub. You go to the Unity Hub, there we go, and just click on New Project, go to Sample, and make sure you click on Universal 3D Sample. And if you see these 4 little slices, that lets you know you have the right one. I've already downloaded it. If you haven't downloaded it, it'll say download and then create project, and it'll create for you the project as well. So again, everything I'm going to show you in this example, you'll get as well. And when it launches, it will look like this. It'll have a little welcome dialog, and it tells you where the forums are for this project. And I'm really seeing a lot of people use this. I see it all over Reddit now, people using this for all sorts of testing. Really, really happy we did this. It was a good investment because, again, people are using it, but it really shows a lot of the fun new features with URP. So one of the things you'll notice over here on the right are some tutorials. So right away I can click on presentation and I'll say, all right, before you start, get familiar with the project. And we've already looked at this. This was the quality and performance. Showed that to you with the last project. But as you step through it, it'll tell you how play mode works, how to use the mouse and keyboard. So some of them are very basic. If we go back and start to look at, say, graphical features, we can learn about volume frameworks, baked lighting, sky, fog, lighting, reflection probes. I'm going to show you maybe 1 or 2 of these. I'll let you guys do this at home for yourself. I'll show you some other stuff I found in here that's really quite fascinating and show you that stuff instead. So anyway, let's go and get rid of that. And let's go pop up a inspector. What am I looking for? Window, panels. Oh, where'd my inspector go? Where's inspector? Let's just do that. No, not that. There we go. Perfect. All right. So if I hit play, the first thing that we start off is in the terminal. And let me go full screen just to show you this. So we're in the terminal, and the reason it's called the terminal is because if I run just by pressing the shift key, we have these 3 hallways. And think of this as like a bus station or a train station where you have different entryways. And these take you to 3 very different sub-scenes of this project that show off some other fun stuff. Now, one of the neat things here is this wide open area is really well lit. If you're on PC highest settings, you're gonna get a lot of real-time shadows. You're gonna get this nice little water effect over here, over there. And actually, you know what? Let me make sure I'm on PC high. Stop this for just a second, and let's go into Edit, Project Settings, PC high. Yes, all right, cool. Just to be sure, press play again, and go full screen. All right, so if you take your own assets, let's say you make a nice shiny car, you've been working on this great model. One of the bummers with the built-in renderer with Unity is when you bring it into Unity, it just looks dull and boring, and you have to turn a lot of post-processing effects on and turn on some lighting and some other stuff like that. So this project is designed for you to really be able to just take any of your objects, dump them in there, do some nice look dev on it, without having to set up a bunch of stuff beforehand. So it's always fun when I go to like a hackathon and someone's like, well, look how good it looks in Unreal. Well, yeah, they just have all that stuff turned on by default. So now you can do this scene and kind of get the same thing. So anyway, let's do this. Let's go into this one first. This is the Oasis. What I love here is when you walk in here, oh man, gosh darn it. I had run this, so the first time you run the project, you have to build all the shaders, and I thought I had done that. So now you'll get it. This really cool transformation effect, and my mouse just spazzed. And as you walk to the back of the room, you get this really neat little, like you're looking through an LCD panel, really close up with that little warp effect, and then you back out. So how do I actually get into that scene? Well, you just go up here and stare at the Unity logo, and then this wonderful little transition. And gosh darn it, I had built all those shaders, and now they're all unbuilt. So you guys will get that too. The first time you run it, you'll get those blue, the blue uncompiled shaders, but it just takes a second. They're ready to go. So anyway, first thing we'll notice, there is a nice lens flare going on there. And if you look at all the foliage, everything is gently moving. This is all done through the shader graph. And all the foliage, by the way, comes from SpeedTree, which is a phenomenal tool for creating just about any type of foliage. It's a Unity product. You can just say, I want a 5-year-old palm tree, and it'll make you a 5-year-old palm tree with dead fronds. You can make a new palm tree, and you can make just about every type of plant known to man. Very cool. You can see that one's got some dead leaves on it. If I go over here to the tent and I walk into it, you can see we got this interesting exposure change. That's using a volume. I'll show you how that's set up. And Manu showed you the decals on the rock there. And then over here, we've got this nice water, also made with a shader graph with a nice reflection of the trees and everything. And I'll show you how all that was done. But first, let's go run back as fast as we can. To our little portal. And if you look at it, it expands, and then the Unity logo pops up, and we are back into our terminal. So we go back here, and then let's pop into this one. This is the garden. And again, a nice little transition. And if we move to the back, we get that same cool LCD screen. And this is, well, here, I'll show it to you when we're inside of it. This was really kind of Overwatch inspired. All of this, by the way, is designed to run on anything from an iPhone 6 all the way up to an iPhone 16, and then all the kind of Android equivalents using the different quality settings. So if you set the quality at the lowest setting, it looks almost the same. And then, of course, the highest setting, you're going to get some of the nice other details turned on. And I don't know why my mouse is spazzing like that. Sorry. If I look up, we got some particles falling, the whole little petals of leaves. If I come over here, we got these interesting light sources, which, gosh darn it. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with my... Well, maybe my fat wrist is touching my... I know what's going on. I'll try to not do that. Let's see. Let's go over here. And if we take a look inside... Again, you can kind of see, if those of you that play Overwatch, there's definitely an Overwatch sort of a look to this. And yeah, so anyway, all right. So that's enough of a tour of it. Let's go... look at our deal here. I'll show you the last one at the end, which is more designed for virtual reality. But let's go back to the terminal and talk about some of the fun stuff in here. So let's leave play mode. And the scenes are all broken up in, well, there's 4 different scenes. If you do a build right now, it will build all 4 scenes, and you can navigate to them on your phone or your PC, whatever. If you go into your scenes folder, you can load them up each individually, which is what I'm going to do. So let's start off with the Oasis. And if I go in here and just load the Oasis scene, that will put us in the Oasis. So let's zoom over here, and let's talk about some of the fun stuff that we have here. So again, first thing we saw was that lens flare. So if I just open up my root, let's go to lighting and our main light. And down here we have our new URP lens flare. So I can turn that on and off, of course, or I could just crank the scaling up and make it obnoxious, whatever. There's this nice little dithering here. If you turn off the occlusion like this, it will make it so that as you go behind a tree, it doesn't flicker. Let me turn off my grid. So that doesn't quite look real anymore. You should get a flickering there. So if I turn that back on, now you get that nice little flicker as you see that, which is nice. Let's take a look at this volume effect. So again, when we go into the tent, the exposure increases quite a bit. And the reason for that is, if I open the tent and we select the tent volume, we see that when we go into the tent, we add a post-processing exposure of 3 versus the main camera, which actually, if I just zoom, wrong direction, zoom way up and way out of our scene, we've got this other box. Oh wait, that was a little too far. Where'd it go? Here it is. Why wouldn't it let me select it? Back. Well, anyway, there's a second volume. Did I go too far away? Oh, weird. It's there, but it doesn't want me to select it. Anyway, whatever. There's a second tent. Maybe I can just find it here, the outdoor volume. There it is. So that green box that you see there, that's the primary volume. And when we're in there, we only have a post-exposure of 0.25. Yet when we go into the tent, we have a post-exposure of 3. So you can have as many volumes as you want, and each one of these can have as many overrides as you want. We have volume on here, the density of the volume, some bloom. If we go back to just the tent volume, and if I pick it up, you can see that's it right there, that box. So let's do this. Let's go into here, and let's make it so that when we're in this volume, I want to do something else. So I'm going to go down here and say add an override, and let's do post-processing. So you can do all these different effects in here. So I'm going to add chromatic aberration. Let's turn it on and crank the intensity to 100. And what that does, I think it's kind of funny that there's this shisha thing, and then there's this tea. So if you look over on the edges now, it's like a little psychedelic effect happening, as though maybe there was something in the tea that makes it like that. And you can tweak that like that. So if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, you can add these interesting little fun little effects, and you can have as many of these as you want. And basically one other thing is the way they blend. Notice that it blends subtly from one to the other. And that's this blend distance right here. So if I set that to 0, it's going to be a very harsh transition, either on or off, as opposed to something nice, which is 2 unity units, which is 2 meters, and we get a nice thing like that. Manu was showing you the decals that are on the rocks. These decals are just super powerful. I'm a 3D artist, and one of my most hated things is UV mapping. It's just awful, and it's always been awful. For 30 years, it's been awful. And now, like, I've got 3 different mats and a ground, and I'm able to just basically spray paint a decal that covers all of them without having to worry at all about the UVs. And it's just magic. It works on low-end mobile devices to a certain, I think like iPhone 8 is where you can start supporting decals. Yeah, so really good stuff there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the water. So if I select the water here, do I have the water selected? Yep. So you'll notice if I expand this thing, we've got all these parameters for the water. The surface tiling of it, let me maybe adjust the refraction intensity so you can see a little bit of a change there. We can do something crazy by changing the normal map shimmering, which is obviously way too much. Let's go over here to the edge. Oops, we went under the water. There we go. If I change the edge fade, you can see how the edge fades on and off. All of this UI right here is built through the shader graph. So if I click on Edit way up here, you'll notice that on our blackboard, all of these parameters here are the same parameters that we see here. So normal map is an image. So if I open this up, normal map is a texture 2D. Normal tiling 1 is a float. Normal tiling 2 is a float. Float, 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 float. Normal tiling 1, normal tiling 2, normal maximum strength. So basically a technical artist or whoever is skillful enough to create some of these graphs basically builds this nice complicated graph, and then an artist is able to just move those parameters around that you want the artist to tune. You can lock this down or not, depending on you know, whatever the skill level is of your team or your whatever. But this is just really nice, and you'll notice that when I mouse over, it'll show me in blue where that parameter is actually being used. So I can go over normal max strength, and you can see that that one lights up, and then that's basically the exposed parameter that someone can adjust. I could do a 2-hour session on just the shader graph, so we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. Again, there's a new color coding on there, so you can see what the execution time is, which is super valuable. Definitely dive into the shader graph if you've got any sort of desire to create shaders. This is how we're now telling people to create shaders as opposed to writing shader code, which is awful. Those of you who have written shader code, I agree. It's awful. You know what? Let me just show you an example of some shader code. Let's go just see how awful it is. My 3D artist self. Let's take like the, where is it? Let's grab this guy and let's open the shader. Where is the shader for that? Oh, it's down here. Do I not have a shader on that? Hey? Let's grab a teapot then. There we go. So let's edit this shader. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Wow. That's the default lit shader written with code. Code's great, but you can do the same result with just a few nodes using the shader graph. It's just as fast, way easier once you get the hang of it, and definitely invite you to check out using the shader graph. So anyway, one last thing to show you, because this is a requested feature. If I select this reflection probe, we now have the box projection and the blend distance with URP for reflection probe. So for some of you, who cares? For some of you, it's like, oh my God, finally we can do blending between the different shader probes using URP. And you can notice that we're only rendering a 128 by 128 pixel reflection probe or reflection texture, because what we're reflecting is being altered by the water. So no point in rendering this super high resolution texture, because the water is going to distort it anyway. And we don't really need to capture the subtle movement of those trees since again, the water is animating them anyway. All the shaders that you see in here, you're welcome to rip out, use in your own projects. Everything in the URP sample scene, you can use in a commercial project. You can use however you want, whereas the Fantasy Kingdom is only for educational purposes, since we basically license those assets from our friends at Cinti Studios. Last thing I want to show you here is if I can select the palm fronds. Let's go edit this guy. So this also uses a shader graph. And even the, even the swaying of all of the foliage, that's all done just with a few nodes here using the vertex colors that SpeedTree puts out. So when SpeedTree exported those palm trees, all the foliage, it creates a bunch of vertex colors, which we then use to drive the subtle animation. And then again, that's all basically accessible. If we go back to my game view, if I open this up, you can see that right here I can enable, where is it at? The wind. If I turn the wind on or off, that's basically, let's do it here, turn the wind on or off. Do I not have the right one selected? I must not have the right one selected. Let's find out. Nope, that's not the right one. Do that again. Let's try that one. Oh, why isn't that not moving? It's almost like I have the wrong one selected. Anyway, it should stop moving. I'm obviously doing something wrong. Oh, it's only that one branch I have selected. Ack. Let's try this one. Oh, man. Why is that? Good grief. All right, I'm going to give up on this soon, but normally they all stop moving, at least all the ones on that palm tree. All right, whatever. I'm obviously doing something dumb and don't want to continue being dumb in front of you. But you can see a little bit of a, let's do this. Let's lock this and let's unselect it here. And if I turn subsurface scattering on and off, it's just doing it right here at like the core for some reason. But there we have subsurface scattering on or off, also made with a shader graph. But that's just strange. Done that a few times. All right, whatever. It usually works. I think that's all I want to show you in here. Yeah, that's a good look at the Oasis scene. So let's go to the garden, and let's take a look at some fun stuff in here. So let's talk about lighting. I don't know why I put this way out in the middle of nowhere. All right, so in here, let's turn off some of our gizmos. Well, let's not turn them off first. Let's open this up. Let's go to lighting, and let's open up our light probes. Okay, what the hell just happened there? Good grief, what are those? So these are light probes. Light probes are amazing. They came out a few years ago, 3 years ago, I think. Basically, they allow you, they got rid of light maps. Light maps were great when we were doing very low resolution geometry, but as soon as you get high resolution geometry, light maps fall apart. You just can't light something with a light map that's got a high polygon count, basically. So we came up with these light probes. Now, light probes are great. Basically, they bake lighting information at each one of these probes, and then anything that gets in the area of that light probe is going to be lit the way that probe will light it, which is a kind of an oversimplification of how it works. They're great, but you have to manually place them all. So like I would select one of them. Oh, that's not what I want to do at all. Let's keep that selected. Where's my lighting? Light probe groups. There we go. So you click on this little light probe guy right there, and then I should be able to... All right, well, normally you select them and move them around, and it's a pain in the butt because if you have a whole bunch of them, you can see that gets very time-consuming and it's very complex. So they're great. They work really well. They're just difficult to set up and time-consuming, especially if you have a really big scene. So let's do this. Let's go and unselect those guys. And let's minimize all this, and let's just go and do plus, and I will go lighting, and let's do adaptive probe volume. Boop. And it says right here, all right, the current URP asset does not support adaptive probe volumes, all right? So if I click on open, it takes me to this, which is the same thing we were looking at earlier with the Fantasy Kingdom. This is basically the render asset, so we're on PC high for this particular quality setting. So I'm gonna change my light probe system here from light probe groups to adaptive probe volumes, like so. Close that up, and you can now see here that that little error message went away, except for it says, hey, those probe volumes have never been baked before. Normally you would never bake lighting in front of people because that you usually get coffee and lunch and like go to the restaurant down the street even to get lunch. Well, what that just did for me is when I created the adaptive probe volume, it created this box. Now I can scale this box by grabbing these little handles. I can move them around and scale this however big I want this cube to be. But I can also do this. I can say, you know what? Fit this to all scenes. So this would fit it to the entire, the terminal, all 4 of the different scenes, even though they're unloaded. But I want to just say that's all scenes. I want to say fit just to this particular scene. So if I back out and click on fit to scene, boop, it builds me this much bigger box. Cool. I could also say fit to selection if I just wanted maybe that tree in the center to be lit by the probe volumes. But that's good. I'm just going to keep it like this, and I'm going to say bake probe volumes. And it's going to, look at that. When have you seen baking that fast? I'm just going to, this was my segue for a sip of coffee. See, rather than making coffee and going down the street, you just have to sip your coffee, and you're done. I should have taken maybe a little bit longer of a sip, but there we go. So we're done. We've just baked our AVPs. And so now if I go Window, Analysis, and go into my Render Debugger, go back here, and let's go expand this out a little bit. And actually, you know what? I'm going to put it on this side. There we go. A little bit better, like so. Let's go to probe volumes, and I'm going to turn on my cells, and this will show me a little bit of debugging information. It's not too exciting, but watch this. If I click on display bricks, now this shows me where it actually not only placed the light probes, but where the density was. And it uses these parameters here, 1 meter, 3 meter, 9 meters, and 27 meters. So wherever it detects a lot of density or dense geometry, it's going to put the probes close together. When we get outside and further out in the world, it's going to put the probes farther apart, which by default is this 1, 3, 9, 27 setting. And you can see the color coding there. What does all that mean? Well, let's just do this. Let's turn this off. Let's turn this off. Let's turn display probes on. And if I zoom in, let me just do that and unselect it. Like so, go away, whatever. Let's just zoom in here. Look at all those probes it baked. So those probes, basically think of it as if I flew a spaceship through this thing, it would light it according to each one of those probes the way it lit that probe. And so if we go over here, let's kind of go, man, that's so fast. Sorry, I'm making everyone sick by zooming around so quickly. So you can see like this one here is capturing a lot of orange from the global illumination that we're receiving right here. Let's back up a little bit. And to really see this work, let's go into frequently used, and let's go to my lighting mode. And sorry, I did that really quick. It was on none.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say that we have to be mindful about the time, and it's starting to, we have an online session right after this one, a phone call. So I just want you to know, we might not be able to take questions, so just go ahead and.
When do I need to stop?
Soon, I'll tell you.
Wasn't it to 3:05?
It said 45, 2:45.
Oh, outside says 3:05. Sorry. Okay, no worries. Okay, I'll show you one more thing then. So if we switch to, where was I? Probe volumes. Let's do this. Let's go to let's do this. Shoot. Debug sampling. And let's turn off what I just showed you there with the global illumination. Frequently used, let's turn that back to none. And if I go back to probe volumes and I click on, where is it at? Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Where is my debug? There, sorry, click here. Sorry, it was on. So if you select pixel, wherever I move that guy, it's going to show you what probe is contributing to that pixel and how much light information it's contributing, which is super useful. Obviously, you can see exactly where your probe is coming from, or your probe lighting is coming from. So anyway, there's some other stuff I could show, but I think we're out of time. So maybe we'll ask one question. Sure. For these, I mean, so right now, it doesn't know that you're not going to move something through there. So it's not just for baked objects or static objects. You could fly a dynamic object through there and it will light it up. But when I did the automatic detection, it didn't sense much geometry here. So look, it spaced them really far apart. But as we go down into here, they get closer and closer until there's so much geometry that we need a bunch of probes to light it. And again, that's just doing the automatic setting. You could certainly manually position cubes and volumes to really be very specific about it. If you knew that your spaceship was going to fly just through a very specific area, put your theals right there. But anyway, cool.
So if you have Chinese lanterns that float up, they'll be spaced on the knob as well?
Yeah, this project has so much cool stuff. These lights here, when you're in play mode, they flicker around. There's some great little lighting scripts running on that I don't know why that's going so fast, that simulate the, like if you look, it's gently moving and there's little bugs flying around it. There's just a wonderful little script on there that just alters the shimming of the light. Anyway, find me outside. I can show you some other stuff. Thank you all very much, and there you go.
Thank you so much. We apologize about the overlapping of the time, and we had a lack of audience because of the lunch break, and people tend to go and not come back, so we apologize. So, our next session will be an online one, and we will have Alex Elder from EA. He will engage in a conversation moderated by Wabantu, and I will be hosting it obviously from here, and I think they're setting the setup.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much. Alex, feel free to come off of mute. I think we should be able to get going. Hello, everyone in the room. Sorry we can't physically be with you. I'm stuck in Eswatini because of a US visa appointment. Alex is in Europe. I'll let her explain herself in a moment, but we're very excited to talk to you all. Looking forward to today's conversation. I'm going to speak very little from this point onwards. My only job is really going to be asking Alex some questions. And so I'm going to read one thing at the beginning, which is just to introduce Alex. And then from there, we'll go into questions. I know, to the people in the room, I know that we've got some limitations on timing. So I'll try to aim for 20 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll open up to the floor. People can talk to Alex directly. So to kick off, Alex Adler is an award-winning design director on The Sims. She spent most of her career in the design and advertising world, solving creative and strategic brand challenges. She's worked with iconic global brands, not least of which is The Sims, of course, transforming ideas into innovative experiences that encourage joyful engagement. She focuses not only on the intersections of design, culture, entertainment, and gaming, but on how empathy and curiosity make each of those more fulfilling. So firstly, thank you so much for joining us, Alex. How are you? Welcome to the conversation.
Thanks so much for having me here. I'm really excited to chat to everybody.
Wonderful. So let's start with the easy bit, which is just tell us about when your interest in gaming first became a reality and sort of whether you ever sort of imagined working in the industry would be something that you would do.
Yeah, good question. I feel like gaming, just like animation, was an industry that I was lucky enough to be introduced to quite young. And even though it was way less advanced than it is now when I was a kid, there was still so much magic and intrigue to it, even though it was like this 8-bit Circus Charlie situation. When I was a kid, unfortunately, there was no screen time limitations. So hanging out at arcades, going to friends and playing on their Nintendos or my brother's Sega, it was very how much, time we spent within entertaining ourselves that way. So for me, games like Sonic the Hedgehog, Leisure Suit Larry, Mortal Kombat, Sims, Street Fighter, those were the games I got to grow up with. And it's all very broad genres of games, but that's something that made gaming that much more attractive, even back then. We were seeing such innovation, such storytelling in gaming even decades ago. I don't want to give age away, but and then fast forward to now, those are seen as legacy titles, and they're still very much around. But no, I don't think I ever realized that this industry would have a place for me. But once you're in it, you quickly realize how expansive it is, how there are always opportunities. You know, it takes a village of all sorts of minds and talents to actually make the games possible and bring them to life. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I think that's a good jumping off point, because talking about opportunity, you were born and raised in South Africa. So the question becomes, tell us a little bit about like the educational background that you went through, what first sparked your interest specifically in branding and marketing, and a little bit of that beginning transition from that passion and that interest for gaming, and then sort of how it gets converted or becomes sort of well organized enough to be able to be useful in the context of working full time in contexts like The Sims.
Yeah. So I actually studied at Vega in Joburg. It's the School of Branding and Communications. So it's going to be a mouthful, but I did a Bachelor's of Arts in Creative and Strategic and Visual Communication. Told you a mouthful. And for me, something that was incredibly fascinating, even back then, was the storytelling and the behavioral part of brands and how we engage with them. I actually always wanted to be in a creative field, even from a young age, when, you know, the kids around me were envisioning being famous or being lawyers or doing open heart surgery. All I wanted to do was work in animation at Disney, actually. You know, an industry that I viewed as bringing magic to people's lives, especially because of the anecdotal stories, the intricate hand-drawn animations, and what those meant to people. You know, I would swoon over visual storytelling in many different capacities, whether it's comic books, games, you know, the shows on open time, movies, you know, the list goes on. And I'd even start to draw my own versions of those stories. So, illustration actually became quite entrenched in my skill set because of it. So the interest in creative and visual storytelling has always existed. And I guess when I was in school, I wanted to go into that as a career. And I landed up studying visual communications, and further down the line, I actually studied UX to better understand and cater to human-centered design. And kind of solve the problems and make the world more user-friendly. That all comes into play when you're in an industry like gaming. And I was lucky enough that my background in illustration also has helped me so much, you know, with things like key art, like marketing, that visual storytelling and putting it all together, understanding the different pieces that come into play in you know, a gaming strategy.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with you. I think the audience doesn't know this, but I do a little bit, having interacted with you somewhat. You had a lot of experiences around the planet since your time growing up in South Africa. And so I guess, firstly, can you give us a sense of where you worked in sort of in what roles? And then on top of that, what have been some of the key lessons when you think about the cultural context that you've been in, and how you've then applied those lessons into the work that you do at EA and beyond?
Yeah. I've lived in a few different countries. The first, I mean, obviously South Africa. I also lived in Japan. I took a break from advertising because my background was mostly in advertising and design. I took a break and moved to Japan for a year and a bit and did something completely different. I taught English next to an active volcano. And then I came back, got back into the industry of design and art direction and advertising. And then, moved to Canada, and that's where I started working at EA. And so that time zone was more aligned at the time. And then 2.5 years ago, moved to Amsterdam. But I'm still working in the US market, even though from here. So,
One of the perks, I guess, of working for EA. So then, obviously, given all those different places that you worked in different capacities, what have then been some of the cultural sort of lessons that you've taken and applied, particularly given how, for example, how broad and how beloved a franchise like The Sims is by so many different people in so many different places?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, some of the biggest lessons I've learned along the way have been more on the soft skill side of things. I think people underestimate the power of soft skills and how far that'll get you, especially when collaborating. I definitely say from a cultural point of view that approaching problems with, I guess, curiosity and empathy, and equally so with adaptability, have been the biggest lessons. Understanding that people may perceive or handle things differently based on their culture or their background, and recognizing that there's no one way of doing things or understanding things. Especially with the work we do on The Sims, it literally takes a village, because the game, it really is for everyone, and it's this living, breathing, changing, adapting thing. The team are some of the most talented and enthusiastic and passionate bunch I've ever gotten to work with, and we literally all love The Sims and appreciate, what a powerful brand and storytelling platform it is. Our teams are quite big and we're from all over the world, and culture plays a big part in that. How you approach problems, how you approach feedback or candidness, how you approach relationships, and also understanding that our audience, our community is not just centered in one country or on one continent, it's also across the world. And they've also got different ways that they interact and feel about the brand.
Excuse me, can you hear me? Can
Yeah,
you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
I just wanted to add something because I mentioned The Sims in my presentation today when I opened and The Sims was one of the games that changed my life, I would say, growing up in Libya and North Africa. That game was something, it was like we were addicted to it. And I just wanted you to know, because this is one of my favorite games. I still play it now as an adult, like even though with my kids. So just so you know, I wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Alex. Before you react to that, I want to let you know we've lost the visuals of the room, so we can't actually see or know exactly who said that. So it's like a disembodied voice. If you guys could turn that camera back on, and I'm sure there's some sort of logistical thing going on in the background. But there you go. Hi. Sorry, Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it is a game that has influenced so many people across the globe. We've all got our own ways of interacting with it. The funny thing is, a game like The Sims, people have different objectives. Like some people play it to build, some people play it to, interact with the characters. Some people play it because they want to be somebody else. Some people play it because they want to fall in love with the Grim Reaper. I mean, there's so many different things that you can do within a game like The Sims that it becomes this creative, expressive platform. And that is universal. That's a universal thing. And I just wanted to add, the in terms of cross-cultural working, there's a great book. I mean, I don't know if I should be, promoting books on here, but there's a book called The Culture Map that is worth reading if you are looking to get into more of a cross-cultural community or workplace. So.
Yeah.
You are the
Yeah, I think that's just just an aside. There's many hilarious stories that I've been told by the Sims devs who, by the way, work on the floor below me at EA's headquarters in California, of the various things they've been able to see what players like to do in the Sims. One thing that I wasn't aware of is a lot of Sims players really like to get the Sims in the swimming pool and then delete all the ladders to get out of the pool and then just see what happens to their Sims, which is a pretty dark thing, it must be said.
My brother was one of those. Sorry, my brother used to lock the Sims in the room and remove all the doors and then see what they're gonna do. So they were like lab rats.
Yeah, we might need to think about we might need to think about a Lord of the Flies expansion pack. That seems like a niche market that's interesting. Okay, so Alex.
Yeah.
This is a potentially controversial question. So obviously you work in brand and marketing, but you do so for a video game. So the question I have is, or for a video game publisher specifically on The Sims, do you feel that a passion for games is actually important to being a successful branding or marketing person in the gaming industry?
A passion for games. No, not necessarily. But I think a passion for your audience and your community is. Anybody can love playing games, but it's like it's the empathy that you bring to the table and how you make your audience feel represented and celebrated that really matters. Building a good brand is about building trust, and that comes down to how we as a brand show up. So fortunately, I love the games that I've worked on, The Sims included, because it's, that nostalgic aspect of me. So the appreciation of both the audience and the game exists and helps to drive the work. But I don't think a passion for the game itself is necessary. I think that just understanding and empathizing with your audience is the most important.
Yeah, totally fair. So I'm going to ask one more question, and we're going to give some time for Q&A from the audience because we want to be very respectful of time. We know that people have been running over, so we want to just make sure we balance that. So then, I guess, Alex, from your vantage point now, working at EA, what's the advice that you wish you had heard from a version of you when you were coming up through the ranks, when you were thinking about pursuing this sort of career path and ultimately wanting to work in the environment that you now find yourself in? What's the advice that you wish you had heard when you were coming up through the ranks?
I guess I would have loved to have known that a place in the industry was possible for me. Not just as a designer, but as a South African with my own set of ideas, my own skills, my own processes that were influenced by me living in and growing up in South Africa, So the advice I'd give is don't limit your beliefs and don't think that a career in any industry or at any company isn't possible. Be as much of a unicorn as you can be. You don't need to hone in on one specific skill or craft. You can be multidisciplinary and keep your skill set broad but obviously waxed. But be resourceful, be assertive, and keep promises to yourself. And above all, if there's no room at the table, just make room. Yeah, I think that would be what I would have needed to hear.
Yeah, I think that's a good point for us to pause and see if there's any questions from the audience.
Do we have any questions? Come on, you could do better. There you go.
Hey there, Alex, it's really interesting hearing your story of Sims, and also super encouraging that you came from our side of the world, which is great. And the question I have is, with the Sims franchise, what are the decisions, and maybe you know this and maybe you don't, but what are the decisions that happen when you do like breakaway games or like the Sims, the extra Sim games, like in the mobile space, and who comes up with that? And when do you decide that's the right sort of direction we want to take with this franchise?
So most of that is dictated by the brand and studio teams. I think that a demand from the community is what essentially makes us make the most decisions, is, what is our community in need of? What is, their desires? How can we help them enjoy the game even more, or create joy with how they interact and play with the game? So, our team doesn't have a lot of say in that. A lot of it is mostly on the marketing side for us. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to our audience and how they want to actually play the game going forward and what they need out of it. We want to make sure that the momentum is always there for them and that they are, that they are enjoying the game. And it's a 25-year legacy franchise. So, kind of always expanding, always giving more creativeness is definitely a way that we've tried to engage with our audience and keep them enjoying the game.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I
So-
think maybe if I could just add, sorry, one quick thing on that is that there's also obviously a fair amount of cooperation and interaction with teams like the corporate strategy side, very much data driven to sort of look on like at a global scale, you know, what's missing from this sort of puzzle of how do people want to interact with games like The Sims, with franchises like The Sims, and sort of thinking about different modalities of engagement, something that like broader EA is thinking about at any given moment, so to sort of position all of our different games in the right ways, so that we can sort of maximize that reach. So when I just add in, there's an element of that side of that part of the equation as well. Sorry, you have a follow-up question.
Yeah, sorry, just so with a longer lasting game, the thematic elements within a game, so say like your Halloweens and your Valentine's, all those things that come in from time to time, what sort of ideation goes into that? And then what do you think makes it important to say, well, that's definitely going to make it into the game now? Like a game that already has a good base and a good sort of player experience, and then you want to add these thematic occasional things that come in from time to time. Do you have any sort of ideas as to what makes it work?
Yeah, so we do have teams that are listening to our audience and what they need and what they'd like from us. You know, we are always opening that communication up and making sure that they feel heard and that, once again, you know, they're getting the best possible experience from the game. In terms of, you know, base game expansions and you know, how we are representing our audience, that comes down to essentially making them feel like they're celebrated. You know, whether it's a vitiligo expansion or you know, birthmarks, for example, whatever it is, even from a religious point of view, it's making sure that the audience feels represented. Yeah. In terms of the more fun stuff, it's a lot more lighthearted, and we kind of let them give us that insight and what they want. Like Wabantu, yeah, you mentioned like, sorry.
No, I just wanted to add something that recently I read, I think on LinkedIn, that Sims 4 had more players recently. I don't know if you're aware of that. Some data was shared, and I think I'm one of them. I'm one of those returners, the nostalgic. By the way, I relate to a lot of the things that you said in the beginning. So it's nice to find more women working in games for years, and they relate by passion. So I really salute you for that. I hope you can see me now when I'm here.
I can.
Yeah, we can see you. Would we like to jump to another question in the audience, or I can continue with a couple more?
Now we have more volunteers.
We've lost video again.
Hi there, Alex. So my question is sort of going and jumping off of the line that you had saying making space at the table or making room for yourself at the table. As someone who interacts with the community, how have you seen or how would you recommend someone going from essentially being a name that is recognized because they interact with something very, very often and being a name recognized for the work that they put into or the work that they show based off of the community or the industry that you're trying to be a part of?
I guess I'll answer this from how I'm interpreting that question. But I guess, you know, a challenge I faced when I was first, you know, wanting to join this industry was that I had no gaming experience prior to EA. I was, you know, I was in advertising and I'd worked on PlayStation campaigns before and, you know, but not on any specific games or in the industry per se. So I was worried that because I'd never worked in it, that I wouldn't be, you know, hired or that, you know, it would be an Achilles heel. But to be honest, you don't know until you put yourself out there. You know, once you adapt and you push yourself and you knowledge up and you learn to navigate it. And you go into what you want to chase. And if the desire is there, then the experience will come. So the advice, I guess, I'd give is to start where you are with what you have, be hungry, give yourself a goal and start to work towards that goal. You know, there are always programs and community interactions and ways of engaging with a gaming community on a bigger platform, even if you're not in the industry yourself. So I'd look at things like that.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or opinions that you could add to this topic? No?
Okay, I think while the room maybe percolates. Oh, sorry, I'm hearing my echo. Apologies. I thought someone else was speaking. While the room percolates an additional question, maybe one thing I want to go back to, Alex, on just your experiences as a South African. I think something that we've discussed in potentially in a previous session, but also just more generally that people try to think about is how do they bring themselves and their experiences, particularly if they're from parts of the world that are maybe underrepresented in gaming, and how does that influence the work that they do? How do they let that shine through? And so I guess maybe the question that I have for you then is, how has your experiences as a South African, how have you used that to guide some of the work that you do, not just at the Sims, more broadly throughout your career?
As a South African in particular?
Yes, I mean you can shift that in other ways if you feel that's maybe less the axis on which you sort of would think about this, but primarily as a South African, ideally, but maybe in other ways that have come to mind as well.
I guess for me as a South African, like you know, it's such a diverse place, South Africa, with incredible culture, you know, whether it's art, food, music, even our comedy scene, you know, and besides our culture and our problems and our quirks, the stories, I guess, that we tell are also quite unique to us, and the problems that we are trying to solve are also quite unique to us. So when you combine those things, you're forced to think outside the box to find solutions. You know, and I guess as South Africans, we do see the world differently because we need to. So, you know, whether it's in advertising or branding, you start to focus on your audience because they become quite broad and you need to become more intentional with your messaging. And I guess we want to make sure that, you know, the audience is being seen, you know, and how we represent them. We do feel a lot of pride as South Africans, regardless of our struggles. So, you know, the discussion around storytelling, especially visually, becomes more significant, and how we own and tell those stories, and, you know, being inclusive and considerate of who we're talking to. So I think that we start to see ourselves in the brands that we align to. We want to kind of, you know, make good and deliberate decisions and feel acknowledged, not just spoken at, but feel integral to the conversation. And I think that is something that I've tried to take into the work that I do, you know, whether it's at EA, whether it's at any other company, that we try and make our community feel seen, you know, and integrated as part of the decisions, not like they're being spoken to, but as if they are what our decisions are kind of based off of. Does that answer the question?
No, that definitely answers the question. And I think maybe also is a good segue into sort of a broader question about the gaps in representation. So one of the things that obviously that you and I have spoken about, but people generally in this particular context of African games, we like to think about is African representation in gaming. And that can be specific to The Sims, it can be more broadly, but from your vantage point, where are the gaps when it comes to Africans being sort of seen in the sort of gaming landscape? And do you feel there's an opportunity for Africa to carve out more of a narrative for itself in this industry?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think that in the African culture, I think interest in it is on the rise. There's a growing fascination of the continent. Games like Black Panther, Assassin's Creed, Egypt, Zao. But there is a gap in where our homegrown stories can be told on a larger scale, more authentically. I think the Western world has told African stories, but more from a Western POV than an African POV. I think the gap is how our stories and our cultures start to carve a way of their own, because that is what gaming is. It's essentially the storytelling, problem solving combined into a visual spectacle, that is engaging and brings joy. So what are the epic narratives that are universal and spark pride for us? There's also a huge African diaspora community. So there is a desire to be seen and heard in the stories that we tell on a platform like gaming. And then in terms of whether or not we've carved a way for ourselves in the industry, I think that we've definitely already started to carve a way for ourselves. We've got the potential to inspire and drive new cultural movements globally. We're seeing, like I mentioned, a trend of that growing appreciation of African culture. So a path for local game development is definitely something I think we'll see take off in the future. The more interested the world becomes in our continent and in African themes, which hopefully also means more opportunities and a need for creative expression that's coming from Africa in terms of employment and artists and developers that are actually being needed and acknowledged.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have 2 minutes left. So I'm going to ask if there's any more questions from the audience, and then we'll I think maybe 1 or 2 questions at most, given the time constraint, and then we'll probably end there.
Is there any more questions? It actually says time's up in my screen here, so I think there's an overlap by our times. And I think we already got the questions we have in here. Any opinions? Anything you want to say or add? No. Well, then I have to thank you so much, Alex, for sharing with us all your experiences, insights, and also, as I said, I'm sure many people relate here. And whether you're a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing, but it's always good to hear, since we have few women in the game industry, it's always nice to hear what we think about the game industry, especially if we were one of those. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself, by the way, in the beginning. So the people who started earlier, when there was no education in the games, and people came from art backgrounds, from advertisement, they came from other things, from journalism actually. So at that time is different times, and that's why it's very important to tell people how the real struggle was back in the day. It's right now it's actually better in a way. It's still, there's a lot of struggles, but the real struggle was when you started, like in the late 90s, and there was not even good engines or art tools to use. So I always salute all the people who've been there from the beginning and know how it started. And the same thing for you as well. Thank you so much, and I'm glad we could do this this session online. And although I haven't met you before, but I hope next time that we can meet each other in the same place next year. So thank you. I hope you get some applause from the audience. Yes. Thank you so much.